believe this is something that Blue Water can take, but Quacker's going to take the front of that impale alongside Rovex, both getting stunned up here. Curtain Call trying to do a number, but Blue Water have lost their composure. Now Pulse have a chance to punish. Samikin getting burned by the equalizer. Dr. Calculus flashes over the wall. This team to burn down the dragon here. Music having a tough time. Bio taking a lot of damage, 1200 HP. Oh, Samikin steals the dragon as the smite brought it down to below 50 HP. Quacker forcing Hub to flash over the wall. Now he's going to turn towards a lonely Nautilus. Meanwhile, Music is able to pincer off Adam with the rest of Blue Otter. And just like that, this time around, Blue Otter able to pull apart Pulse members one by one. Hub is able to find a retribution kill onto the Gwen. The Curtain Call not going to find Hub, but Dr. Calculus not going to have the same luxury. The setup from Rovex. Pulse on their last legs, trying to make one last base defense happen. Tubbs has respawned, but Hub has fallen. The first Nexus tower collapses. Blue Water looking at Bio next on the dinner plate here. He stuns them up, tries to buy some space. Wind becomes lightning, and it's a shutdown going over to Levitate. Dr. Calculus has spawned, but Blue Water, they're going to check the corpses of Pulse to see if there is one, but they have flatlined. And Low Jazz over the left side wall throws out the ultimate. Daisy steps on forward, dies to the bullet time. The rest of AMI still hold their ground, but a shockwave opens up the floor. Low Jazz falls, and the rest of AMI now on the retreat. 5v4. Denethor sails through the air with the hammer, and Pocus will fall next. Only 35 first, and he falls once again. 5-on-4. Decoy. Oh, two-man Malphite ultimate right onto the heart of the carries of Winthrop University. Sword and mobility drop, and AMI, they can just roll into the base.
That's gonna be it, AMI! It's going to be a clean 5-for-0 ace. It's a triple kill.
It's AMI, it's good.
Yeah, 5 mini. He's got an angle here. Fate sealed right back up. He's getting chunked. He's trying to take down Shogo, but Shogo is unstoppable. Boy has a flank. They go onto Shogo. This is it. Maybe they can get him pulling in there, but Shogo is unstoppable. Shogo is the one, the only, the carry for Supernova. There they go. They didn't expect them. They found the flank. They found the fight. Insanity was cooked alive. Over easy, you said? Well, Dark Zero's cooking for you right now, Cubby. That's the biggest thing I want to check in on is, okay, maybe another solo. Samudo, my God. Somebody stop this man. Samudo not having public execution yet. Here comes Fake God. They found Spyrack. They found Samudo, and they'll take down 2 quick kills for LG's redemption.
Right there. Spica going to be fighting out with Breezy, and there's the impale on the 2. It buys so much time for the rest of Near Airport to arrive. Double lift is there. Pobelter gets the kill. Breezy's headed for dodge.
Breezy, hold on.
Oh, here we go. Ray trying to get some chip damage in. The block's going to be found. Spica will survive, but Dardock's in a bad way. Looking for the wilting lullaby. 1-for-1 trade thus far. Pobelter on the back line looks for Crimson. Will blow him up in an instant. Now Breezy trying to be that front line tank. TF Blade goes back in with public execution. Finds nothing but his own demise. Mystic shots raining true, raining in, and Pobelter is fed to CCG. Will go golden one last time, and Array will claim that trophy. Double lift dives deep to try and make the 2v1. It's not enough. Hello and welcome everyone to the NACL. We are entering week 3 of our 2025 Split 1 season. We've had new faces and veterans alike all doing battle with a chance to promote into the LTA North. For the broadcast desk, my name is Eric Desrex Beltran, and joining me, it is none other than Ben Hawkins, which means the Loud Lads are back together, baby. How you doing, man?
The Loud Lads are indeed back. Eric, I'm doing fantastic. I'm so excited to be back on the show yet again, and a good day of matches to boot as well. I feel like I'm the Wednesday merchant, right? I get to set us up for the rest of the week, and it's a great time.
Especially at a time where it feels like the standings are on fire, man. Just one round robin to really show your best means that all these matches have so much weight behind them, and it's kind of showing. Some teams are crumbling under pressure. Some teams are rising to the occasion, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And we can take a look at those standings because they already might not look how people might expect. Near Airport, the team that everybody's had their eyes on, back-to-back 3-game series. They've split the lot of them, a whole host of teams in sort of that 1 to 2 losses category, with Conviction of all teams and Dark Zero, the expected favorite and maybe a bit of an underdog. Polestar sort of bringing up the rear, but they're still doing their best as well. A lot of good games so far. We've already had upsets. We've already had matches not go as planned. It's going to continue to be incredibly exciting.
And I think it's important to note that this is not indicative to the way the standings might be at the end of the season. It's only 2 weeks of play that have gone through. And some of the teams that, you get matched against are harder than others. You look at Near Airport, they've gone against pretty much the lot of that in both Dark Zero and Luminosity Gaming. Those are your hardest opponents you're going to have in the season, so things might change up as things go more and more, but hey, only time will tell as we enter here into week number 3. Personally, I'm excited to see how this develops as time goes on.
Yeah, I definitely am too. Another team I want to give a shout out to as well, Luminosity. They were sitting there at 1-1, 2-3 game score. They've also played all the hardest teams, right? With Near Airport, Dark Zero. So, maybe expecting perhaps a bit of a bounce back, but only time will tell.
Yeah, only time will tell, and when we get onto the occasion, that means more action on the Rift, and we want to see how that action is going to unfold, what exactly is going to happen on our Rift, who is going to be on our Rift as we pull up the schedule right now. I mean, today's matches, they're a bit of a David versus Goliath theme going on here. We'll start off with Blue Otter and Luminosity doing battle. We'll end the day with Near Airport and Conviction. To me, underdogs and powerhouses, man. It's all over the menu, Hawk.
You say that, but I feel like it was a similar story last Friday for CCG against Near Airport, and we all saw how close that series was in Conviction. Red hot coming off of their Week 1 performance where they went 4-0 in games, 2-0 matches. Didn't play in Week 2, so we're going to get another look at them against definitely their biggest test so far. That comes later. Blue Otter against Luminosity to kick things off, though. 2 teams at 1-1. We mentioned Luminosity. They have not exactly had the start to the season that they wanted, but they've played the other 2 best teams, the ones that we expect to be the most competitive with them. It maybe wasn't the 2-0 that they wanted to have against Dark Zero, but I agree with you, definitely wanting to bounce back against a Blue Otter team that's looked a bit shaky to start off the split.
And that's going to start us off with our first matchup. I mean, Blue Otter versus Luminosity. It's a very interesting matchup if you actually take a look at some of the parallels these teams had. Blue Otter was seen as that bottom-of-the-barrel team at the start of summer and completely ran over everyone's expectations, kind of blue-shelled a lot of people. If you remember the Shopify Rebellion roster, that was kind of their same gimmick. They would blue-shell a lot of those top teams. So, kind of a funny coincidence heading into this one, but teams with a lot of potential to upset.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's so funny. Luminosity has stated that their goal is to get back into the LTA, and you mentioned they in the past have sort of been that blue shell. I love the interview we had with Zazel after their win over Near Airport, where Zazel says, look, we were the 7th best team in the LTA last year. We've consistently been able to perform at that level. To get back into the LTA, we just have to beat that last place team again. And I mean, I completely agree. They kind of have that legacy of both winning in Tier 2 as well as blue shelling, as you put it, in Tier 1. But for Blue Otter, they were that team kind of one step down last year. And if I can maybe add some spice to our soup here.
Go ahead, quick.
I do think Blue Otter, despite them perennially being that underdog, a lot of people had high expectations for them. Running back their roster, the same one coming into this split after a tremendous 2024, and I think people thought they'd be stronger. And I haven't really seen it so far.
Let's go ahead and pull up that roster for Blue Otter right now. I mean, it's important to always take notice of that summer 2024 season because it's the same roster that's getting run back right now, but that was the king of upsetting a lot of the big dogs. Both of the LCS affiliated teams fell to Blue Otter in the regular season. Our top 2 teams in what is now Dark Zero and what was formerly Fear, they went to a series in that regular season against Blue Otter. The question is now, can they work that magic again, Hawk?
And it's a big question to ask because, like I said, they've looked a little bit shaky so far this split. A lot of their macro that really made them so good in 2024, it feels like it's been a bit more all over the place. Decision-making's been scattered but we still know the individual talent that they do have on this roster. Levitate, someone we're still so excited about, rookie of the split in 2024 summer. Also Music, shot caller, captain for the team, and in my opinion, the top performer so far this split.
Oh, I agree with that so much. Music has been that big enabler for this squad. Paired alongside, you know, his support in Rovex, they've been able to have this jungle and support synergy that catches a lot of these teams off guard. It starts off a lot of these fights when Music's able to get fighters on top of that. He has huge impact towards the mid game of what Blue Water look to do. And that macro is so important for Blue Water. It's a big part of what made them stand out last summer, 2024.
And we're going to need to see it be on full display, because as we sort of transition our conversation slightly towards Luminosity, this team in general has been very clean. They look like they have a really solid idea of how they want to play the game. They've had really solid looks, specifically in the early game so far, consistently been able to generate small but effective leads against every single team, and they convert that into relatively good team fighting later on. Obviously, it hasn't netted them as many wins because, to be quite frank, they got just hands gapped a couple of times by some of the other absolute top table teams. Like, honestly, watching Dark Zero just out team fight a bunch of LCS veterans was one of the coolest things I've seen in a while. But regardless, it goes to show that Luminosity, even if, you know, they still have some steps to take before they can take games off of the top, they are still going to be very strong against the rest of the pack, and that's kind of where we find Blue Water. So Blue Water, they're going to need to step up that macro game against what is that strong Luminosity early
And
game.
I don't think it's just the macro game by itself. You go ahead and take a good look at the way Blue Water have been performing. There have been some underperformances in different lanes. Samikin, I do want to point out his strengths to start this off. He's an excellent artillery mage player. You get him on something like the Zoe or the Hui, he can perform well. But when you're in lane and you're not able to stand toe-to-toe with your lane opponent, there are some laners out there who can take better advantage of that. The reason I point that out, you have a lot of experience on his opponent's day, which is Insanity.
Yeah, maybe we should pull up that Luminosity roster, because Insanity, he busted out the Cho'Gath against Near Airport. He's always been someone that's had a deep toolbox, and Eric, I think you and I can both agree, if most of these players aren't, which I think a good amount of them are, Insanity is most certainly an LTA level player in the mid lane. In my opinion, the #1 mid laner in the league. Grapes and I gave him a 99 overall in our sort of Madden ratings on Salty Runback. This guy is so damn good, and I definitely agree. He's the kind of player that can take advantage of Samikin, but he's not the only one that can be really strong in the series, because I also want to highlight the bottom lane. We mentioned that Levitate, an extremely motivated sophomore in the bottom lane for Blue Water, he's going up against Tactical and Zazel, an incredibly experienced bottom side of the map, with Tactical having been the carry for Luminosity so far this split. I think in typical Tactical fashion, people will remember, you know, some of the critical mistakes in a couple of their losses, but he's also had insane pop-off performances both in their wins and throughout the duration of said losses. I look back to the Tristana Game 3, for example, against Near Airport, where he was absolutely massive, and even in games like this, you know, on the Varus, having solid performances.
Yeah, I love that you bring up the Tristana, because we haven't seen that in a couple of years. For those of you who remember, back when he was on Team Liquid 2021, Tristana was one of his big champions. He hasn't played it since that year, and now bringing it back in the NACL, you can see why he's so good at it, how fun it is to watch him play it when he's just jumping all over the place and throwing caution to the wind. And this is someone that Levitate respects a lot over on the opposite side of the Rift. I had a talk with Levitate just last night, and he said, yeah, I think Tactical is the best all-around marksman in the league. I have a lot of respect for him, and I'm looking forward to this matchup.
I mean, understandably so, right? Like, Tactical has been in the LTA for the longest, actually, out of all of these players, at least over the last few years, right? He had been consistently at that top level of play since, what, 2021, 2020 even, for Tactical. And so, you know, Levitate being someone that's specifically LTA hopeful now, I think it's so cool to get to see him go up against a player of the caliber of Tactical, because no matter what, you know that Tactical is going to be a very mechanical player. Him and Zazel have been very good in the 2v2s so far throughout this split, and so I think this is, to me, the matchup to watch, as well as that mid lane that we mentioned earlier.
And I mean, this is a pretty terrifying team to go against, especially since, being the new kids on the block. Rookie and Samikin just had their rookie seasons last year. You had a few players from Blue Otter who promoted back in who were formerly relegated from last year. You're going against the team that has multiple NACL titles under their belt. 2023 was owned by Fake God, Tomio, and Zazel, both on Cloud9 Challengers and DSG in both spring and summer, where they won those titles. And it's like, man, that is the ultimate measuring stick right there that you have to face off against.
Yeah, and I think it's important to manage expectations for this series because I think I'm expecting this to be a confidence win for Luminosity, right? They just played the two best teams in the league to start off their season. They split the series, which I think is a completely fine performance from them. Like, I think most people would have them power ranked second in the league right now. And they want to take a solid win over a team that they have even acknowledged can blue shell strong teams, right? Yeah. So they just want to get a nice confidence boosting win right here, no drama. And I think really the questions we have are going to be about how does Blue Otter perform in those more tense games.
I'm definitely going to be interested in the early stages of the game. I think that's going to be some of the more impactful areas where we see Blue Otter at least less active. If they can fix that and go toe-to-toe in the early game, it can lead to a much more interesting mid-game, late-game team fight, potentially give Blue Otter a chance. But we are now ready for the draft. Game number 1, Blue Otter versus Luminosity Gaming.
And immediately, it's going to be really interesting to see where the draft goes, because this is the first week of games we were playing on 15-7. Nerfs to Gwen and Nefiri being some of the critical ones. So potentially not going to see those champions at least picked or banned instantly in the draft every single time. Still strong, don't get me wrong, but maybe not instantaneous pickups. Additionally, looking at these two teams, champion pools generally very different across the board, I feel, for a lot of these players. When I look at a guy like Tactical, it's very mechanical, up-in-your-face 80 carries as opposed to some of the more reserved late-game team-fighting area 80 carries for Levitate. Tomio, tanks as opposed to the fighters typically of Music. So there's some key differences that I'm really intrigued to track throughout this best of 3.
So the ban's now coming in. Callisto, Warwick, and Jace going to be taken off the map by Blue Otter.
Like the Warwick respect.
Yeah, and you can see right there, we talked about it earlier, Samikin is an excellent artillery mage, so they are giving respect to the Zoe over on the side of Luminosity Gaming, as well as banning away at Nefiri and Gwen. It does leave, for potential picks to come up, Varus was still a very high priority pick that has slid through.
Yeah, Varus expecting something to go for. Also, like Warwick ban, they could go for like an early Jax, Renekton, Ambessa kind of deal, not need to deal with that pick from Fake God. I think that's a really funny respect ban because I don't think Fake God was going to pick that, honestly, early on in this game, but it was really good in Game 3 against Near Airport. But it is going to be that Varus that you mentioned, Eric, and other things that could be picked up. I'm looking at specifically Tomio's pool. He's gone Skarner Game 1, Sejuani Game 2, every single series, 2 series sample size so far.
Now, I am a little bit worried over the fact of the Varus lock-in, and this is why. You already see what the counterpunch is from Luminosity Gaming. They grab the Vi. Vi's very good at getting onto that backline and taking out some of these mobile champions. Same thing with Rumble. If you could land a clean equalizer, they combo very well together. But then looking at Levitate in specific, he's shined more when he's on mobile ADCs. ADCs that have their own ability to maneuver around the map. Varus isn't one of those. He doesn't have too much. In fact, he has anti-CC when he pulls his Q. He technically slows himself, so it makes it worse there. But that was one of Levitate's weak points, and right now, Luminosity have a great way to punish that.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like full dive so far, especially with the Talia lock-in and really safe blind here for Insanity. Should be able to match up in a lot of the mages that Samikin would want to pull out. We also get the early Ambessa, as mentioned, and I agree with you on the Levitate point. I think what's going to be interesting about the Varus is it is a strong laner, so maybe we can see if Levitate and Rovex are able to dictate the 2v2 more against Tactical and Zazel, who have been so good at that stage of the game, and maybe try to generate a win condition that way. But I mean, looking ahead, both teams still wanting to pick up some frontline. We did get the Xin Zhao to come through for Music, which can buy a lot of time in the front end of the fight. I think tank support's obviously going to be a big focus from both sides. Zazel has branched out here and there with games on things like the Karma, Nico, at least so far this split, but I think, you know, the Rels, Alistars, Nautiluses of the world should be what we see here picked up on 4 for both supports.
I do slightly feel like Luminosity Gaming are getting the better of this draft really early on. You mentioned the Ambessa. One of the big things about Ambessa is her passive lets her just continuously dash around the map. And it makes it hard to really lock her down. Talia is a great answer for that. You put the Unraveled Earth on the ground, and it makes it very, very risky to actually do dashes like that. On top of the Equalizer being a great way to control a lot of the zone of battle that's going to be going on, it feels to me like Luminosity are baiting out some of these picks that Blue Otter are going for.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, especially because, look, everybody on Luminosity can press R on one person right now, and it's going to be really solid. They have a nice kind of go in, get that one guy, and then kite back style of composition. I think a bit of a burden of execution on the side of Blue Otter. 80 carry pick here definitely makes sense for Luminosity. We'll see what Tactical wants to go for. Favorites like the Jhin, Kai'Sa, Kalista, all still up and available.
Yeah, Jhin would make sense to go for right here. I mean, looking at the mid-game power that you have from this comp of Luminosity Gaming so far, Vi and Talia get going rather early. So yeah, going to pair this alongside with the Jhin, going to save the support for their final counter pick to come up. Now, on the other side for Blue Otter, I need to see something strong in the mid lane. I would really like that out of Samikin because it would give Music more room to work, and Music has been very active on the map. He puts a lot of deep wards, he counter jungles a lot. We need to enable the Xinjiao.
I don't know what Samikin's going to go here because I really like the Aurora ban that came out from Luminosity, because that would have been my first instinct, something more slippery, because I don't think you can play like a Samikin Lux into this sort of composition. You are just going to get an Equalizer and a cease and desist dropped on your head. So yeah, we're going to get the Galio. Instead, this is a completely different look than what we've typically seen from Samikin. Now, I will say, a sophomore player pulling out a different style here in week 3, I think all of a sudden we're going to be asking questions about how does this look? How can Samikin perform off of a mage and on something much more bruisery, much more frontliney?
I like it in the context of the team composition, though, because it allows Samikin to dive in with the rest of the squad and get onto that backline. But definitely the questions you pose there are going to be a big deal for this one. Rounding it out with a Nautilus allows that synergy we talked about earlier between Music and Rovex, but the response on the other side, Luminosity Gaming, they're going to grab that Alistair. So this is a very in-your-face composition from Luminosity.
Honestly, I feel like both compositions very in your face. So much of this game is going to be about which team can find the immobile carry on the other side first. Or better yet, you know, Vi, Rumble, they press R on like Varus, and then Nautilus, Galio, and Bessa all press R on Jin's head, and all of a sudden the fight's a 4v4, right? Like, I think there's very real situations where we're going to see carries get deleted on one side or the other, and it's going to really dictate who wins this game. And objective setups, that means those are going to be really important. Individual laning phases, which team can get ahead of the other to put themselves in the best possible position to win games, because I think a lot of volatility on both sides, a lot of single target damage. I'm really looking at how Samikin's going to be able to perform on this Galio pick. It's a different look for him up against Insanity, who many expect to be the #1 mid laner in the NACL.
So you're ready for game number 1, Blue Otter versus Luminosity Gaming. Go ahead and type in Twitch chat who you think is going to take this between these two squads. Will it be the upstarts, the new kids on the block, or the veterans, the Kings or the King Slayers? We're gonna find out right now. Top of that, Hawk, I do wanna point out a little bit of a fact, because Tomio, one of his big career picks has been Vi. He's played it multiple times in the past. I remember Maokai being another one of those alongside it, but with the pool that he has of Vi games, he has a 75% plus win rate on that champion throughout the entirety of his career. So
yeah,
you have that plus Insanity on a Talia. I really do favor this early game for Luminosity.
No, I completely agree. I mean, we mentioned both compositions all want to press R, but I do think Luminosity just has a comp that's so much easier to execute on that, and the Vi being the big go button, I think, is a big purveyor of that. Tomio, to me, just looks the best and has looked the best throughout his career when he is given a champion that he can just create plays on. His early game proactivity has been really good so far in this split, and I want to see that continuing in this game, because I think if you can put pressure on Sammy's Galio, unlock Insanity to play towards these side lanes, the game all of a sudden becomes very difficult for Blue Otter to play.
And then you start looking at bot lane, looking nice and gankable there, Levitate, you know? That's the snowball effect that can really come through, and if you can't protect this Varus, it's going to bode very, very poorly for Blue Otter. But one of the strengths you were talking about, Hawk, I want to bring that back up again. Varus, while not the most mobile of champions, does have strong laning to at least start it off for Blue Otter.
Yeah, it definitely does. I do really want to see Levitate and Rovex be able to get the push. Again, Alistar kind of famously terrible at the level 1, so it should be Varus Nautilus favored. It is Comet coming out from Levitate. I think, unsurprisingly, a lethality Varus this game against no true frontline. So, you know, we're talking about Levitate's positioning later on in the game. We'll be able to cheat that a little bit by being able to hit from further away.
See the early push coming in from Blue Otter's bot lane. All the meanwhile, trying to take a look at where the jungle pathing is going, just out of curiosity, because the thing about Vi is you can opt to go for very early routes for ganks. All you need is your level 2. Once you get that, you're pretty much set to try and do some of these more core tier ganks. You want to find them early. But not going to go for it. Going to be besides the point. Instead, we'll look for the free clear. We're going to have mirrored jungle paths coming out from both sides.
And I love the stat that we're getting here in the lower thirds. Both junglers around that 80% kill participation mark. To me, Music, absolutely the engine that this Blue Otter team runs on. And Tomio, much the same on Luminosity. I do think Luminosity, you know, they have the talent, they have the kind of players that can look for some of those more solo-oriented plays, as opposed to Blue Otter that's a lot more about, you know, their 5v5, their team play, things of that nature. But I mean, I think both of these guys going to be important on the match clear, up towards this top side, expecting this to potentially be the volatile lane early on. Rumble oftentimes can be attacked.
It's always tricky on the timing, because the closer he gets to overheating, that means those autos get that bonus magic damage. Now, over here in the river, Tomio looking for an assault onto Music. It's going to be traded out as mid laner is going to join the fray as well. Tomio looking to flash out, but gets chased down by Music. Will be first blood for Blue Otter, followed up with a double kill. It's music to my ears.
And that was so nicely played by Music. A huge double kill to be able to pick up. Luminosity, they want to take the fight because they had the mid push. Insanity, first to the play, up 5 CS even after the death, but they weren't able to find the one-shot. Blue Otter, a really good start to this game.
And that's what we want to see. Blue Otter getting out of the gates nice and early, and of course it's going to be Music who does that. Keep in mind, Music is had a long road in NACL. This guy has been relegated before, but has shown growth, has shown development, has really been able to clutch up right now in this early game to get that first blood on top of a double kill to secure a nice early win for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I mean, Music just does such a nice job right there, calmly sidestepping the seismic shove, and from that point, there's just not much damage left on Luminosity. To add insult to injury, Insanity is out of mana, and I mean, a great commitment right there and a great call from Blue, recognizing that, hey, even though our mid laner is second, I can live long enough to be able to win the extended fight because we have good conditions. So really well done. That's also flash off of Tomio to potentially allow Blue to control the river more. Play towards Insanity first.
And here we go, Rovex. He's going to land it on the wall. We'll be able to get the passive with the auto to snare, but flash does come out. Rovex falls low. Samikin eats a few tower shots on top of it. It does get the Summoner Smelt burned from Insanity.
Yeah, I think a reasonable trade. Blue Otter, they mostly just wanted to get that one off. I mean, clearly the call from both teams is to play around this mid-jungle. We mentioned that the strength that Luminosity should have, especially once Tomio hits level 6, but they haven't quite gotten to that point. And Music and the rest of Blue Otter really leveraging that early power that the Xin Zhao and other champions bring to the table. So getting that flash off of Insanity, he becomes a clear target. Tomio did at least do the dragon. It's Blue Otter playing for the grubs, however.
And this is part of the playbook for Music. He loves being aggressive. He counter jungles a lot. He gets a lot of deep wards in, one of the most active warding junglers that we have in the league currently. A lot of that because he gets to play alongside Rovex. You can see right now Rovex hovering over in the mid lane while Music is going to get some time with the grubs. But Luminosity are looking for the pounce.
Yeah, good rotation here from Luminosity with their bot push. They were able to get here in time Music did take away one. I think it's just going to be a 2-for-1 grub trade. We'll see if Blue Otter opts to go in towards this. They are at a bit of a health bar disadvantage on Rovex and Samikin.
It's 1-for-1 in grubs right now. Hook does come out, but here's the hero's entrance. Samikin arrives. Flash burnt out, you don't get the knockup, so Void grubs will be cleaned up. Last one by Luminosity, here comes the flash forward. Looking for Zazel, gets punted back by the headbutt, and Zazel will survive.
Yeah, Quacker not able to find the public execution. Zazel just walks it out, and that's a huge play. Luminosity, yes, it looks like they only just get 2 out of 3 grubs and survive, but Blue Otter committed so much to try to make that play happen. They forced very hard. Insanity going to be able to crash into wave bottom, going to be able to take a couple of tower plates for Blue Otter's trouble.
And we're 7 minutes into this now. Look at the summoner advantage in the top lane. Quacker burns his teleport, he burnt his flash to try and attempt that play. And all Zazel had to do was headbutt him away. Now you have a strong advantage for the playmaking of Luminosity now that you have flash and teleport on Fake God off cooldown.
I mean, I think definitely ball in Luminosity's court, and they're so happy because they were able to get, you know, 1.67 of the first 2 neutral objective spawns, right? And again, if we're looking at their composition to be strongest around the middle stages of the game, once those level 6s come through, this wasn't quite that point. So despite losing those 2 early kills, you can still see the strong early game planning of LG as just barely the tip misses on that cow right there.
Public execution gets escaped from. The cow will live to see another day. Zazel survives by the skin of his teeth. All that being said, Blue Otter do have the gold lead at the current moment. A lot of that gold is on Music, so keep a close eye on him. He's pathing currently on the bottom side of the jungle, working his way over towards the top side. Might be pushed into a fight over here where Rovex gets caught out, but no.
Insanity.
Come to an end. Here comes Insanity. Weaver's wall comes through, does not find the seismic shove onto Rovex.
And Insanity already having such a nice game, Eric. He's up over 10 CS, 2 waves on his opposite number, and on this Taliyah, I think such a good champion in this game against a bunch of mobile divers that don't bring a ton of burst to the table, more that consistent DPS, allowing this phase rush Taliyah to kite things out. So, I mean, I think this guy is absolutely poised to be a huge player. Remember, it's tactical. That's been the primary carry of LG so far throughout this split. On the Jhin, I think it's a bit of a different story for this game. We'll see if Luminosity is able to still execute in the same way that they have.
It's first time in this season so far playing the Jhin. It's mostly been Ezreal, which I haven't been the most impressed of. I really am not the biggest fan of Tactical's Ezreal play. I really like it when he's on that Tristana, when he's on that Kalista, like we mentioned earlier. The Jhin's always a lot of fun for enabling some long-range attempts at dives. Now the teleport coming through. Luminosity Gaming, cease and desist, finds its mark, goes right onto the marksman. Levitate, rookie of the split, now dead underneath his own tower. Punts it away. Zazel will try and find one right back. It will cost him his life in the process. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Luminosity.
Yeah, Luminosity still takes that every day of the week. It's a kill for their Vi, it's a kill for their Jhin. Yes, Samikin is able to pick one up on top of the feat of warfare, but a really nice look right there to trade up in kills. Puts Levitate a bit behind as well. We talked about the possibility of that bot dive coming through. Luminosity wants to go towards those immobile carries, and they do find it.
So the playmaking able to come through off of this bot dive. I mean, it's that easy, man. When you have an Alistair and he hits level 6, he's able to tank up so much damage. Now, even though it does cost Zazel his life, you take this any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, the cow, look, he's meant to die, and again, it cost a TP answer from Samikin as well. The commit onto Levitate was just so clean, and it was Luminosity either seeing Music up on Tomio's red buff, or at least having an inkling that it could be going on, knowing that the enemy jungler was not in the area, having the confidence to go for the play. That is expert cross-mapping, and speaking of, it's going to continue. Dragon for Grub trades yet again. Blue Otter will be able to pick up the 4-stack for some of those little Void Might spawns. But, I mean, we're talking about mid-game team fighting, having 2 dragons early on into the game, gonna potentially force Blue Otter into a lot of awkward situations.
It's gonna make that objective setup matter so much more. And it's gonna make counter engage pretty clutch for Blue Otter. as we get closer towards these later dragon spawns that we're going to have. Fortunately for Blue Water, I mean, they do have some good resources. Nautilus is great at pilling for Levitate. The Hero's Entrance is a great defensive tool, and even the Crescent Guard for the Xin Zhao can knock opponents away. So there is potential there for the mid-game fight. I just think they have to be very quick on some of that setup because of the snappiness of Luminosity's engage.
Exactly, because the concern I have for Blue Otter is that Luminosity so far this game has generally done a very good job of controlling the River Highway despite the early deaths. And, I mean, Blue Otter has struggled around neutral objective setups so far throughout this split. It's sort of being split on the way they want to approach objectives and, you know, not really having the same call seemingly as they head into fights. And while Blue, yes, they have the ability to control space really well with their front line, I definitely agree with you. They don't have the best ability to face check. So if Luminosity is first to the play, it could be very difficult for Blue Otter to walk through things like the Equalizer, the Talia minefield, and Jin traps.
Yeah, I mean, your best face check is Xin Zhao burning his ultimate and running away. Like,
it's not great.
A bit brutal there, yeah. But here we go. Tomio looking for an angle on Levitate. This is what we're talking about. He's on an immobile ADC. He's pushed in the mid lane, so he is sacrificed to Luminosity.
I mean, again, it's just so nicely done. Levitate a little too far up on that mid wave. Didn't have the information to be contesting that one without his jungler and support around. Yeah, no flash available. Fantastic commit again. Tomio with a go button, man. He's got 100% KP so far this game, and he's making it happen.
It's that easy. If you're Levitate, you can't go that far up without flash and without any teammates right next to you because Tomio just walks in, point and click R, and you are dead.
Well,
you can't have many situations like that.
If we look at the replay, Samakin is on a bot wave, and I feel like there's been communications breakdowns for Blue Otter so far this split. Because how is Galio not confused that Talia is not contesting this wave? Because Talia has been beating Galio so far as Samakin just dashed forward with an Alistar around.
I mean, he should be okay. You're not going to have Tomio down there fast enough to actually impact this, but I mean, it does speak towards your point. One of the historic issues that Blue Otter had, especially notable towards Samakin, was some of their side laning. They didn't know how to set up waves properly. That could prove to be an issue later on in this game. Now Blue Otter looking for a dive over on this top lane into Fake God. Fake God does have his flash, and the Equalizer will throw it down to try and burn out the minion wave. Gets jumped on, Public Execution goes through, and he is down. The dive successful for the Otters.
Ooh, and nice buffer from Samakin right there. Having some of the Galio mechanics, love to see it right there. He is going to be the play on the cross map from Blue Otter. Let's see if they can make it back in time.
That's a funny interaction right there. Well, you could do that with the Justice Punch. Seismic Shove gonna land, and yeah, I'm sorry, Samakin, you are shut down and put down by Insanity.
Samakin thought he would be able to walk it out, but Zeyzal's having a really nice game so far. Multiple plays where I feel like he's just positioned super well, blocking the Justice Punch, able to lock down Samakin for long enough. A deadly flourish even. Everything seeming to be a team effort from Luminosity so far. And Newton's Law of League of Legends, for every action is an equal and opposite reaction. First of all, is Blue Otter on the top dive after seeing that LG had revealed themselves to attack Samakin the first time in bottom. But in the extension, Luminosity was able to even things up as
Quacker! Go on to the next play. Hurry.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, there's not really much to say about this one. Again, just a nice block from Zeyzal, waiting on the Pulverize as well, understanding that Samakin would be locked up for an extended period of time. Again, like, just look at the CC layering right there. It's not much, but it's little things like that that make Luminosity look so coordinated.
Rovex by himself, Samakin trying to find a pincher right here, but Luminosity are in the driver's seat firmly. Curtain Call opens up, Heroes entrance, looking to try and defend and turn this around in the name of Blue Otter. Tomio is going to jump in, 1v1 versus Music. Tactical's going to turn that around. Over on the top side, looking to run away is Quacker, as the first will fall, and that is Zeyzal. Quacker right after. Insanity able to get that kill. The flick coming out onto Insanity does not catch Samakin as he flashes away. Deadly Flourish looking for the snare. Sidestep by Samakin. That was two that fell for Blue Otter. Luminosity only lost Zeyzal.
A lot of ultimates burned on either side. Only the top laners and Rovex having theirs up. I didn't really see how that fight got started. It looked like Luminosity was just trying to extend their vision line into Blue Otter's jungle, and the Otters tried to defend it, but LG, they just have that ability to commit forward with their composition. Again, ease of execution, ability to single out targets is high, and we saw Quacker go down in that play. I bet you wish he had his flash.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, nice for you to bring that one back up, Hawk. I mean, we tried to slip it by, man. A little bit of a brutal summoner spell to get burned. I think the idea was he thought one of those Void Grubs were, he probably thought one of them were a minion.
Yeah.
And got a little bit slipped up there. Dragon gonna get kicked up by Blue Otter. Now, this is gonna slow down that Dragon stacking that Luminosity we're going for, so at least something back in the bag for Blue Otter.
Yeah, but again, Rift Herald and now 2 towers taken by Luminosity. They just continue to win out on these cross maps. I think credit to Blue Otter for generally keeping up, but we can take a look at this one again. Zeyzal just going straight in. Tactical again in synergy with his support. Rovex does live for an unexpected period of time that does allow some of the trades to come through. The Crescent Guard looking kind of funny to punt Zeyzal back over the wall as he ends up being the sacrifice, but Quacker dove way too deep trying to buy time for his team. Ends up being a 2-for-1 with Luminosity controlling the top side of the map.
And if you look closely at the start of that fight, Music wasn't fighting for the longest time because he was trying to bait in Tactical. He wanted Tactical to walk in. You get a different story if Musical is able to find that pick there. It could turn the fight around for Blue Otter's favor, but Tactical instead just opened up the curtains, and that foiled the entire plan for Blue Otter. So it's unfortunate, you know, sometimes you set up these plans and, you know, they don't take the bait. That was the situation right there, and now Blue Otter are losing control.
And Insanity 3-1-2 on this Taliyah, the only person on Summoner's Rift with 2 completed items. Again, he is most certainly the carry to watch on the side of Luminosity, continuing to play exceptionally well. 5 of 6 kill participation. Zeyzal having 100%. I mean, this guy, Zeyzal continues to impress me every single time I see him play. I know his results in LTA haven't necessarily been the best, but to me will always be a legend for what he did in 2018, as well as just his leadership skills and Luminosity continuing to try to open up the map.
Yeah, here we go, Death Charge able to find the money onto Tomio. Tomio looking to get out of there, but there's a seismic shove from Insanity, finds 2.
Look at Zeyzal
now
tank.
Zeyzal holding the front line. He's unbreakable, he's unchained, but finally they wick away at the wall and it breaks. An intense fight breaking out will even up the kills. Blue Otter get the kill.
Yeah, Blue, they finally get something back. It's all 10 members into the mid lane as Zeyzal does die for Tomio's sins. A great hook from Rovex is going to come out as Tomio gets ejected from the Rift Herald. A bit of an overreach could be argued here from Luminosity into the defense of Blue Otter, really wanting to open up that 3rd tower, but I mean, Samikin, I want to give him some credit. Some good Galio ults this game. Good job buying space for the team. Fake God simply arriving too late to make a difference.
And that was beautiful from Rovex. You have to give so much credit to him. He timed it at the same time that Tomio was coming out of the Rift Herald to land that hook. And the chain of CC that you have, if you're able to do picks like that, bringing in the chain of corruptions that follows through, you can have situations like this that slowly claw your way back into this game.
They're only 2,000 gold behind. I mean, for 20 minutes in, yes, Luminosity is most certainly in control, but they are not winning by a landslide in any stretch of the imagination. Failing to break open that mid-tier 1 with the Rift Herald is also very big because it's going to keep Blue Otter on somewhat even parity as it comes to this Dragon in a minute 40. They will have river access through mid because they held on to this all-important structure.
Sorry, Huck. It kind of cracks me up because we had the curse last week with Beatdown where anytime I talked about a player, he would immediately die.
Yeah, like I did with Zeyzal.
Now you kind of did the same thing with Zeyzal.
Yeah. Here, who do we want to die next? Tomio maybe or Levitate? Hey, Levitate's pretty good, right?
What are you doing, man? What are you doing? His flash is back up. Fortunately, he didn't burn it. That's the most important thing about that little exchange right there is he did not burn his flash. I felt like Tomio could have tried to jump in there with the cease and desist, but taking the safer route nonetheless.
LG, though, with that chunk onto Levitate, going to force the enemy AD carry back to base, and they will take control of this mid-river area. Tactical and Insanity first access. I think they're just going to be able to knock down this structure. Blue, they spent a lot of time setting up vision on the bottom side of the map, but they are late on the rotation. Well done by Luminosity.
See, the hover is now around Otacon for Luminosity. Holding that side of the map, Quacker does have teleport, so there's nothing really lost with him being up there. Still playing to the side lanes, will be able to collect the tower. Just gonna bode okay for Blue Otter right now. But you could open up the map more if you are able to get that mid lane tower. The thing is, you got good defense there from Luminosity. It's a little bit too dangerous to have levitate forward.
Yeah, now the game's going to become really interesting because both teams are dropping alternating side waves in order to try to get control over mid. Right now, it's Blue Otter that has it. We mentioned the struggles of face checking for their team, so I love to see them first into the river. We'll see if LG takes the bait. 5 members strong, approaching the mid wave. Here comes Zazel.
Music is right there now. Here we go. Hero's entrance is going to come in to stop Zazel from getting onto that back line. Levitate has to flash back, and down goes Tomio. A shutdown going to be found by Quacker. Blue Otter are fighting this back slowly but surely.
Blue Otter, though, so much damage on their side. Levitate and Rovex both under 25%. Levitate forced to go back to base as LG might have still lost the battle but won the war for the Dragon. They're the ones here, but they don't have a jungler, Deserux. So do they start the objective with music around? I think the answer is no.
Yeah, this is really tricky. Music will go over to a camp, so they do have like a slight window of opportunity right here. They just don't know he's at the camp right now. And they're trying to find a collapse, a pinch coming through. Tomio's back on the map right now, and this is where it's scary. The objective wasn't picked up immediately after.
Quacker.
There's gonna be no way on this one as Quacker goes forward with the public execution. He's looking to take down Insanity. Can't quite lock him down just yet. Music looking to join the fray. Insanity's able to get one pick onto Quacker. Insanity critically low, will be able to bail out as the curtain call opens. The target is Music. Levitate will body block for it, but Samikin will be fed to Luminosity Gaming as he falls to Tactical.
Oh, Blue Otter, I think they thought they had the play to break open the game. Quacker found Insanity, but then they overchased trying to complete the kill. The kiting from Luminosity was brilliant, and it's Tactical on this Jhin. He has been automatic with the skill shots, the deadly flourish, the curtain call, everything landing, and LG is going to take their 3rd dragon as well as the Otacon.
Yeah, and this is a deadly tactical to let DPS you when he has his collector and IE already done and is able to bring in that curtain call, start critting you. That 4th shot comes through and annihilates the health bar, man. And now with Otacon secured over on the side of Luminosity Gaming, all the pieces are falling into their hands.
Oh, and looks like there was a dive bottom while we were looking at the flowers. Zazel, he's really far up, but they did get Levitate, so worth, I guess.
It's fearless draft, not fearless dive, Zazel.
Yeah. I think Zazel got the kill, too. Like, that's pretty based, man. Get in there.
Zazel is a man's man. That's all I'll say right there. He's the only dude who could deny tier 1 contracts. He's done it more than once. Here we go,
Tactical. The best beard in the league.
In the mid lane, depth charge goes. They're able to lock down Tactical.
Oh,
here comes the equalizer. It's beautifully placed, but still Tactical will fall. Now the follow through. Rovex looking to bail out as the hero's entrance gets tagged away. Samikin critically low. Hook going to be found onto Fakeout. Samikin gets the Justice Punch out of there, and Rovex will sacrifice his life for his mid laner.
It ends up being a 1-for-1 both in bottom and in mid. These teams just throwing punches at each other. A huge equalizer from Fakeout made it look like Luminosity would clean up more kills. But we can take a look at this play first. It's just a Weaver's Wall onto Insanity, Levitate rather. Insanity misses a seismic shove, but Zazel gets the taxi, gets the kill, and is up the creek without a paddle, ends up trading out.
He's just a man. Got to go for them dives. As I said, he denied tier 1 contracts. Shopify, they wanted to keep him, dude. They wanted to keep Zazel.
I would want to keep him too, yeah.
He said, yeah, I want to break from tier 1. I'm going to go back to tier 2 for a little bit.
I will say, I respect this Luminosity team a lot because, you know, for Luminosity's goal being to promote to the LTA, I think both them betting on these players and these players betting on themselves after what was a rough split on Shopify, it's so cool to see as now, potential pick under Rovex.
What I thought right there as Rovex getting caught out. They wanted to get the Weaver's Wall to cut off Levitate's route, but not quite at the right angle, so they'll go for the Stragglers instead, and that's going to be Samikin once more, who's going to fall for the 3rd time in this game, hunted down by Luminosity.
Luminosity has just been so aggressive at taking control of Blue Otter's jungle. They're forcing their way into the enemy vision line and not allowing them to play the game. Insanity continues to be dominant on this Talia. 5-1-6 now. The Weaver's wall was good. The Baron is the focus.
He catches out Levitate with the seismic shove, and he is gone. Now Music looking to return fire with the Crescent Guard, but Insanity is still there.
Alive.
He's filing away. He will rock their world. A double kill for Fake God.
Insanity is having an incredible game. He finds Levitate with the seismic shove. He sidesteps the public execution, and he lives the entire time. It's an unofficial ace. It's a Baron going the way of LG.
Real G's move in silence like lasagna. You know who said that, Hawk?
I do not.
Lil Wayne and David Insanity Chell. I love that pick that he got on Levitate. He just hid in that bush, waited for him to walk up. You can see the fight that started a little bit earlier right here. It was pretty much dead to right with Rovex, but on the tail end of this entire thing, as you can see, gonna pick up Samikin. That's the easy pick right there. I mean, you're in the jungle. That jungle no longer belongs to you, bro. This is Luminosity Gaming's jungle. And then look at Insanity. Look at Insanity, moving in complete silence. He knows who's about to show up. Levitate's trying to posture up. Easy flick.
I mean, Blue Otter saw him there. Why did Blue Otter's front line abandon their AD carry? Like, yes, it's an outplay from Insanity, but I have to criticize the positioning of Music and Quacker there, and also that sidestep. The little bit of just micro movement from Insanity on the public execution, that is quality micro to be able to live through the entire fight, not even giving over his life for the cause. LG, now their lead starting to grow finally above 2K, up to nearly 5, and they will continue to grow as there are multiple turrets outside of the base to take.
This is pretty firmly in control of Luminosity Gaming right now. I'm trying to see ways to really get back into this, and like you pretty much hope that Levitate finds enough poke to take a team fight. Here we go, Equalizer gonna go down as Tactical is able to back up, trying to get away from Quacker, and Quacker is clipped. Wow. Samikin, once in the fray again, watches his jungler fall and has to head for the hills. Luminosity Gaming claim 3, and they go for the death march.
Yeah, I think that just might be the game. Samikin and Levitate gonna try to defend everything. Not a wave yet for Luminosity, but Fake God has one in mid. Minions conga lining up through bottom. Cloud Soul gonna be the focus as well. I think this game will continue, but as you say, it is most firmly in the control of LG as Blue Otter simply cannot find a dive.
Bot lane tower falls, inhibitor now gonna be exposed. Still have 8 seconds before you have your top jungle now returning, and that's not enough time to defend your base. Another tower in the mid lane will fall. Cloud Soul now acquired over on the side of Luminosity Gaming. They have a 7.6K lead. Everything is firmly in their hands right now. Blue Otter backs against the wall on defense.
And, I mean, I like the look. Blue Otter, they find Tactical somewhat alone. Good combo of ultimates to get onto it, but a fantastic Equalizer in the choke from Fake God. Gets everybody low. Tomio and Zeyzal rally around their AD carry, understanding that, hey, if we can prevent the dive from happening, if we can prevent this fight from becoming a 4v5 in the enemy team's favor, we cannot lose, as now Insanity is legendary.
We just can't have replays, apparently, because every time we come back, someone is dying, and that someone is going to be Levitate. This time, only 2 members left, Quacker and Samikin, and here is Luminosity knocking on the door.
Yeah, surely this is going to be it. They don't have Baron anymore, but another 3-for-0 fight. Inhibitor's the focus. Nexus Tower is the only thing defending the Nexus.
Inhibitor number 2 falls by the wayside. One more inhibitor remains. They don't even really need to go for it. They can just punish this Nexus outright right now.
Yeah,
there's no wave clear to even grab those minions, so they hop onto the Nexus Tower. Samikin with the Justice Punch gets caught out by Tomio on the Vault Breaker, burning down to Fake God's Flamethrower. Will have to go golden. Last stand for Blue Otter as Samikin falls. You're gonna see Quacker fall. You're gonna see every single one of the Otters get flicked back by Insanity and crumble at the wrath of Luminosity Gaming as they'll take game number 1 of this best of 3.
A very clean game at that. We said we wanted to see a confidence win from Luminosity. Desterux, I don't know about you, but I give it a 10.
Yeah, that was well played, to say the very least. I mean, in the early game, a lot of that pressure did show up in the form of what Music was able to influence on the map, but they responded to it well enough. They set up traps, they set up plays. More importantly, they kept catching out Levitate on that mobile Varus, and it really compounded into too much of a lead, too much tempo for Blue Otters to handle.
Yeah, get Tomio on a go button, man. The team looked so in sync when Tomio is saying, hey, get that guy, get that guy, get that guy. And Luminosity, they got that guy. And not only that, I'm really impressed about how they didn't look, you know, single-minded. They didn't over-tunnel vision on the dive in certain fights. They really cleanly controlled the space. It seemed like they had clear executional comms. And I think some of the issues for Blue Otter still reared their heads a little bit. Too much individual play, not looking like the goals and the comms are completely clear for them. A bit of hero ball, perhaps, going on out there, which is not really what we expected of a team running things back for the second split in a row.
But expectations for champions, I'll say, on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Trophies between them, it's a lot of them, man. And they're showing just how much that veterancy can play in the NACL. Off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2 between Blue Otter and Luminosity Gaming.
I think the most interesting thing about our team is mostly our mid laners champ pool. I think he was already a pretty unique player, but in Fearless especially, he will be kind of more unleashed. And I'd say mid lane is commonly a role where people aren't really willing to innovate. It's like if your mid laner picks a weak champion and you feel like you can't play, it impacts the whole map a lot more than like top lane or bot lane. Maybe not bot lane these days, but top lane kind of can play whatever they want up there, you know, but it doesn't feel like mid can do that. But I think Insanity does a good job of having a unique champion pool, but not having like many picks where I feel like you can't do anything.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. Game number 1, Blue Otters versus Luminosity Gaming, just concluded. And what was a little bit of life in that early game quickly dwindled to the overwhelming power of Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, Luminosity, they looked in sync, that's for damn sure, as a lot of pick setups, a lot of bullying in the enemy jungle. And even though I think Blue Otter, to their credit, as they typically do, they were scrappy, they found some fights back. It was not, exactly the game that they would have wanted to have. LG, definitely a big win to start off the series.
Yeah, and I think it really started in draft. I really liked what Luminosity did, because it felt like they were baiting a lot of these picks from Blue Otter. Yeah, Levitate's not the best on immobile ADC, so what are we going to do? We're going to let him grab the Varus and then follow it up with the Vi pick. They leave the Ambessa up, Quacker takes it, they grab a Talia, who is great at manipulating the terrain and making it harder for Ambessa to get around. It was a lot of great answers. The Alistair as well. Zeyzal was just this big front line that Quacker couldn't get past, and sometimes he would try and just get butted away.
And I do think you start to bring up an important point here where the composition from LG had very clear execution and was just generally very, very solid, right? And I think both of us agree that Luminosity did get the better of Blue Otter in the draft for game 1. It didn't look like Blue, A, had the stronger composition, or B, exactly knew how to execute or create win conditions with the champions that they did have. So I do hope that for game number 2, we get to see something that Blue Otter does know how to execute more highly upon and potentially makes LG work for it a little bit more.
I mean, we definitely got to see some of that comfort come through. I think step number 1, music on his Xin Zhao. His early positioning, early pathing did give Blue Otter some bite in that early game as a whole. As well as the deep warding that he was doing for Blue Otter. When he's on these aggressive fighters, you always feel his impact in the game, even if Blue Otter don't take the game, even if they don't get the dub. So that's step number 1. I think it's the right direction coming out of Blue Otter in the jungle role, but maybe it's time to get Samikin onto those artillery mages that he's much more comfortable with, or just something a little bit more traditional towards the control mage route.
Yeah, and it's an interesting question too, because, I do really want to see Samikin branch out off of the typical things we see him going for. And LG really did focus him out in the draft. I think there were 3 bans that went towards his pool and also a protected blind pick Talia on R3 that makes it difficult, I think, for Samikin to pick something into LG's comp that he's also comfortable on. However, the issue that I have for Blue is that the Galio did not look like the answer. Yeah, I want to see him on different stuff, but he looked just uncomfortable, right? The Insanity dominated in the early laning phase, and even though Samikin did have some good early mid-game skirmishes to bounce back, I also think there were some mistakes here and there later on into the fights that definitely made Blue Otter, I think, put them in a more difficult position.
And I think a lot of people are going to look towards Insanity and be like, why is this such a hard opponent to have to overtake? that's if your context is only 2024 when you saw him kind of stuck in that marksman ADC meta. If you saw him prior to that, back when he was on TSM or even Academy when he was on Dignitas Challengers, we got to see that wealth of mage champions in his champion pool that he has, all these quirky picks that he can pull out. So he can flex around this draft really well, which is going to put a lot of pressure on the Samikin once again.
Yeah, it most certainly is going to. We'll see if they can make something happen in the draft. Now Blue Otter onto the red side, opting for it. So whether the R5 counter pick goes towards Samikin or somebody else, I agree. He is definitely the player that I'm looking at to step up because he needs to contain Insanity, a heater of a game one for the LG mid laner, Kalista, Zoe, the first two bans.
I still remember when Insanity was on Dignitas Challengers. It was a team that kind of just showed up, got all the way to the finals out of nowhere, and a lot of it was led off of his ability to play in the mid lane. So a big force right there, even though he's, I think, the only player on the squad who doesn't have an NACL trophy, just the runner-up.
I think so, yeah.
But still very capable to that regard. As we do get another look at the bans right now, still a lot of respect being paid by banning away that Zoe, but also, again, putting Sam, wow, words just went terrible right there, putting Samikin into an uncomfortable position.
Interestingly as well, Luminosity opting to ban both Gwen and Nefiri on the blue side, which we don't typically see. So whether they just think that there's nothing that they need to ban on the side of Blue Otter, or they don't want to first pick those champions, I am actually really curious to see why this is the case. I'm expecting a B1 to come out for Tomio more than likely here. Again, I mentioned the Skarner and the Sejuani last game. Ended up going for the Vi. Having both those tank options still available, one of them feels like an obvious B1 here.
Yeah, let's see if they want to take that route right now. They are going for the Corki.
Okay.
I don't know, that could be interesting because Tactical can play it, but you can also flex it into the mid lane if you want to put Insanity on it. 2024, I think that was his most played champion. He was put on Corki duty quite a bit.
Yeah, the Corki B1 is interesting because Tactical hasn't played it so far this year. Again, I like Tactical more on like the mechanically focused AD carries. Again, I'm looking at like the Kalistas, the Tristanas. But I mean, the Jhin was fantastic in game one, and Corki a very safe pick. We talk about getting Samikin on comfort, though, immediately going for the Aurora, not even thinking twice. Now the question becomes, what's Insanity going to cook as a counter?
I definitely like the Aurora pick because it's a big amount of comfort towards Samikin. He's already seen success on it this season so far. It's one of the mages that it's not exactly an artillery mage, plays very brawly in a sense, and Samikin, it just happens to be one of those that can actually pop off on. Now the marksman lock-in is really setting up kind of a teamfight composition. We have a lot of zone control now being locked in on the side of Blue Otter as they grab that misfortune.
Yeah, and a very easy composition to execute. Win conditions very clear, fight conditions very clear. It's not the mobile AD carry for Levitate, but it's definitely something he can have impact on. As we get the first carry of the season for Insanity, Tomio, the Lilia coming out. This is a different look than what we have seen so far this split from him. And it's post-nerf, 15.7, but undoubtedly still a very strong champion. I'm really intrigued to see this one brought out so early in the draft.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. We've seen the way it can work out. Just having the ability to put in the Wilting Lullaby, if you get it on 5, it can be so impactful for a lot of these 5v5 situations. But grabbing it early does put you at the risk of counter picks. One of them we've seen very recently was Milio in the support role, who can go ahead and remove basically Mikhail's through his ultimate. A lot of that crowd control that does come from the Lilia. But now we're going deep into the carry pants, man. Viego locked in for Music.
I mean, I gotta say, I like this pick purely because I still think Music has been the best performer on Blue Otter. So we gotta get ourselves on a carry that can impact the game. He started 2-0 last time around on the Xin Zhao. Unfortunately, wasn't able to convert that into, a meaningful lead. But I think it makes sense. Blue Otter clearly just wants to kill everybody or die trying, right? They have so much damage in this comp against a lot of different people. They're going to have the Viego resetting everywhere. In the back half of the draft, though, where is the setup going to come from? Quacker, Rovex, they need ways to get the team and the fights started so that way they can start getting those resets. Target selection going to be critical.
Yeah, like, whenever you take a Viego, having front-loaded damage helps you out so much because you want to start those resets in a very, very timely manner. That's what's going to take over a lot of these fights. As I do look at the bans coming in, Yone and Gnar are going to get taken off, as well as Leona. One of the big tanks still available, Maokai, is one career champion for Tomio. If that's left on the table, it is another type of point-and-click crowd control that you can use to try and stop the resets from the Viego and lock him down before he gets going.
Yeah, I wonder what we'll see come out. I'm expecting to see Rovex's pick right here and R5 for Quacker more than likely, so that way they do have a lane that they can find push through. Insanity still needs to go towards something against this Aurora, though, and unless it's the Corki, because we are seeing 80 carry hovers right now from Tactical. I know talking about hovers, but at the very least, hey, for Rovex, though, Rakan, that is something that can get the fight started, and I do like Rovex's Rakan quite a bit.
Actually, just realized that a brain fart. We already have Tomio on the Lilia for the jungle role. Let's see what they choose to go here. So that puts the Corki now going into the mid lane for hovering around for ADCs. Ashe has been a very potent pick in the fact that, like, you don't even need to be on the map, man. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow gets a pretty low cooldown, and you can just walk into the Fog of War, throw it out, and find a pick in a different lane.
And Jax too. This is interesting to me, though. I mean, look, it's just a bunch of strong champions. 5 meta champions right now is the composition for Luminosity Gaming, but in my opinion, not a ton of tools to actually dodge out on the aggressive composition that Blue Otter has locked in so far, right? Ashe and Jax don't necessarily interact with the AoE burst that can come out. Yes, Jax can get out of the backline and try to shut down this Misfortune, but a lot of mobility on their side. We get a Shen to come out here for Quacker on 5. I have not seen this champion in forever, but it can match Jax endlessly in the side lane and then always join up for the 5v5 later on when the team needs. I'm going to be honest, Eric, I think Blue Otter a much better composition from them this time around just because the fight conditions are so much more clear.
Now, I do want to state, this is not just Jax that's getting locked in. This is Fake God's Jax. He is a career Jax player. He's played all the way back in 2018 Scouting Grounds when he first debuted and exploded into the scene. He is very comfortable playing the side lanes with his champion. So yeah, Quacker is going to have to meet him. He's going to have to challenge him with that Shen. It's a good answer to be able to try and stop someone who's going to be in that comfort zone, who's going to be in the zone on that Jax.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's going to be the most interesting matchup, I think, in terms of champions. But Eric, for me, still looking at the mid lane, we have carry junglers this time around. Viego versus Lilia. Samikin needs to be able to create pressure in this lane. Otherwise, I fear that Insanity and Tomio might just run the game over again. But Tomio, off a go button. And with Blue Otter having clear fight conditions, I do think Blue Otter has an avenue potentially, and it's a different look for our potential second place team this time around. We'll see if they can execute upon it for a 2-0 or if Blue Otter will be able to bring us to a game 3.
Game number 2 now underway. Luminosity Gaming taking that game number 1, looking for the clean sweep. Blue Otter want to bring it back. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to take this dub. Will it be the Otters, the underdogs, the under Otters, or Luminosity Gaming, the old veterans in the space? Well, I know we do have a lot of comfort being drafted on both teams and a much more set win condition for Blue Otter.
Quacker even taking the Ignite. So this is always what you want to see from an R5 counter pick, right? Something that you think you can create an advantage with, create a win condition for your team. The Shen, as we mentioned, should always be able to match the Jax, and with the Ignite, maybe can even try to generate a lead.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of camera attention over on the top side, I feel. And you double that with the fact that you have these carry junglers. They're going to want a piece of the pie, man. So, you know, we can have much more presence in these side lanes. And whoever does get the lead in the side lane, you know, that does bode incredibly well for their team to have control over the entirety of the map. If a Shen can't get out and get going from his lane, You know, yeah, you got the stand united, but when you're dealing with the pressure of Jax and you appear with just like 200 health, it's not the most, you know, useful stand united if Fake God's able to take that lead. That being said, it does put the ball into Quacker's court to be able to generate that for Blue Otter.
And it was last game too, Luminosity, the way they really extended their lead was just by forcibly walking in to Blue Otter's jungle and taking space. Potential push inside could really help Blue Otter fight back against that. So I agree. Top side of the map, both mid and top lane, going to be very important. Junglers, both pathing matched up towards that side yet again this game.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught that over in the bottom lane. A flash was burnt out of Levitate to get away from the engage of Zeyzal. It wasn't even level 2 advantage. He did it at level 1 in a double stun from Zeyzal as well. Just look at that pressure being applied from the bot lane of Luminosity.
Yeah, Zeyzal likely having the Hex Flash, opts to invest his real Flash just to apply pressure to the lane, force Levitate back, force a health bar lead, force a CS lead, and is going to allow Tactical and Zeyzal to have push in this lane with both junglers not able to intervene in the near future.
Both junglers having mirrored paths that's going to end up in the top lane, and this is where it gets a little bit worrisome. Especially considering if you're Jax, and that's exactly why you're seeing the peel off right there for Fake God. Knowing that Music is finishing towards that side of the map, his full clear. You don't want to be overextended when you're taking that much damage from a Shen. He will now teleport back to lane.
And we'll see if there ends up being a fight over this crab, because this time around the wave state's much more even. Samikin at least keeping the lane very even against Insanity so far. One of the big things we wanted to see from Blue Otter in this game. Obviously, it's only 3 minutes in, but still already better, as it looks like top lane will be the focus.
Don't let this Jax pop off. Stonewall it with the Shen. It really does have a significant impact in the total state of the game. As now Tomio looking to get away from Samikin and Music. Should be able to get safe right here. Not much crowd control afforded over to Blue Otter. In the early stages, I mean, when you have a Viego, yeah, it's cool. You see him pop off in team fights and stuff, but he needs to get towards that carry state first. So he's not bringing too much damage in these early games.
And that was really nicely played by Tomio around that early crab as well. You know, seeing Music up on that ward, just saying, oh, I can one-shot the crab really quick and then use my movement speed to get away. So it ends up being the trade of crabs in the extension, but Tomio just that little bit further ahead in tempo. Music has already taken his reset to resume the full clear, while Tomio stayed on the map that little bit longer. So maybe an angle for a play in towards mid while Tomio's off reset, but I don't expect anything to come out.
No, I am expecting a little bit more of a passive game, minus this bottom lane and whatever shenanigans Zeyzal's gonna throw our way with his mighty beard. Just off of the fact that these junglers aren't looking for early ganks. They're not that type of jungler. So we should have, you know, a rather early lull in the action, basically waiting around a lot of these objective timers.
Sanity looking pretty low in mid lane as well. It looks like Samikin has actually started to take some control there. As, yeah, it's going to be Insanity forced to base first, and Sammy is keeping the CS even, so good stuff right now. Blue Otter's mid laner. You had concerns about his laning so far this season. We both had concerns about his ability to lane into Insanity, and so far, so good in game 2.
I mean, for Samikin, his laning stats have been rather abysmal this season so far, so this is a good turn of events. This is a good swing of momentum for him, especially against such a tough opponent as Insanity. But always keep in mind, Insanity did not look as good in the marksman meta. And being on that Corki and having Samikin on comfort, this might be enough to influence that mid lane and actually give Samikin a fighting chance. Now here we go, gank coming out from the top lane, will not find the snare. Thank God, just gonna say hello, goodbye.
Music should be fine. Still lurking and looking. I mean, just wants to apply pressure to the push that Luminosity has had in their side waves, but not been enough to boil over into a fight just yet. Looks like both supports on the road towards mid. Flash forced.
Big God gonna burn his flash out. Void Grub's being pulled. Music waiting on one end. Some lane control coming out from Luminosity in the mid lane will mean that Zeyzal and Sanity will meet up with the rest of the team to start these Void Grubs. Don't have much of a pinch that you can pull off. The positioning is not exactly there for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I mean, Music still staying around, but this is a level 5 Diego. The escape's not really there. This is a complete solo mission.
Oh, he's able to get the grub, but what is it going to cost him? Now coming in, Stand United going to find his way into the fight. Music's running particularly low, but the reset was found thanks to Quacker. Now Blue Otter fighting tooth and nail. Will find kill after kill after kill. They want to clean it up with Insanity. Going for the long chase. Insanity will Valkyrie away. Blue Otters start off feisty.
It's not a solo mission because he has the Shen. Quacker 3-0 now after picking up 3 kills. They're able to get a grub. They're able to get the feat of warfare. And just like game 1, Blue Otter wins the first fight. As we can take another look, it looks like Music's throwing it all away to find this grub. But Samikin's into the pit. The Shen arrives, and Music barely lives long enough for the reset to come out on 1 HP. Fake God's out of mana, a great double stun as Music turns into the Rel, and the arrival of Rovex seals it for the Otters.
You needed to stop that reset, but Quacker finds it. 3 kills back to back to back to keep Music alive and to get Blue Otter the edge that they needed in this early game. Now Blue Otter 1.1k in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a massive play for them. They don't even lose anything in their lanes. The CS still even across the board. It was a great time to fight for Blue, and they just simply outperformed LG. It was a game of inches, but sometimes that's all it takes to potentially grow it to a mile. However, LG, they are first back out of the next play. Insanity has push in mid, Dragon the focus. Music is level 6, as is Tomio. Rovex has the advantage over Zeyzal.
Yeah, Rovex will get the knock up on the Zeyzal. Here comes the rest of Blue Otters trying to respond to Luminosity starting this Dragon. 1.8k remains. Wilting Lullaby goes off. They get the sleep and the damage to follow. Looking to pick off Samikin. He will survive thanks to the Blast Plant as Luminosity get priority on the river.
Dragon does reset though, and Samikin still has the ultimate. Tomio investing an important one.
No, you don't take this.
Though.
You do not take this. Way too many low health bars. This Dragon is forfeit to Luminosity.
And that's a pretty big play for LG right there. Zeyzal still being level 5 approaching that fight. Blue Otter really wanted to go for the play, but I like the confidence of Tomio. Before Blue Otter could connect, he flashes in, gets the Lilting Lullaby off. Even though it's no kills, it was enough to control the river and dissuade any more action.
And what a pretty good early performance coming out of Quacker. I mean, keep in mind, this is the guy that, you know, he came in 2023 as this fierce Olaf Darius player who was just trying to rack in solo kills. And, you know, as unfortunate as it is, didn't get the best performances that he wanted. Year to year, he's been growing, he's been developing, he's been expanding his pool. Now we get to see something like this Shen popping off, 3 kills early and leading the charge for Blue Otters.
And Blue Otter immediately using that top push that they have to walk in. You talk about Music counter jungling. He's able to find a camp for himself. Becomes even more important in these carry versus carry matchups. And now, yeah, Quacker up a pretty significant amount of CS. Obviously, look, 3 kills around the grubs definitely helps. But being able to get those 3 kills was definitely a self-manufactured play. So, I mean, really good stuff. I completely agree. I think general consensus throughout, you know, the entire NACL talent team is that the top 2 top laners should be Zamudo and Fake God this year, and then we're kind of looking at who that third one to crop up will be. You know, names like Crimson, Denethor, TF Blade, they've been tossed around, but I think Quacker showing that he can have a good game against one of those top 2 is definitely really nice to see.
Now here we go, an engage attempted in the mid lane, looking for Insanity, able to get the ultimate onto him. They lock down the crowd control, and Samikin will get the kill.
We've talked about confidence a lot this game, Deathrox. How about that? Rovex, flash, quickness, they just full sent it. That was nice.
That's exactly what you want to see at this state of the game right now. I mean, even Samikin looks like he's playing with confidence. This entire team looks like they're playing with confidence right now. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a confidence boost to have some time alone with these Void Grubs, be able to net themselves 2 more, getting it at 4 grubs for Blue Otter.
And again, for LG to, I think, hold the moniker of consensus top 2 team like many expected them to be, we want to see a clean 2-0 from them. So I'm loving how Blue Otter is pushing this game and taking it to the favorites right now. It's just a beautiful commit from Rovex. Nobody was around to support Insanity. Blue Otter knew that because they saw Zeyzal and Tomio in their bottom side jungle, and they're able to find the pick. It directly converts into the Void Grubs, now 4 to their name, still having that approximately 2,000 gold advantage, and no counterpunch for Luminosity on that play.
And you can see what this gold's really starting to amount to. The damage Fake God took. Just one simple little pump right there, and a quarter of his health just goes away. Samikin now can be a big factor in this game. Everyone else is getting fed pretty well on top of it. Your solo lanes are doing well. You look at the bottom lane, Levitate's keeping up with Tactical. So this is the right game state for Blue Otters to look to find a series in this matchup against Luminosity.
Yeah, and they're going to continue controlling the top side of the map. Samikin pushing up, trying to use those grubs to get some of the tower plates before they fall off, get some damage down. The Herald going to spawn in about 3.5 minutes as well. Likely an objective to be in their sights as Fake God and the rest of the team at risk of getting dove onto.
Okay, here we go, right on to Zeyzal. Zeyzal looking to hop right on out of there. Tomio's taking way too much damage, though, as now the Stand United going to be channeled. Wilting Lullaby stops music, but it won't stop the taunt of Quacker. Out comes the bullet time. Fake God survives thanks to his flash.
LG does get away. Good poise under pressure as Zeyzal found the interrupt onto the grand entrance. I think Blue had a kill if Rovex was able to get that one off. But we do see, I think, some of the weaknesses that we saw last game from Blue Otter, Eric, where they really want to make this play work, but LG sort of outplaying in the escape, and Blue commits quite a bit to the cause. It was 4 ultimates getting invested to not find a kill. At the very least, it does net them the top lane tower and the extension.
Now, credit where credit is due, they didn't burn flashes, and they got summoner spells out of the side of Luminosity, more particularly just Fake God over in the top lane who had flashed out from that bullet time. So that's something to keep in stock and keep in mind, and we've already seen that Blue Otter can play around the splash timers. They did it on Insanity. Let's see if they can do it to Fake God.
But they're not going to be up for the dragon here. Now, Blue Otter is first into the river, but they cannot fight. I mean, Fake God only invested, excuse me, LG only invested 1 ultimate getting out as Quacker has a TP. To cross-map. Wow.
There, yeah.
I'm really surprised to see Luminosity just full cross-mapping. I guess they identified that they were late coming off of their reset, so they didn't want to try to have to retake the river against Blue Otter. But, I mean, when you're up 4 ultimates to 1, I'm pretty surprised.
I mean, they need the influx of gold pretty bad.
That's true.
Especially on this top side for Fake God, who's been getting left behind just from Quacker getting that triple kill earlier. We had seen the gold amounts. It was like a K that separated our top laners. So for Luminosity Gaming, I mean, you can afford to at least concede the dragon for the time being in favor of trying to get your Jax online, trying to get your Corki online so you can actually stand toe-to-toe in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, especially, you know, you look at the scaling on LG, their damage does get quite a bit stronger around the 2-3 item mark with all their carries. So for that reason, I do think getting the gold is definitely a viable choice. It's most certainly the higher percentage choice as well for LG. But again, just, you know, looking at windows where potentially they could try to get something back in the game. Could have been one, but they opt not to take it. Fake God maybe going to be able to knock down his second tower of the game. So LG is starting to open up the map. Blue faltering just a little bit on the different waves.
Gonna let the cannon creep die to the tower before he takes it. So another tower taken. Luminosity now in the lead when it comes to tower kills. They've taken the bottom tower, they've taken the top tower. They just need to take that mid tower and they can start to open up this map much more. Blue Otter's got to be a little bit more proactive before it gets to that game state.
Yeah, and that's going to be something we really have to watch, right? Is Blue Otter, they have a lead, and they were able to secure a much better one than game 1, but can they actually convert it into a win? Because this doesn't mean anything if they just lose the series at the end of this game. Music is on to the Rift Herald, a fantastic tool to potentially accelerate the pace of the game. And with LG committed towards the bottom side of the map, it should be a relatively uncontested take.
It's interesting. It looks like Luminosity are looking for setups elsewhere. They just can't really find them. Saw Tomio in a tactical positioning forward towards that bottom lane. But they just back off because not really enough information. On top of that, Quacker's not far away enough from the tower. Considering he's already finished his Dead Man's Plate, he's in quite a bit of beef onto the scene right now.
It feels to me like Luminosity does not feel they've hit their critical item spikes to be able to take a fight, at least when compared with, you know, Bloodthirster, Misfortune, Ludens on the Aurora, and Trinity Force on this Viego, right? So they're saying, hey, we're just going to get some vision down for the next Dragon. We're just going to play slow and steady, and we don't need to flip the game right now because our damage does scale really well.
Herald crashes into the mid lane. The Blue Otter are unable to take the tower just yet.
Unimpressive Herald. I'm not gonna lie.
You're hoping for the tower take. Mid lane tower going down really does open up the map for a lot of vision control that you can place forward. So it is a high value outer tower to go ahead and claim.
Yeah.
Instead, Blue Otter are going to even it up on the top and bottom as they'll take their bot lane tower.
So I will say, with 4 members committed mid from Blue with the Herald, you can see the power of the Shen. Fake God fogged up towards mid lane, worried about a full 5-man dive from Blue to go for the mid tower, but Quacker just doesn't have to do it. Escorts up the wave, takes the bottom lane tower, so they do still get an objective off of that Herald drop, even if it's not the mid lane tower that they were going for. However, I will say not having access to that tool for the Dragon in a minute 15, I usually like when teams wait for like that wave before the Dragon to force a response out. Regardless, that's not the world that we live in. Blue, their lead has stagnated but stayed consistent, and to their credit, they are first into the river. I think this is going to be the fight where the game breaks open. We've got 2 items on Samikin. LG yet to arrive on that spike.
Here comes Quacker, gets the taunt onto Insanity. Insanity has his flash as well as his Valkyrie, so he's not going to be in danger, but Quacker just might. Quacker looks to turn it around, gets an auto onto Insanity. Here comes Tomio as well as Zazel on the back foot. Mid lane tower going to fall, all in the meanwhile. Looking for the Wilting Lullaby will be found onto Quacker, and Quacker's all by his lonesome. Quacker looks to turn it around.
Ignite?
There's the Ignite. The shield goes up. Will he tick down? One more. It was so close, but no cigar.
I respect the sauce right there. Production just told me how much HP he had. I didn't quite hear it. If they want to repeat that for me.
20
HP on Insanity as the Ignite almost found him. Quacker, I like the gumption. Doesn't get it. Regardless, it's still a pretty good play for Blue. They're able to get the mid lane tier 1 for their trouble, as well as damage in mid. As Dragon still the focus, Quacker has the stand united, so music in on towards it.
Not even close, baby. That Dragon now getting cooled. Blue Otter have easy positioning right here. I mean, you got Rovex going deep into the jungle, kind of supported by Levitate. This Dragon stacking will go the way of Blue Otter. Arriving late to the party is Luminosity Gaming. That's okay, Blue Otter securing that.
Eric, I feel like this game was much calmer than the first one we had. There's only been 5 kills. It's 20 minutes in. Where's my Blue Otter bloodbath?
It started with Quacker, man.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Quacker did have some sauce. He's got a... Oh, he does not have... No, never mind. He doesn't have 100% KP. I was going to say, if he was 3-1-1, that's true 100% KP right there. As Quacker, he's just too far up in the side lane, but knows that his team has push in mid, so they will be able to get something for this nonetheless. It just becomes a game of how much time can he buy. I do wonder if there was ever an angle to stand United out at any point, you know, because Tomio takes the CC a while to go down. Regardless, that's not the world we live in. Taunt, Flash, just barely not able to find that last auto. That would have certainly been the kill onto Insanity.
That was insanely close, man. As close as it gets. Hey, if you don't want the Stand United to interrupt your gank, just go gank the Stand United, and that play ended up working out. You have a lot of income on Quacker on top of that, so being able to stifle them to try and even out this lane that Fake God's been suffering in has got to feel good and be a bit of a relief for Luminosity.
I feel like we don't really see Titanic Hydra built all that much anymore. It was really strong, what was it, early last season, but I mean, Shen likes this item so much, the ability to push on the waves as Tactical shows up.
Very, very spooky. Okay, Taunt's going to be burned away. You're not getting away from an Ashe. The slows are constant. They are right there. You have nothing to get away. Tactical secures the kill, and this seems to be the point of attack for Luminosity. The strong point that got all the gold early, let's just keep killing it.
Something you brought up in game 1 was side laning for Blue Otter. Quacker, he's up in a side lane when his entire team was on reset, so there's literally nothing to gain right there for Blue Otter in the counterpunch. I mean, to give Quacker some credit, like, why is the Ashe here almost, you know? I wouldn't have expected it, but I mean, when all of Blue Otter's on reset, LG is their map, so you just have to respect that. Tactical, a really nice kill to be able to pick up. And for 0 cost, Blue Otter, they continue to have their lead just barely slip away.
DCA gonna land in the mid lane, finds it onto Levitate. Nice knockup from Rovex will stop the counter-strike from finding the stun on Levitate.
Yeah, if Fakeon really wanted to commit to that fight, he could have flashed for it, but I think with no neutral objectives on the map other than the Otacon, it's not worth selling out to try to get onto Levitate, who also still has both summoners, so good disengage right there from Blue. I like the look from Tactical, though. That's always how you want to play the Ashe. Just throw out the arrow. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky,
Okay.
Michael Scott, Ben Hawkins.
Okay, so I'm glad you included yourself in there. No, okay, I think the reason they're not throwing out the arrow as much is because of what Quacker did in that early game when he got the triple kill. It kind of stopped a lot of the playmaking potential that Luminosity were looking to do for that early stage. But now that we're like past that point, the gold lead is not as big, at least in the context of the game time. Yeah, throw out those arrows, man. Start looking for those picks.
But not able to get any summoner spells right, and so I like the look, but ultimately it's just going to continue to be a slow burn. I think the Dragon in a minute and a half is going to be where we see a big fight. I thought it would be the last Drake, and Luminosity continued to still cross map. They're still trying to get 2 items on all of their key carries. Tomio and Tactical are, rather Insanity and Tactical are unfortunately just a little bit further behind the curve of the game. They do now have the 2 items just off the most recent reset, so they have arrived at that spike. Fake God's still working on getting there, though. I mean, yeah, it's just like, it's not a big gold lead for Blue Otter, but it's been just enough to delay all those critical item spikes by an extra couple of minutes.
But that's where you got to give credit to the veterancy of Luminosity Gaming. If you look at the way they've been playing the game, they're not taking big risk. They're doing trades. They understand that they're not at their strong point anymore, that Quacker is kind of controlling some of these early stages of the game. So they just go for the gold trades. They try and get gold onto their carries. So when we get into the late game, they can actually do something more than just be, well, fodder for Quacker to knock down.
And all eyes on the double AD carries of Luminosity. Insanity had a fantastic game 1. Tactical has been so good throughout the first 2 weeks, doing by far the largest share of damage on the team as Tomio's the target. He's up too far.
Tomio's up way too far, and Samikin will cut off the route. Blue Otters will take down the jungler. Luminosity, and look at that, Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. They're gonna go to Dragon Soul Point.
Yeah, that's just a free Drake. Tomio way too far ahead of his team, trying to get down vision. We've seen that a couple of times from him in multiple series now, and that's a big mistake, one that you do not get back as LG.
Tomio, where art thou, Tomio, and why you in the enemy jungler, man? That is a big mistake right there. It's not the most costly just yet, but that could shape up differently once we get towards that next Dragon spawn. Now Rovex looking for an angle in, trying to slow down Luminosity as the Stand United comes through. Quacker is looking at Insanity. Insanity able to use the Valkyrie. Will just flash out, gets away from the taunt in time, but Music finds the first reset. Insanity will get a kill on the back end, but with 4 members on top of him, he will fall to the bullet time. And now here's Music looking for that reset city. He's going to need more crowd control to lock it down, and Luminosity will pull away after losing 2.
And this is Blue Otter starting to finally flex their lead. 2 more kills into their pockets. They got the soul point. Looks like they're not going to get a super buff for their trouble, though, as the cooldowns are at disadvantage. But still, 2,500 gold, an objective lead. We first get a look at this. I mean, Tomio just cannot be here. His team does not have push in mid. That is never your river to contest. The TP from Samikin just to secure it, but honestly, maybe not even necessary. What I really want to look at, though, is that top lane collapse yet again, because I thought Quacker and Rovex played that so beautifully. This duo is having a great second game so far.
Yeah, and honestly, what a revival coming out from Rovex to make this happen for Blue Otters.
Yeah.
As we take another look at this one. Credit to Insanity, he does get away from the taunt to get killed back, but it's still a Blue Otter fight.
I mean, just look at this Quacker. He's just zoning everyone away. Zazel understands that Insanity's dead to rights unless he does something, so he kind of gives his life to buy time for his mid laner, but Insanity is not able to create enough space, and I just love the patience as Rovex and Quacker, they simply cordon off the rest of LG, and like a pack of wolves, they hunt down the isolated prey. Incredibly well done. It's unfortunate it doesn't result into a neutral objective, but still, finding kills like that is definitely a good look.
Yeah, Blue Otter now taking a more definitive lead. And look at where some of that gold is allocated. Again, Samikin is doing well in lane this time.
Yeah.
A lot of his laning struggles went by the wayside. He's up in CS and he has kills. A lot of gold going over to Music on top of that, who's been facilitating all these fights and has 100% kill participation. He's on that Viego on top of it. Last Whisper now completed alongside that Trinity Force and Collector. So we're getting towards those critical stages where Viego is that big threat.
And I mean, I love talking about, how Samikin's doing in this game, because I think it could definitely be argued, who the most talented member of Blue Otter is, right? Because they have so many great players. I think Music has been the one, again, that I've had my eyes on most of this year. I'm liking the look on the Viego, but I do think undoubtedly when Samikin is playing well, Blue Otter is at their best, because so much of their fighting is through this mid jungle in so many of their games, and it just feels like this team looks much more comfortable when Samikin is having a good game. So I really like to see the bounce back here in this second one. I really like to see how involved he has been in all of their plays, and the entire team, I mean, they're just looking completely revitalized in this game. The problem that I have is the lead is still not insurmountable, right? It's a good lead, but they need to get that back-breaking advantage. And the longer this game goes without them finding it, the more nervous I get, because the stakes only continue to get higher for each and every fight.
So you pretty much need to see that jungle support duo find these fights and find them soon. Levitate.
Nice arrow.
Caught out by the arrow. The cleanse will keep him safe. And yeah, that does put a decent amount of pressure onto the engage of Blue Otter. But I mean, Rovex has been stepping up to the occasion. I remember him when, he debuted, it wasn't anything too special, to say the least. He wasn't performing well. It wasn't until he ended up on Blue Otter, after getting relegated, that we started to see this new side of Rovex, where he can stand toe-to-toe, where he is able to grow with a lot of the members in NACL.
On the point of Rovex, too, I think a lot of people have sort of said that, Rovex is not necessarily an NACL caliber talent. I know when he first promoted on TL First, right, it was like, oh, Rovex and support, really? And then even for Blue Otter, when they were Aporia and they did promote, right, like, I think a lot of people kind of just thought Rovex was just a rock in the support position from them. He wasn't necessarily some great talent. But I think he's really leveled up over his time on this team, to your point, and he's looked really good in this game. I think he's actually been one of their better performers so far throughout this season specifically. He is also a really big leader for the team alongside Music. Oftentimes, Rovex has the final say on the plays, as it is LG just one-shotting this dragon.
Jeez. They beat that Drake like their name was Kendrick, man. That was gone in the blink of an eye. And Blue Otter just left the scraps.
Yeah. Blue, I mean, look, they're trying to play a fundamentally sound game, right? Push mid and then go to the dragon. But LG, great knowledge to know that they can just one-shot that thing. Rovex, that was not a good flash, but his team's on Baron.
Doesn't get the flash away. It will cost him his life. Blue Otter starting up the Baron. 9k health remains.
Get off, please.
The pings are coming. Here comes Insanity. 4k health remains. They can burn it down. They can get the smite.
Die.
Big God is here. Tomio's coming around the corner. Will it cost them their life? Here it comes. Counter-strike. Finds one stun. Levitates down. Big God still coming through. Tomio on the back end. Gets caught out. Has to go golden to buy time, but there's the wilting lullaby. And Zazel with the re-engage will find one kill. Tactical on the flank will clean up another. And Baron was a big burden for the Blue Otters.
Oh, Blue, they thought they had it. They wanted to use the mid push that they lost the Dragon 4 to try to make a play, but Rovex couldn't buy enough time. The Baron didn't die fast enough, and Blue Otter, they've lost everything.
The gold lead has shrunk to basically nothing, and Otacons right here, free for the taking, with no Otters on the map to get into the river and try and find an upset angle back in. It's Luminosity who bide their time and now are the ones in control.
Yeah, I mean, a huge Otacon take. It's going to put them up in XP. So Rovex, what he's trying to do right here is send all of LG bottom side and just buy time for the team. But he flashes into the wall. He thought it would create enough lateral distance away from the arrow, but that high noon Ash, it's wider than you might expect. And then Blue, they do get the Baron, but they're not able to get away with it. Honestly, I think if they had just left Levitate, I wonder if the other three could have gotten away. But unfortunately, it's not the case. It's only Quacker that gets out, or rather, Music that gets out. At least Quacker does take Tomio with him, but it doesn't really mean a thing. Now another fight, another arrow goes wide.
I don't even know if taking Tomio with him was a good move there, but here comes the counter engage from Blue Otter, able to interrupt the bullet time. Zazel onto the backline is stopping the carries. Fake God is by himself. Zazel looking to bail Rovex on the chase. Fake God low against Music, and Music is dancing around. He will find the shutdown against Fake God, and the Blue Otters aren't out yet. They'll get that gold lead right back in their hands.
I mean, that's a really big play. Music does still have the Baron as well, so let's see how much Blue Otter can get. Mid lane tier 2, extremely low. They have a wave in top lane with the Baron as well. So Blue Otter, they might have, in a roundabout way, actually extended their gold lead off of the back of everything.
Insanity, you gotta leave that tower. Rovex is coming, he's coming fast. Finally, the tower does fall. Will retreat into his base. Vision Ward's getting destroyed as Blue Otter continue their march. They want inhibitors. 10 seconds before Tomio's back up. You have 20 seconds until Fake God Tactical will get the pick on the Rovex. A big blunder coming out from Blue Otter.
Arrow.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide, just barely. Luminosity defend their inhibitor.
Rovex does go down, but he'll be alive before the dragon spawn.
Oh!
Samakin level 16 on the Zoe. You can see the damage that does come out. And Blue Otter, they're going to be happy about this one. It's LG trying to make a pick in onto Music, but he's level 16 on the Viego. So strong, and this is a split fight. The double 80 carries not able to follow the play. Tactical and Insanity, they can't DPS. They can't do a damn thing as Fake God and Tomio get completely left. And Music is just having a phenomenal game right now. He is deathless on the Viego, over 3 items to his name. And I mean, I said it in the draft. I'm glad to see this guy in a carry. He's just been performing well. Why the hell not let him be the guy for his team? And he is living up in the face of adversity. Blue Otter right back, 3,000 gold in the advantage, but they're second towards the river ahead of the Soul. Back
When Music first debuted in the NACL, we had a Super Heavyweight SmackDown, and it's a very hyperbolic thing, you know, very overdramatic, over the top. We called him the mercenary of the ERLs. He's a mercenary here to take names, kick butts, and take over the NACL. He didn't quite reach that level. He had some great fighter games, but now what he's pulling off with Blue Otter, and especially this game where he's able to be in the driver's seat, it's been huge. Now Blue Otter looking for to engage. Here comes the bullet time. Zazel going onto the back line, looking for more. Already a shutdown going to be found. Tactical gets one onto Music. That's your big carry down, man. I cursed him. Luminosity going for the long chase. Fake God wants to get Rovex. Rovex falls. He tries to sacrifice himself for Levitate, but it's all for naught because Tomio will chase him down. Quacker gets the kill on the Tactical, but his entire team was slain.
Quacker forced to run. Luminosity Gaming, they continue to stand tall. They have scaled. They have 3 items on their triple 80 carries and their jacks, and they're pushing into the base. Entirety of Blue Otter down for 20 seconds. Quacker, can he defend?
It is completely over. It's going to take a miracle defense out of Quacker right now. He's going to need to taunt everyone in one go. Already, Nexus Tower will fall. Here's taunt number 1. Gets it onto Fake God.
I think
Fake
they can
God
hold.
Gets a bit more damage. Minion wave is coming in. Timers are up. Blue Otters will survive.
And Luminosity didn't clear the wards back by the Dragon. Samikin has the teleport when he respawned. I think Blue Otter, again, it's Luminosity. They find a good fight, but I think they're going to lose the objective. It's going to be Blue Otter Soul.
Yeah, Blue Otter headed straight into that direction. Tomio grabbing one more camp before he goes. This is going to be a challenge. If you take the recalls right now, this is for free.
I mean, this is crazy. LG equalizes the gold yet again. Insanity may as well, right? Try to steal it, but they equalize the gold yet again off of another really good fight, but they aren't quite clear as to how they should extend the play to actually generate a lead. Yes, they kill an inhibitor. Yes, they kill a Nexus Tower, but those respawn and Blue gets the soul. This time around, though, LG is able to relatively stay together. A great kite back from Insanity and Tactical, and the flank from Fake God completely signs, seals, and delivers the fight as he sections off Samikin. Rovex gives his life to try to peel for his AD carry, but it's not enough, and even though Quacker gets into the enemy backline to trade one back, it is still Luminosity who win the fight. So now we enter an interesting position. LG, they know they are strong, they know they have scaled, but Blue continues to stay scrappy, and they have a Cloud Soul to aid them around the Baron.
Quacker almost walking into a death rush there, but still a tanky boy, has no problems getting in the face of Luminosity Gaming right now. And taking stock at some of the summoner spells, because that's going to be a big factor coming into this next fight. I mean, the carries have burnt them all. Quacker has his available. That's one of the big ones you have to watch out for because of that taunt flash that he can pull out.
That's a great point, and I think the more important one is Rovex. Having the flash, the threat of the Recon engage is incredibly high. Blue Otter knows it. They're onto the Baron. I would really like to see them play for a turn. Rovex has a nice position. He is spotted.
Rovex coming in on the flank. Insanity is right next to him. Here comes Swiftness, able to get the charm onto Insanity, and the engage going to come through. Music starting to get low. Music needs to get right over that wall and get out of here. Music, here comes the counter-strike over the wall. Here comes Fake God, gets a double stun. He will chase down Blue Otter. He goes golden to buy some time as the Between Worlds going to be used. Bullet time gets a lot of damage onto Luminosity and makes them rethink their engage.
Really good bullet time right there. Fake God thought he had the angle, but Blue Otter, they stand tall. They take the Baron. It's a nice call. Blue, they look so much cleaner in their call. There was a split second of hesitation where I thought they might turn for an ill-advised fight. That's what week 1 and week 2 Blue Otter would have done. But they all disengage as 5. Now back 3,000 gold in the lead as we are approaching the 40-minute mark in this second game.
So let's just bring up the stat. Longest average game time belongs to Luminosity. 39 minutes, 18 seconds. They play long, sluggish games, Hawk, and this is definitely going to be another one of them if they are going to fight this one back. But again, this is Blue Otters who are very firmly in the driver's seat, led off of Music, who has gone this very, very damage-heavy build. If you lock down Music, Luminosity will win the team fight. If you do not, he takes over and Blue Otter win the game.
And I mean, I want to bring up too, we talked about Blue being the blue shell team. I reached out to Coach Deos of Luminosity before the series, and he even acknowledged that Blue have shown the tendency to punch up and, you know, kind of play to the caliber of their opponents, and we're seeing it on full display. And for LG, I want to pose this question, Eric. If they somehow win this game against all odds because Blue throws or they find a miracle fight, is this the clean, confident 2-0 that we wanted to see, what should be the consensus second place team take?
No, it definitely shows that this team still has their weak points and still has areas that they're working on. And that's kind of the spirit of the NACL, is it's player development. You're getting yourself ready for the tier 2 space. For Luminosity Gaming, they think they're already there. You just got to fight your way through the league. And right now, going against Blue Otter, again, one of those blue shell teams, man. It can make you second guess where you belong in this league right now, and we need to see that second breath of life coming out of Luminosity.
Yeah, I completely agree. Because, I mean, we're talking a lot about them being promotion hopefuls, this, that, and the other, but they really want to prove that they are above sort of that soup of competition of Blue Otter, Winthrop, Supernova, Conviction, CCG, all these like real solid teams that we just feel like LG should be more talented than. It's not exactly looking like that so far. I mean, LG, I think, across the 2 games total, has looked like the better team. But right now, Blue Otter is in the driver's seat, and I would love to see them close out this game and push this to a game 3. Deathworks, I've had a game 3 both days I've casted so far. Let's get it started early. Why not?
Let's see it happen, Blue Otter. Do the upset. Can they make it happen? Or will the experience of Luminosity be triumphant right here, right now? Luminosity are going into kind of a turtle mode, and they don't really feel pressured in that regard. There's no objectives on the map right now, but we will have Alder Drake within a minute. And that is where things are going to start to get pressed once again.
And again, LG has completely scaled. They have 3 items on their Lilia and Jax. Tactical is full build right now on this Ashe, and Insanity 4 items to his own right. I mean, they will destroy anyone. It's up to Blue to outplay. They know Rovex is behind.
Rovex. Oh,
he's a Rakan.
This is really scary right now. No, Music can't be there. This is going to be a throw right now. Music has to burn his ultimate to get out of there.
And
at the same time, he burns his flash. That's a big loss for Blue Otter. But with Quacker in the base, you still have pressure.
This cannot be worth it.
Right, you're not going to be able to get the stun just yet. Tactical on the chase.
The dead man's.
Yeah, ECA not going to get thrown out.
Wow, yeah, that is... Look, I like the idea from Blue right there. Trying to find a big way. They got Insanity!
Oh, Insanity's caught out by himself. He will fall. Down to carry is Luminosity as they begin their retreat. Levitate's going for the chase. He wants to find Zazel. Bullet time to close him out. Will not be able to get the kill. Tactical will take down Levitate. He turns it on to Quacker. Raining arrows down. Trying to hold the front line. Will be Tomio. Looking for that wilting lullaby, but his teammates are getting shredded. Tactical still in position, but they can dive on him in a heartbeat, and Tactical does not have his flash. Blue Otter is going to peel back for the Elder.
2 for 1 so far. LG still has a couple of their carries alive. Tactical did invest a flash. Tomio has it available. I think Blue Otter should be able to secure it, especially with Samikin playing bodyguard. Hawkshot does reveal the play. It's first Tactical trying to heal up off the midway. Samikin finds him.
Oh, Tactical, he's going right after Samikin. Samikin's getting cloned. Here comes Zazel. He's going to be able to get
Tomio's
stunned.
down.
He's going golden now. Tomio is going to die. Music will grab the kill. He gets the reset. Samikin falls. He's knocked up by Rovex. Here comes Quacker. Finds the snare and will taunt him to the grave. Only Zazel remains, and Elder belongs to Blue Otters.
But with Samikin going down, LG, they will hold on to the game. Fake God respawning in 10.
Teleports.
I mean, they might be able to even contest for this. Here comes Insanity. Fake God's going to have the TP as well.
7K health remains. Hex flash over the wall for Zazel. He's going to look in to find this engage. Now here comes Insanity. Can he bring the damage? He's looking for Quacker right now.
That's
Goes
Elder.
for the auto. Elder now secured over to Blue Otters, and Insanity is sacrificed. Fake God will go in for the last stand. He looks for Music, but Music is getting reset after reset after reset. Fake God falls, and Blue Otters are marching for the upset.
That might just be it, 2. Tactical still down for 20. Tomio for 10. 3 others for much longer than that. Blue Otter has 4. Samikin with teleport when he respawns. Can they do it? Elder in hand. We might just have a game 3.
Blue Otters, they beat the LCS affiliated team in summer 2024. They took both the top teams to a series, and they want to repeat history right now and show that they're still that team that can upset anyone. As they jump forward on a Tactical, he's dead! And Blue Otters will take this game to a series.
Blue Otter in 45 minutes has taken a game off of Luminosity, the team that we wanted to see have a bounce back confidence win, the team that we wanted to see just waltz in and take care of business. And Blue Otter, as they do, says no in what has been throughout their season by far the best look we've seen from them. This team undefeatable in the clutch. They prove it yet again.
They keep doing it, man. You can't underestimate this team. Hawk, you were talking to Deos, right? He said, what do Blue Otter tend to do? They tend to punch up. They tend to take down these teams that are perceived as better than them. Now, it still is a series. They still have more work to do, but even taking this game right now against NACL champions, two-time champions in Tomio and Zazel and Fake God, one-time champion in Tactical, that's got to be big on the confidence, man.
Oh, absolutely. And now, Eric, the best part of it is we get to go to game 3 fearless. Both these teams gonna have to reach deeper into the bag. We're gonna send it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because this is most certainly a series.
Obviously, we expect to win. It may not be the smoothest path, but just because we do have a lot of experienced players, and even though I've played with most of them, all except tactical, we still have a lot of different opinions about the game that are a lot more set than rookies have, which is kind of like the challenge of getting veterans together. But I feel like we're doing pretty well at working through that, and in general, it doesn't feel like there's any problems day to day with that. So yeah, I'd feel pretty good. I'd expect to win and at least make it to the promotional tournament and hopefully win that against DSG. Thank you for watching, and thanks to everyone who supports me and my teammates.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Luminosity Gaming versus Blue Otter. If you thought it was going to be a quick 2-0, you thought wrong, boy. It is a series as Blue Otter are able to fight back.
Yeah, y'all can't see it right now, but I'm raising my hand. I thought it'd be a quick 2-0. I haven't been impressed by Blue Otter so far in this split. I thought Luminosity, they would be just the better team, but you just can't count out these Otters, man. They are way too tenacious. After an incredibly fun game 2, they have equalized the series, and largely off of what was a team effort, but I'm looking at their mid jungle, Music having another great game and a big time bounce back from Samikin leading the charge.
Yeah, and it shows you, if you set a game plan and you put Music as that big guy who's going to be the carry of it, who's going to have all the burden on his shoulders, he can take the burden, he can take the stress, and he can clutch up when you need him to. We've known he's good at fighters. You put him on a carry, and if he's able to get a lead like this, the resets were just too much, man. And it's always great to see from Music. I think it was also paired very well. Credit over to Samikin, but credit to Rovex on top of that. I know this is the wrong clip to start crediting Rovex, as he unfortunately does a bad flash right there. But a lot of these fights and a lot of these setups were facilitated by Rovex, like we saw earlier, flashing in the mid lane and catching out Insanity without his flash. He was a big facilitator, and he helped out Music to get those resets and take over fights.
Yeah, I completely agree. I really think everyone had their part to play in this game, which is part of what I love so much about this Blue Otter team, because we talk a lot about how they are the only team completely running it back as 5, split over split, year over year here from 2024 into 2025. But it's important to note that this wasn't always going to be the case, right? These players had different big opportunities. Like, Levitate, for example, was potentially supposed to go to FlyQuest Challengers before, the ecosystem kind of changed with promotion and all of that stuff, right? And that shows that this Blue Otter team, made up of, in many ways, the next generation of talent in this region. They have 2 really strong second-year players. They have still Rovex, Music, and Quacker developing as well. And they were going to kind of move up in those opportunities, but because of different circumstances here and there, they ended up coming back together. And I think this is a split where they want to show that they don't just be the upstarts, but they can be contenders. And taking a game off of Luminosity, a team full of LCS and LTA veterans that has actively stated promotion as its goal, is such a cool milestone along that journey.
And I'm glad you bring up that whole thing with Levitate on top of it, because going into the offseason, they were considering playing together as a unit. Then all the chaos of the offseason did happen. So it's nice to see them back together to see what this team can do in their next chapter. I think Thin Uncle Phil has done a great job in facilitating this team and bringing out a lot of their strengths when it comes to being on the NACL stage. We saw it right there. These teams are, these players are definitely showing up. Levitate, it definitely means a lot to him to be able to show up in this particular series when he looks so highly towards Tactical on the other side of the Rift. And of course, being Rookie of the Split, it does put a big expectation on you on top of that as we head into the draft for Game 3.
And the draft going to be as ever interesting as a Game 3 draft is going to be. The one thing I really want to see, give Music the rock again. He looked so good on the Viego, and I really think Blue Otter benefited from having him on a carry role. I think Music, I might argue, has been the better jungler in this series. I think Tomio had a really good game 1 on the Vi, but Music has been spectacular, and I think continues to prove that he's one of the top junglers that we actually have here in our region. So whatever we do, Blue, give him the rock. My boy's hot.
All right, what champions do come to mind? Because keep in mind, this is Fearless, so champions that were played in the last 2 games are not allowed to be played for both teams coming into this series. Historically, Kindred was a big champion for Music as well, so that's a carry champion he can potentially look to take a road in.
Yeah. I think that Kindred makes perfect sense, and that's actually really what I would like to see. Obviously, you do need good Kindred conditions. Push in your lanes being a big one. And that kind of goes into the other part of this draft is Samikin, right? We saw a not so good game on the Galio and a great game on the Comfort Aurora. Do we just take something like a Hui, if it's available, like on B1, just take the champion and put Samikin in a good position? I would say yes, Again, I would love to see Samikin branch out the champion pool, but if your goal is to win this game right here, give my guy what he knows how to play, and he'll play it well.
And it's up to Luminosity. We'll see if they go for that Hui ban. They've already banned away the Zoe, which has been a constant reoccurring ban just because Samikin is very capable at these artillery mages. It's his bread and butter,
pretty filthy.
really. Yeah, his Zoe's filthy and his Hui is filthy. Let's see if that's going to be the final ban coming into this one. I mean, so far it's Gwen, Zoe. On the opposite side, we've taken away some of the marksmen and Lucian, Callista, as well as that Karma that can flex around. Final ban of Fury. Right, that was still on the table, so that will be banned away. Give some potential options for artillery in Blue Water. And speaking of artillery, it's not just the mages we can go with here. There's also Jace on the table.
I mean, the Jace, I don't love it. Quacker had some decent performances on this over the course of his career. It's not really a Samikin go to champion, though. And again, we just start to get into situations where you could try to construct that all-important mid-jungle 2v2 for LG this game. I'm not sure if I love this as the B1, and this is what I wanted for Tactical. We get the Tristana in game 3.
Yeah, for those of you who don't remember, I brought it up a little bit earlier that the last time he played prior to this season, Tristana, was back in 2021 when he was on Team Liquid. He looked tremendous on that champion, saw it in week 1, and he still looks great at it. But now we're getting even more comfort because Tomio, he's been put on Maokai duty many times in the past, and he's excelled when he's on that champion. So a lot of comfort, a lot of potential for Luminosity's first 2 picks.
Oh, I hate it. I mean, like, look. It's a good champion, but again, like Music's been playing so well. Just let him cook, man. We interviewed him last week about B1 Xin Zhao and all that. He wasn't happy about it. That's what he got in game 1. Like, I don't love it. I will say, Levitate on the Kai'Sa. This is a great pick for him.
Definitely.
I think this is really Levitate's game to have a breakout performance. I think he's been, it's fair to say, just the quietest member of the team so far in the series. In the Kai'Sa matchup against the Tristana, it is very volatile. It does have massive carry potential, but it's short range into a lot of lockdown right now from Luminosity.
And the last time he played this champion, he really did pop off on it. 5-1 and 6 on the Kai'Sa. That was against Polestar. This will be a tougher opponent, but again, it does play into Levitate's wheelhouse. When he has some mobility on his kit for the champion he's playing, that's when I feel like we see the best rendition of Levitate possible. So far, it does give you a lot of poke on the side of Blue Water. You have the Kai'Sa missiles, you have the Jace Shock Blast, as well as some decent engage to follow that up when you do want to either engage or disengage for that matter with the Sejuani.
I'm gonna say, I also really like this Rise here for Insanity. Again, safe R3, because you can ban out Samikin's champs now. My bans personally be Hui Azir probably, or Hui Lux. And then what's Samikin gonna go to, right? And not only that, the Rise scales so well. In Blue Water, one of the things that they struggled to do last game was extend their lead. They were sort of just relying on miraculous team fights and objective takes until they eventually won the game. Rise is going to shut that down quite a bit.
Yeah. And it does give you some interesting ways to move about the map since you have the Realm Warp. Kind of functions in almost like a pseudo Talia minus the terrain in a sense that you can play towards those side lanes for the early game, or even just be in the side lane yourself and Realm Warp back to the squad. Final ban comes in for the side of Blue Otters. They'll take away the Elise, some of that poke potential. Not poke, excuse me, pick potential. Well, it's Leona, which follows through with that to get ready for the next hover.
Scion's been an option that we've seen a lot into the Jace. It just kind of loses, but then you have a Scion in the late game, right? I don't hate this for Fake God. I think it's completely reasonable. It is liable to getting burned down in the team fights, but here's the question. What does Samikin go towards? Lux is something with a tremendous amount of poke to synergize with the Kai'Sa and the Jace, as well as great follow-up on the single target lockdown that the Sejuani provides. That has been a Samikin classic over the years. Azir, also just a really strong champion, I think, in this game in general, because there's a lot of front line for you to chew through. It ends up being Ahri. How do you feel about this one, Eric? I'm like,
I feel okay about it. I do think there's decent setup to make an Ahri work. Typically, you take some form of simple crowd control that sets up the charm that makes that lane very easy to repeat gank. Sejuani is that type of setup. Typically, I prefer like support Nautilus, jungle Vi to follow up an Ahri, but it should be interesting, at least to say the least, as we finish off with a Blitzcrank. Is going to be the fun lock-in for Rovex.
I don't like this. I'm just going to keep it a stack. Look, Tristana is vulnerable to Blitzcrank because she's short range early on in the game and kind of auto pushes waves. But like,
you can buffer out of the Rocky grab.
Yeah, and there's double frontline. So like, what are you gonna do? Hook a Braum, hook a Scion, hook a Maokai?
Oh man, the frontline's got a little bit more too, man.
I think Luminosity's draft is just better. It's like it just wins the game if we get to like 30 minutes, 3 items on Insanity and Tactical. I think Blue Otter has some fun stuff. If they can just outplay in the same way they did last game, then like there's some sauce here. But yeah, I don't know. I think Blue Otter's outdrafted.
I see the biggest worry being how much pressure is on Levitate. Because when you have 3 tanks, it's really up to your marksman to be able to burn them down. Ahri's not a sustained DPS. She's looking for some assassination. She's looking to get the Rise. She's looking to get the Tristana. Jace is going to be mostly poking, then eventually come in with the melee combos. That just leaves Levitate to have to burn down these tanks, so it does put a lot of pressure onto him because there's 3 big frontliners that Luminosity have.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's a single target pick comp with, again, against just triple frontline. Like, who are you killing? Oh, it looks so hard. I mean, I think at the very least, you should have push in mid early on from Samakin, the Rise. Early into the game, not the most damage to be able to push the wave. You'll also have the Jace potentially dominating the top matchup against the Scion. So I do think Blue Otter should be able to take some semblance of early control. They would really like to get some Void Grubs to enhance their cross-map ability. They'd really like to get some Dragons to force Luminosity to potentially face check into their Blitzcrank. But I mean, I really fear if Blue Otter is not able to have an immaculate early game, that this is just going to be impossible. The scaling on LG's side is tremendous.
Game number 3. Blue Shell, Blue Otters. Game number 2, they took it and took this to a series. Luminosity Gaming still the favorites, given the caliber of players, all the experience, all the trophies, even the tier 1 time spent between these players. It's a lot that Blue Otter were facing off against at the start of this day, and here they are matching up with it, fighting blow for blow.
And I love it immediately. Luminosity with the anti-shenanigan start. They bring Braum topside because they're like, we just want to make sure our Maokai can get his first camp. No Blitzcrank BS happening, right? And minimizing volatility is all you need to do if you're the scaling comp in this game.
Oh, Rovex, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? How is this game going to unfold? I really want to know. Where's he looking? Where's he looking for these hooks?
Yeah, I'm so curious. I will just say for the draft too, like I'm so surprised Rovex went Blitz because Rovex has a great Bard, and I think Bard would have been much better this game, you know, with a lot of the lockdown that the team has and kind of like against Rise able to attack that side lane. But regardless, that's not the world that we live in. Yeah. I mean, look, hey, Eric, you've heard the Blitzcrank theorem. Everybody has. Just get that one game-defining hook, and all is forgiven.
You can int for 40 minutes, and then on that 41st minute, you get the hook on the carry. You're the god. That's the whole highlight reel play. We're going to ignore everything else that happened before. But yeah, that's the kind of feeling that you get with Blitz sometimes.
I'm going to throw some sauce out there. Over the course of Tactical's career, the biggest criticism towards him has been like just a little bit of anti-clutch in critical moments, right? Like, this is a guy that could fall prey to that 45-minute Blitz hook. He has a tendency to over-position sometimes, so I'm not saying it will happen, and I think Tactical is a very, very good player, especially given the Tier 2 landscape. But still, just throwing it out there maybe to keep in the back of everyone's minds.
I mean, it's still the champion to be playing into the Blitz.
Yes.
The timing can get kind of weird, because if you buffer it wrong, you'll still get pulled in.
Yeah, it's a hard buffer on Tristana. It's much easier on Ezreal. Like, Trist prefers buffering like CC that doesn't displace you by that much, because if you cast it a hair too early, you still get pulled, and if you cast it a hair too late, you get pulled close enough that Blitzcrank can knock you up out of your rocket jump. So the timing is tricky, and again, Tristana just being a short-range champ means that just finding the hooks in general can be easier than other champions.
Well, as the game progresses, she does get the longer range.
This is true, yes.
just through
I'm
the
specifically looking
passive.
at, early game, like if Blue Water is going to go
Yeah,
for some crazy 5-man bot dive 2 minutes in kind of shenanigans.
Yeah, it does make sense. It's a weak point of the Tristana early on, and just try and take advantage of it if you can. I'm taking a look at where our junglers are going currently, because I do want to go ahead and mark off on that. It was opposite starts coming from both of them. So both our tanks will be stopping at Scuttle Crabs, and just getting some vision for the time being with Scrying Cloud.
Yeah, I don't expect to see too much early action. Insanity, understanding the gravity of the situation, not going to fall prey to any sort of gank coming out from music, and I think both junglers just going to take a reset. I will say, to talk a bit more about the bottom lane, we highlighted coming into the series the importance of Levitate versus Tactical. Kaisa, not really the pick to punish the early lane of the Tristana, and we see that reflected in Tactical's push and CS advantage so far. I still like the Kaisa pick just because it is a Levitate special, right? It's something we know he can perform on, especially later on into the game, but it does give Tactical some of that free scaling, incredibly high range DPS to come out from the Tristana later on.
Yeah, it's kind of just time to free farm, basically. I think one of the benefits of having a Braum is with the Q, the winner's bite, it is somewhat ranged, right? So you can get some form of harassment and some form of disengage, but here we go, looking for an angle in. They're just going straight for the Braum. Flash is going to come out, and Zazel's able to tank it up, but gets caught by the stun of music. Permafrost stacks, results in first blood for Rovex.
Full commit comes out from Blue. They understand the assignment. Go bottom, get your Kaisa going. Unfortunately, it's Rovex's Ignite that takes the kill, but still, they're able to find a kill nonetheless, and it is something for Blue. They're going to need more of that if they want to win this game.
All that being said, not the most impactful plays off of what you had said earlier. Rovex was the recipient of the kill, as well as 2 assists, so the assist goal getting split with Levitate. On top of that, the target, if it was Tactical, it would have been much more impactful right there. It's hard to go after him because of that buffer of the rocket jump, so they just focus onto the Braum.
Yeah, and ultimately, it is a good focus. I like the confidence from music right there, knowing they can continue to play, especially with the Ignite, yet to come down from Rovex, and it's just a good play. I agree, not the most impactful. At the very least, Levitate, we did see him go back to base. He had enough for the best friend sword coming out of it. So that is a nice spike to have. Tactical, though, able to match it. That's a nice one.
Able to find. It's right on Insanity, but there's the wall built up by Zazel, and Tactical Goomba stomps in. We'll find 1 kill now, looking for the second one. Focuses on Samikin. Needs 1 more to be able to get the stun through. Be able to get it, as Samikin will have the Spirit Rush to get away.
Honestly, really nicely done from Luminosity right there. Insanity gets hooked, but he just flashes back to the rest of his team, and the flashless level 4 Blitzcrank has no hope in hell of ever surviving the extension of the play. So LG, they just dive on top of him. Nicely done. It's the swap up from both teams for the Grubs. Luminosity win out on the play.
It is simple, Hawk. We kill the Blitzcrank. And you don't have to get hooked by him, you know?
And if you're good at something, never do it for free. I actually don't remember who got paid for this play. It is a nice hook, but yeah, I mean, just great positioning from Zazel, and all of Luminosity kind of recognizing, hey, the big spell's gone. Everybody get in here. And Tactical jumps in, Tomio jumps in, everybody's jumping in. At the very least, Blue Otter's able to trade it for the Dragon, but it's Quacker getting zoned off of top CS in trade. LG, I mean, this has been a pretty solid early game from them in the last couple minutes.
One of the things that were clutch right there that really did make that LG's favorite. Insanity flashed at the end of that hook. So he barely got out of the charm that Samikin was throwing in. Zazel would have been a big part of trying to stop that because he already had the Unbreakable up. But it's stuff like that, you know, it's a game of centimeters, sometimes a game of milliseconds, and that can be the difference as Samikin focusing onto the mid lane. It's actually Levitate. He's looking to take down Insanity. Simple gank gets Levitate his kill for the game.
Yeah, Insanity up too far in a mid wave with no flash. I feel like we saw that last game too, getting punished yet again. Or maybe it was Levitate in game 1 on the Varus, actually. Regardless, we've seen that a couple times this series as music continues to just look fantastic, even on this blind pick Sejuani that we were so chagrined about. Levitate, good killer instinct to cut off the escape route. Insanity, nowhere to go. And that's a big kill because it does go over to this hyperscaling Kai'Sa. You mentioned the responsibility that falls on this player's shoulders in the late game. Levitate needs to be strong.
Levitate has to burn through those tanks, so every kill that Levitate gets early bodes even better for Blue Otter's chances once these 5v5s break out. Because the front to back that Luminosity has is incredibly intense in the 5v5 team fight scenario to have to deal with. Levitate is that big team player. You know, Music took the carry pants last game. I want to see it from Levitate this game.
Salmon also up a pretty significant amount of CS. I think a lot of it coming from that kill, but still, yet another game where Samikin not really succumbing to the pressure that Insanity is able to put down onto him. I think answering some of the laning questions that we did have coming into this series and really performing well after getting, quite frankly, blasted in the first game of the series. So, and ultimately this game, very close. Only 100 gold separates Quacker the focus.
Setup. Here we go. Ultimate going to be used out of Tomio. Looking to get the root. We'll find it right underneath the tower. Four members of Luminosity are here, and they all want Duck. Insanity gets the kill.
I hope Quacker did not enjoy moving, as that is the Goon Squad showing up in his lane. And there's not really a cross map to be had. Tactical, okay, good buffer. Really nicely done.
Getting an example of the buffer live. Thank you, Tactical.
Yeah, nice to see. I mean, hey, they're denying a wave from the Tristana in trade for a wave getting denied from the Jace. I actually think I favor that part of the trade for Blue Otter. The problem is the kill went over to the Rise. That's kind of the sour part of things.
But yeah, it still is nice to have these map movements that's kind of slowing down Tactical and accelerating Levitate. He does have a slight CS lead, mostly even for the most part. Take another look at that dive that happened in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is just too easy. They don't even need the minions because they got 3 tanks and a dream. It's root into knock up into everybody hit that guy and he's dead. All right, good work, everybody. At the very least, Quacker did have the teleport to go back and collect some of the CS. So honestly, it's not too bad for Blue Otter, but still, they continue to allocate gold for Luminosity's carries, which is definitely what the scaling composition wants.
Void Grubs off the spawn. Blue Otter are the first team to get there. Luminosity Gaming don't have the setup, don't really have the priority to challenge that. They did get the first set of grubs, though. So, should be 3-3 apiece on this neutral.
And that's big, because we mentioned grub stacking as a potential win condition for Blue to help them accelerate the game a bit more off of, you know, individual picks they might be able to find in the mid game. So denying that 6 stack gonna feel really good for LG. Obviously, Blue did at least trade it for a dragon with the second one spawning in 40 seconds. I wonder if they'll want to go for a fight around it. Seems the call, at least for now, though, is more gold for Levitate. Does they actually take their reset?
Scary. There's a Blitzcrank in that bush. Here comes the chase. I mean, you're not going for the engage right now. It's just the tanks. You don't really have the damage to take them out. A nice try. I mean, Zazel would have just hopped right back over the wall to Tomio. Maybe the charm holds him down for a little bit longer. I don't think it was that much
would have been
of a
at least
threat.
a flash blown, if I had to guess. Because, yeah, if you don't flash, you get knocked up and then charmed, and then you're able to jump over the wall, all the while you're tanking tower.
That's true.
So I like the look from Rovex. They don't find it. It is just LG, though. They have the Malachi control over the river. Very difficult for Blue to walk in, but they're going to try because they know that they have to be the ones to accelerate the pace of this game. Music leading the charge, the rest of the team on the way.
See that both of the carries have their Yuntals currently completed. Now looking to put them into this next fight as Rovex will pull Zazel right in. But Zazel's a tank. He can take that type of punishment. As now running away from the fight, Rovex will flash over the wall, get killed by Insanity. Realm War coming through. Traded right on back as Levitate scores Tomio. Now Music needs to get out. Flashing forward is Tactical. He can't finish off the kill. Another flash coming out as Levitate gets to safety. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade.
Honestly, a small miracle, I think, for Blue Otter, even going 1-for-1 right there as they start the fight off onto Zazel, hoping they could just one-shot the Braum, but that was a miscalculation as Zazel did not die, at least not very quickly. Obviously, Levitate able to kill her instinct in to still find one on the backside, but Not before LG had already controlled the area, getting a kill of their own, and the Dragon stopping the stack.
All right, Hawk, we got to have a discussion, but first, let's watch this replay with how it went down. I mean, he grabs Zeyzal, and once he puts up that Unbreakable, it is a challenge to take down a Braum, not the right target to go.
Like, I get it, right? Hey, he's still just a level 6 Braum. Like, let's just try to kill that guy before LG's ready to fight and make things a 4v5. But the problem is, if you're investing ults like that, it needs to work, and it just didn't. Zeyzal lived. Yes, Tomio dies for it, but in the 1-for-1 and with the health bar advantage, LG, easy Dragon take for them, despite the kill.
Yeah, so one of my worries is now starting to arrive for Blue Otter. Samikin is going the Rod of Ages build. Last week, we had a good talk with Beatdown about this. You know, you are not as bursty when you take this build. See right there, damage going on Insanity. It's not that much, you know? Insanity, he can afford to go that build. It's very common for Ryze. It's becoming more common for Ahri players, but it means you lack damage into a comp that has a lot of tanks. Again, that brings us back to the fact that Levitate has to step up.
No, I will actually say, hang on, Quacker, he's going to be the victim of yet another dive before I can speak. Oh, he read it. Good job, Quacker.
Oh, yeah, you can read that as much as you want, but it's still going to arrive. Dropping down the hammer, Fake God will grab that kill.
Yep, that's a bad time to be a Quack in the top lane. Insanity gonna try to defend this mid tier 1. Blue, remember, only 3 grubs. I don't think they're gonna be able to knock this down. LG, really nice move up towards the top lane.
Coming in with the ultimate is Fake God. Zeyzal gets pulled in once again, drops the Glacial Fissure. The silence from Rovex will stop the smash from getting a knockup. Tower falls on the top side.
Yeah, LG just continuing to extend their lead through really clean map rotations. To answer your question, though, as we go into this replay, Eric, I will say this Ahri build will be much better against the triple frontline composition of LG, because Burst is actually not very good against tanks, because they got a big old health bar you got to chew through. So Samikin being able to survive in the fight longer and provide more consistent DPS is a good thing for the late game fights. But the problem that I have is, if the theorem of this game is that Blue Otter just needs to win before Tristana and Ryze get to 3 items and they can no longer kill the front line, I don't think the Ahri build's going to matter that much. And this build will be weaker right now when Blue Otter would potentially like to break open the game a bit more in their favor.
Yeah, but the other thing to that is that that's the situation if you are going for the front-to-back route. If you're going for a quick pick and assassination, I think you saw an example of the damage from Insanity earlier. But he wasn't really at.
Is LG ever going to give it to them though? Like, if Ryze and Tristana are getting picked by the Blitz or the Sejuani, I feel like that's a mistake on the triple front line of LG though, right?
You never know. Rovex might pull the wrong guy.
It's true.
But, you know, only time will tell with that one, as Rovex looks to pull Fake God. Again, that's a Scion. He is tanky. He uses the charm. He's still taking a lot of damage in the process. But there's the return of fire as Rovex crumbles.
Oh, good damage on the Fake God. But Rovex is level 7. I mean, I hate this Blitz pick. I'm so sorry. I don't think it's good. Maybe Blue can play for a retake. They are getting good health chunks, but they can't kill anyone. They don't have a support.
Yeah, Zeyzal just eats the ultimate. It says, you know, 7 out of 10. I'll put that up on Yelp for the review for you, and walks away. It's an easy Rift Herald for Luminosity.
Like, I feel like Blue gets what they're supposed to do with this comp, but like, I just don't think it works. I don't know, man. We'll see if we see it. Like, look, I don't hate this. Just hook somebody and start hitting them, right? Because again, Luminosity's not exactly ready to fight, but the problem is Rovex just dies so fast. I mean, credit to Tactical for finding him too and autoing him down. Insanity ends up cleaning the kill, and it just ends up being another one fight for LG.
LG taking a 2k gold lead now. 15 seconds until the Ocean Drake does spawn. Looking at positioning at the map right now, not in favor of Blue Otter. They're just kind of coming out of the respawn and into the jungle. Mid lane priority goes over to Luminosity, and they'll transfer that to the river.
Insanity 3-1-1, yet to fully stack the Rod of Ages. So Blue, he's still having an angle into this fight, but as you mentioned, Luminosity, they're first. Look for the hook from Rovex. He's posturing yet again, still only level 7.
Trying to find someone that's not a tank. It's just going to be Zeyzal, and he absorbs all of that damage. might finally fall. He flashes out and will be able to escape alive, but now the chase comes out from Samikin. Levitate able to come through with Killer Instinct. It'll cost him his life, though, as he falls to Tactical.
Levitate.
Shut down #1, and now rooted is Samikin, trying to buy time with the punch coming out from Rovex. But still, here's the long haul. Music will pick up one onto Tomio. Tactical looking for the angle. Here comes the charm off cooldown, but it gets blocked. As Tactical jumps forward, gets another shutdown. He'll get another kill. He's got the reset for the rocket jump. He's waiting to find the right target as Samikin puts just enough distance. And with Tactical being unchecked, he fights it back for Luminosity.
Tactical is so damn good on the Tristana. I was getting flashbacks to Game 3 against Near Airport. I thought Tactical would reset for the quad again, but he doesn't find it. Zazel, he's also only a level 7 support. This time, Blue does get the one shot, but Levitate, this is not worth it. Don't trade out for the Braum, man. Even though Insanity does die too, without their Kaisa, Blue can't win in the extension, and Tactical is untouched as Blue is chasing for kills. This looks like a triple to me. Credit the Quacker for being able to escape at the end of it, but Tactical a fantastic multi-reposition with the rocket jumps. Doesn't end up going further forward because Quacker had the blast cone, but LG, it ends up being, I think, a 3-for-3 for them, but they still ultimately win the engagement because they have control over the area.
Hawk, that was 2 shutdowns Tactical picked up. One off Levitate, one off Music. Tristana is here to kill.
He's 2.5 items. Nobody else has 2 items in this entire game. Tactical is 2.5. Now he does not have the flash. Maybe there's a world.
Here comes another hook, but again, Fake God can absorb a lot of that damage. Zazel steps up. Glacial Fish are going to go out. Fake God dropping down, smashing now. Here comes Tactical. Comes in with the rocket jump. Will take down Levitate. Tactical is on fire, and Luminosity are steamrolling. Now Fake God caught by the rockets. Will not be able to survive. Goes into the zombie mode, but Tactical doesn't care. He's got his eyes set on that Ari, and he'll take her down.
Tactical yet again, putting the team on his back in a Game 3, 6-0-3. What a performance he's having. And Luminosity, they don't give a damn about the Dragon. They just want to take the Otacon. Because if I know anything about these two teams, they're going to continue fighting. Not long after this, as 2 fights in a row, it is Levitate that mispositions, and it's Tactical that finds him.
Yeah, Tactical looking absolutely tremendous right now, man. You know, it's got to suck, especially with the way things went in the offseason. You know, Immortals disbanding, not being part of the LCS anymore. That lost Tactical his position. He's fighting for his position back in this right now. And seeing glimpses like this where he can operate in that clutch, it's a thing of beauty.
I mean, Levitate just has to not get clipped by those roots. He tried to backstep, but that's a huge mistake and a great punish from Tactical. Nice hook here from Rovek, does at least get one back onto Fake God, but Samikin, Braum passive, Tactical is able to fire onto him. You see him frontlining so many times, but just barely, such that he's still safe. Rovex now, that is a free kill.
It's a bad day to be a robot. Tactical goes godlike, and that tower is forfeit. This game is looking more and more done when you got a 7-0-3 Tristana who's whacking down those turrets. Now here comes an engage. Blue Otters, this is ambitious right now, and it's not enough. Tactical will go legendary and jump for the next kill.
You just can't play against 3 tanks. They have way too much lockdown. Sammy says, like, I'm just going to try to clear the wave. I'm going to try to get something, but my brother, your tower isn't going to defend you. Those guys are not going to die. Another kill goes over. Luminosity, they are up 5,000 gold. 22 minutes in, they're finally going to take their second dragon of the game. Tactical already long enough range to hit over the dragon wall. I mean, this is completely a wrap. LG, it's looking like 2 really clean games, sandwiching a Fiesta loss against Blue Otter, which is, you know, if you remove that second game, exactly what we wanted out of them in the series.
Blitzcrank going nowhere. Ain't nothing to do there. Why are you hanging out in that position? It's just a complete takeover from Luminosity. You know, the Blitzcrank is not paying the dividends you were looking for it to pay. And even with these desperate counter engages trying to catch them off guard, you have such a big tank line that's going to be there to defend Tactical in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and it's giving Tactical so much confidence to step up into the front line to DPS because he knows that at a moment's notice he can just slip back behind safety as Rovex is in Narnia yet again. That is flashed down.
This is so locked in. Tactical still hasn't taken his recall from the last big fight that he had. He's got to have a lot of gold in his pocket right now. I'm curious if he's saving up for an outright full item buy. He's recalling right now. Let's see. What do you think?
Looks like completed tier 2 boots and a cloak of agility, but I mean, still, he's a full item up on Levitate. As okay, this is a pick.
Yeah, Insanity is gonna get caught out in the side lanes. I mean, it's a pick nonetheless. There's nothing really to fight over, and there's not much tempo to be gained off of that, though, and that's the bummer about this.
Kills are kills, though, and it didn't really cost Blue Otter very much, so I'm fine with it. Baron up in a minute. Luminosity still having full control of the top side of the map despite Blue going for that play. Usually that's the kind of thing where you'd like to see them at least get some vision control. And Quacker. He is way too far up Summoner's Rift. Immediate claps coming from LG. I don't think he's getting out of this one.
He's going to have to burn a teleport if he wants to get away, but let's watch that replay first.
Yeah, I mean, not really much to say here. Insanity, he is alone after his team reset. He's not expecting a Sejuani to come from behind him. When we come back to live, I'm expecting a dead Jace. No, Quacker! Looks like he TP'd out.
Teleport out. Yeah, that's what he needed to do, because there was no other world where he actually escapes that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. Fake God TP'd for the play. I think Insanity also just TP'd mid, so you don't have teleports up on LG. Not really gonna matter too much for the Jace. That's okay.
All right, hook on Azazel. Azazel's still absorbing a lot of damage. Gets the Glacial Fissure down, and Tactical will eat him up before they get a chance to get a kill. Now Music barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. Here comes the counter engage. Tactical will get the double kill. Ooh, still up his Levitate. He's trying to go neck for neck with Tactical and will be able to do it, finding the shutdown for Blue Otter, but it cost them so much. It's only Levitate that's alive.
Yeah, I mean, Tactical just hits like a freight train at this point. Blue finds a nice hook, but Tactical can just burn through anybody he touches. Even though he does go down, Levitate on his own, I don't think he's going to be able to stop this Baron.
Not at all. It's a good influx of gold, at the very least for Levitate, but the war definitely won by Luminosity in the long run, as they'll be wearing purple.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to go back up to about a 5k gold lead. They have a top lane tier 2.
Oh, they didn't.
Oh,
they're waiting for the spawn right there, but they're just looking for Levitate. Coming in with Realm Warp. We'll follow it with the charge. Easy knock up, and Levitate's down. That's the map play potential you have with the Realm Warp, you have with the Scion Ultimate. Levitate didn't respect it.
Let's take another look at this fight. I thought this was a good hook, because Zazel's team is actually pretty far. But this Braum is just damn tanky, and Tactical kills Rovex in 4 autos. Samigan comes into the backside, but he dashed into a root. And now look at Levitate and Quacker. They try to get out of Tactical, but Zazel saves him again. Tactical still full HP. This rocket jump may be ill-advised as he does trade himself out for Quacker, but by that point, the fight was already won. I don't think it mattered. Zazel, though, deserving so much props for the block as Quacker and Levitate tried to find the angle on the Luminosity super carry.
Yep.
Before we went to the replay, at the very least, before Levitate died, he did get the mid lane tier 1, which I think is worth it for him.
I've seen this before, and it didn't work out last time. It's not going to work out this time. Zazel just refuses to die, and every time it's Rovex who hits the dirt instead. That's the problem, man. When you punch someone who has a beard, that beard is going to absorb some of the blow. That's what's going on right now. That's why Zazel won't die.
Yeah, the Blitzcrank has just not really worked this game. That's going to be an inhibitor broken. 27 minutes into the game. LG gold lead growing to nearly 7,000. Another tier 3 in their sights.
Focusing on to the mid lane now. Luminosity gaming, moving on up. Shock blast lands on the Tactical. He doesn't care. Charm onto Tomio. Inhibitor exposed. Hammer comes down. A lot of damage on the Savvy. Kid and Tactical pounces right on him. This game is over, man. And Luminosity are just doing the victory lap.
Sammy's just got to dash out of that queue. Well, the ultimate, it's not worth dying for. Bad death right there from the mid laner of Blue. Sammy, I think, struggling a bit in this third game yet again, as what are we doing?
Another knock up, another kill onto Rovex. This is definite desperation. It doesn't feel like there's much coordination coming out of this. Just looking for the Heroic
they're all
fight
dead.
that's going to bring it back. There's none. There's none whatsoever. Luminosity are in the driver's seat. They're so far in control. Blue Otters are just crumbling at the might of Luminosity.
Yeah, this is a stomp, and not a romp stomp, as with 3 members dead, LG actually posturing to end. They have a almost 4-item Tristana to hit these towers. These are going to explode.
Yep. And even nice buffer coming out of Tactical to get out of the Sejuani ultimate. Both towers are now down. Tactical behind so many different tanks. The last stand comes out from the Blue Otters. Rovex will die one more time. Zazel stays alive because he will thrive, and so will Luminosity Gaming as they wail away at the Nexus, jump onto the respawn to pad the stats, and of course, a brilliant display in this game. Number 3 will lead them to one more play, one more set of kills, and the Nexus dead to rights. Luminosity take game 3.
A very one-sided affair. I said it during the game, but if you just remove Game 2 from the series in its entirety, this is what we expected from Luminosity. A confidence-boosting win, right? A dominant Game 1 win, a dominant Game 2 win. This is what we want to see from a team that we expect to be able to challenge Dark Zero in the later stages of the season. So just forget what happened in Game 2, fix whatever that was, but this was a massive, just like, guys, it's time to lock in kind of game.
Yeah. And I kept highlighting it. Tactical and Tristana, holy moly, dude. Holy moly, takes me back to 2021. It is a joy to see just how ruthless he can get with that champion when he has a lead. It was a lot of fun. Congratulations to Luminosity. We're gonna take a moment to throw it over a short break. We'll return, we'll have an interview with one of the members of Luminosity Gaming. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. Our series just concluded between Blue Otter and Luminosity Gaming, and it was a series, man. Blue Otter, they punched back very, very heavily in that game number 2, but ultimately it's Luminosity who would come out victorious.
Yep. 2 clean wins with a crazy game in between, just what we want out of a Blue Otter series, and Luminosity just what they wanted out of their series, because they do take it 2-1. They continue to have a bit of an up and down season, but again, ultimately the goal for them is to scale throughout the year to be that team that can contest against Dark Zero Dragonsteel, and to be a team that can contest for a promotion spot into the LTA.
Yeah. And I can imagine it does mean a lot for a lot of these players. I especially look over towards Tomio and FakeOdd. You know, when they were let go from Shopify, it was Coach Revan who went on record saying that, like, he felt like that roster had a lot of unfixable issues when removing those 2 players. And for that, it probably puts a pretty heavy chip on your shoulder when you're coming into Tier 2. But now knowing that there's a promotion slot, Luminosity being one of the top 3 teams, arguably in the league, does put them in a position to show all those Tier 1 orgs that they're wrong, that they are Tier 1 talent, that they are capable, and promote back in to Tier 1 in the LTA North.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, I want to see them do it. So much talent still remains on this team. I think regardless of how you feel about their success at the Tier 1 level, we always see them every time at this level of play completely dominate, and I mean, they're on the quest to continue doing that now. I love specifically getting to see Tactical pop off in the game 3 on that Tristana this pick, looking so deadly for him.
Yeah, Tristana was very, very sick again. Throws me back to those old days, man, his old Team Liquid days. It was a lot of fun, but it was a joint effort. You know, a lot of the map positioning that we saw, Insanity did it really well with the Rise to get everyone into the right place, right time. But we are hearing that our interview is now ready, so we are joined by Tactical of Team Luminosity Gaming. Welcome, Tactical. How you doing, man?
You guys?
Doing great. That was a very fun series to cast, to say the least. Now, I do want to throw the first question at you. I was hyping it up. Talk to me about the Tristana. I haven't seen it since back in 2021, and now you're pulling it back and having games like these, man. What's going on?
Yeah, so I think Tristana is champ scales really well. You know, I think it's not bad, especially in Fearless. And, you know, I did show a Malphite moment in the game earlier when I jumped into the Kaisa and Jace instead of hitting the Aria right next to me. So there's a little bit of a fan service right there for Malphite.
I love it. I love the fan service so much. I mean, kind of zooming out and looking a bit bigger picture too. Tactical, I believe for you, out of everybody on this team, you actually spent the longest time in Tier 1 before now returning to Tier 2. Like you didn't have any splits there in between. How does it feel for you to be back at this level of play after so many years?
It feels odd because I'm not used to it, because especially since it's online, I was so used to having everything being in person at the studio, and I thought it'd be different, but honestly, it's actually not as odd as I thought. I'm still having fun with the team. We're still bonding well. You know, I'm just trying to prove my way back there, so honestly, I'm still pretty excited, even though I'm playing from home.
So off of that note, I would like to know some of your goals on the season. One of the biggest things mentioned this year is that guest slot in the LTA North, where an NACL team can promote into it. Is that the end goal right there? Just get back into Tier 1, get back into the LTA North?
Yes, big picture wise, our goal is to get back to the LTA North and take that relegation spot, or the guest spot, I mean. And, you know, but for now, we're just, obviously we don't focus on that. It's still a while till that tournament. We're gonna still focus on our steps and what we can do to currently improve. So yeah, we're just taking it slow, not too rushed, not too nervous about the big picture until the time comes.
Yeah, and for you specifically as well, we are getting word that you are the MVP of the series, by the way. So congratulations. The Tristana game definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting for you, I'm sure, as that was a massive pop-off. And you kind of talk about some of the improvements you're trying to make. I love hearing that, because even though you are a veteran, right? Obviously, always room for growth. Is there anything specific that you are looking to do this split and this year in Tier 2?
I just wanted to be consistent and, do my job. I'm not trying to be too flashy unless it's necessary. Just kind of want to just do well, honestly. Ideally, we win because, that's the point of this team. We want to do well. Our goal is to win. And I guess while we're doing that, I want to just show that I can be a big carry for our team.
So you got your big matches out of the way rather early on some of the teams that are ranked very highly in the league, Dark Zero being one of them, Near Airport being another. I want to know your opinion about the top three, because at the current moment, it's Luminosity, Near Airport, and Dark Zero. How do you feel about this top three in the NACL?
Yeah, I think it could definitely go back and forth depending on the day. I think the last week, we had a really rough week where everything kind of felt awkward within the team. But going into this week, we had really good talks and conversations yesterday. So I think on a different week, maybe even this week, if we were to face Dark Zero again, we'd probably beat them. Yeah, because last week was kind of embarrassing, not gonna lie, for myself included and everyone else.
Hey, it happens, right? Week 2, better to get it out then. I know a lot of people definitely anticipating that rematch potentially to come in the playoffs. Tactical, before we let you go, any shout outs, anything else you want to say to the fans out there?
Shout out to my boy Tomio. I like him a lot. He's my teammate, my jungler, my GOAT.
Shout out Tomio. We love Tomio.
I'm gonna shout out Tomio too, man. Shout out to Tomio. I want to thank you so much for joining us, Tactical, and I want to wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we're gonna let Tactical go now, and it's great to see, man. It's been a lot of growth we've been seeing from not just the new faces that are joining into the NACL, but a lot of these old veteran faces. I think that's one of the things that we established very early on back in 22 Academy when we brought up the MVP award. Dokla was the first recipient of that, and it showed that you can have a second life in your career. That could be a potential road that Tactical could follow.
Yeah, I completely agree. And hearing him bring up, like, hey, I'm just always looking to improve, I think that speaks volumes to the work ethic of these players, to what their intentions are. Like, yes, they want to promote, but they don't necessarily feel that this current form is what's going to carry them forward in their careers. And I think that's awesome. But always great to hear from veterans. I always feel like veterans give such good interviews because they have, I think, so much like to look back on, in their careers.
And some of them got media training here and there.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, we are moving on to our next series of the day, and that is going to be Near Airport versus Conviction. So again, this has that kind of underdog vibe to it, given Conviction. A lot of these were CLOL players that are looking to move up into the next caliber of play, and now you're going against the LCS vets. That's kind of a boss music scenario that you're walking into.
Oh yeah, it is. Conviction, they started red hot as well. 2-0 over fellow promotion team Apex Mission Impossible. Also a potentially unexpected 2-0 over Supernova. Now, a lot of people, including myself, believe that Supernova played pretty terribly in that series, but Conviction played really well, and that's the most important takeaway, is that they are actually, alongside Dark Zero, tied at the top of the standings at this current moment. 4-0 game score, 2-0 match score, and they're going against a Near Airport team that we have lofty expectations for. But Dustworks, I think the theme of our broadcast today as we watch them is going to be highlighting some of the mistakes that they make and how they fix them, because Near Airport has been proven to be mortal.
Yeah, let's go ahead and pull up the roster, starting off with Near Airport right here, right now. Again, so many trophies between these players, a lot of experience. And TF Blade is there. That's always going to be nice on top of that. But the way this team has been playing, it kind of echoes what we saw in the last series with Luminosity. The expectations are incredibly high, and they are having a kind of rocky, rough start.
Yeah. And I don't think this is entirely unexpected. Like, we knew it would take these players some time to ramp up. We knew that they wouldn't be, like, just prime Shaq and Kobe right out the gate, right? But I think tracking their growth is going to be so important. One of the things immediately that sticks out to me in their hair-raising 2-1 defeat of CCG last week is that for what feels like the first time this season, they actually had Double Lift put on the carry pants, something that had not happened in splits past. And Double Lift gonna be going up against, again, another promotion team, Chrome, formerly known as Aaron in the bottom lane, who has had an electrifying start to his season. Aaron, always great to see him playing in Tier 2. Always a very fun player to watch, a very fun personality, and alongside him and Manui, two of the players that I think we're really looking for on this team to step up to continue to carry conviction to wins.
And I will say, even though this team had a very hot start, 4-0, you know, in the series, that puts them at 2-0. It was against AMI, it was against Supernova.
Right.
It's still competition, it still feels good, but that is an easier schedule to say the least. And now this is where the will test is going to come in for conviction.
Most certainly. And a big test for that bottom lane. I think Manui specifically, a long-time NACL veteran, but in many ways feels like a rookie on this team with a lane swap down to support.
Yeah.
I think it's been up and down for Manui at this role. He's really going to need to play well against Bio. And not only that, we have Kizno in the jungle. I think one of the more exciting up-and-coming players we've had in our space for the last 2 years or so, going up against the #1 jungler alongside Yuji in this league in Spica. And then you've also got Hoarder, who had a breakout week 1. Can he replicate it?
Now, one thing I have been noticing, if teams are able to lock down Biofrost into the bottom lane,
Yes.
it does neuter a lot of what Near Airport try to pull off with Spica and jungle support synergy that this team does pull out. We saw that with Array and Breezy. They were able to just put chronic pressure and out-trade, even kill in the 2v2 against Double Lift and Biofrost. I feel like if you don't get that pressure going from Chrome and Minui, that enables Biofrost to get across the map and let Near Airport take over.
Because when Biofrost is able to get involved with Spica, Near Airport is so good,
So good.
proactive,
Yeah.
so good. Bio is the setup for this team, but dare I say, on the other side of the coin, when Bio is not able to get involved, Near Airport kind of just does the old school TSM do nothing. And so they really need their support to get going in the game. And I will say too, for looking at the mid lane, Darkwings is definitely good enough to contain Pobelter in the lane. We've seen that also be a potential problem for NA, is if they're not just able to kind of like have mid passively win, because Pobelter is generally better than a lot of the guys here. But we have gone through the first phase of bans. Double Lift picking up his tried and true Varus. This has been his favorite champion throughout the entire spring split so far. Not surprised to see that one unchanged.
Also been a very solid pick to grab early in these Fearless drafts. We already saw it in our first series of the day. It was the B1. Gonna have it again with Near Airport. Their response to it is gonna be the Maokai, so you get a good frontline tank who can engage onto this Varus, as well as the Jhin, which has been very potent as of lately in the meta.
Skarner getting picked up for Spica, so it's not a carry. This is a bit of a different look. Spica has been the biggest carry for this team so far, now going more the utility direction. I'm expecting Ambessa? No? Okay, this is really interesting, because Tia Blade has been a Jax, Ambessa, Jace enjoyer. With Jax and Jace gone, I really expected an Ambessa blind pick. Hoarder was probably holding on to some sort of counter, but they're actually going to let it drop.
And then, of course, getting that Skarner can be pretty impactful for the way you set up around neutrals, because what we've been seeing from teams is as long as they get the first setup, there are so many traps you can lay with the Ixtal's impact. You now have a Victor and a Jhin. While they're very strong and can do some decent counters onto Skarner, especially if you get that gravitational field down, they're not the most mobile, so it allows Spica to approach it in that similar way.
Also, the Victor counter into the Azir, I've never loved this one. Now, I will say, talking about like Fearless draft, both the Jhin and the Victor are big denials from Double Lift and Pobelter for potential game 2 and 3s. But this one always feels hard to play because, yes, you win the lane in isolation, but if anyone comes mid, the threat of the shuffle can be big, especially if Darkwings loses Flash. So that's something we'll have to track. As now, moving into the second phase, we have mirrored picks on both sides. I'm expecting R5 to come through for Hoarder. Again, he had a massive breakout week 1 performance for the rookie. So what is he going to do into TF Blade? Again, he must be cooking a pick into the Zambessa. There's no other reason it didn't get banned out here.
And it's not a bad time to really go for it either, because you don't have those typical counters on the board. Zyra's one of them. Talia we've talked about in the past before. So yeah, the Ambessa is going to be able to go through, and this gives some pretty strong pick and engage now. Oh, the Bard is tried and true for Biofrost. He kind of made a name for himself when we first saw him debut into the Tier 1 space with his Bard picks and his Tempered Fates, and we're going to see that on the Rift once more.
Oh, really? Is it just Renekton into the Ambessa? I mean, again, it is like a denial from TF Blade later in the series. Okay, it ends up being Gnar. Not the most inspiring R5 from Hoarder. I feel like we knew this Ambessa was coming. I mean, I would have to guess it's a comfort pick right here because there's no other reason to go for this. I will say, big thing for near airport with the Bard, push in bottom. Double ranged up against the Alistar. Bio should be able to get active on the map. They also have Spica, not on a carry, but still on a playmaker. Ability to attack mid and top. That's what I'm expecting for near airport to try to get a win in game 1.
Conviction off to a hot start in week 1. They got to have week 2 off, and now they're against their toughest opponent yet in the airport. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to take the dub. Will it be Conviction, or will it be near airport? We'll find out right now.
And for Conviction, they do have a really solid team fight composition. I think I'm really looking at Dark Wings on this Victor to be a big carry later on into the game with that AoE. Not the best tank shredding capability right now for CNV, and they want to just immediately take control of the top side of the map, allow TF Blade to play the game, and also, potentially track Kisno on that early clear.
Man, I am gonna worry for Conviction as this game does drag on a little bit if they aren't getting the advantages that they need. Again, I look back towards that Skarner and kind of how creative you can get with some of these gigs. It kind of takes me back to when Zac first came out in League of Legends. People were like, Elastic Slingshot, you can do it from all these wild angles. The Ixtal's Impact enables something similar where you can just run through these walls that they're not expecting, sometimes doing counter vision, and that's the end of the team fight right there before it even starts.
Yeah, Skarner's so funny. I like the comparison because I feel like Elastic Slingshot is almost more broken in the speed in which it can, in different angles in which it can come from, right? But Skarner is so much more punishing with the CC chain he does lay down if he hits you, right? So I do agree. I think a lot of responsibility on Spica to get this game going. My question for Conviction is, early on, the Skarner is going to be so damn tanky. He gets tankier than basically any other champion in the game at like 10 minutes just off of the Heartsteel. But Conviction's damage doesn't scale that well into this game with the Jhin and the Gnar, so I'm just not sure when their window to fight is actually going to be, and that's what I'm a bit more worried about, kind of looking towards about 10 minutes in the game.
Taking a look at the jungle pathing right now. Both junglers going to be at their Raptor camps. Now, we've talked a lot about Spica. I know, Hawk, you're a very big proponent of Kisno.
Yeah, I mean, ever since I saw Kisno play on, who did he play for? He played for CB Gaming in Tier 3 in 2023 spring, I want to say it was. Then went over to Lit Esports, ended up promoting into the NACL. The rest is kind of history, right? He was on Supernova first, but regardless, I think this guy has really stormed onto the scene. I think, he's still got a way to go, but after going back to Tier 3 for a stint in 2024, I think this guy has definitely proven that he is above the Tier 3 level of play, right? Yeah. And he does deserve to be here in Tier 2. I think a lot to learn potentially in this series up against a former LCS MVP in Spica, and I really want to see what he's got for us this split.
And he's on a good playmaker to demonstrate just his capabilities for dictating these fights for Conviction. I know you were asking for where things can really start off for Conviction. Well, that's one of the avenues right there. Fortunately, maybe not the bottom lane, as we're starting to see what happens when you have that ranged into melee matchup with the supports. Cow doesn't like getting hit that much.
And Cow, very easy to hit that much, as Hoarder has no jungler on his side, half HP under a tower. This is looking dangerous.
Very scary right now. Spica's going to show up, able to get the Ixtal's Impact into the wall. Flash away. The follow-through from TF Blade means first blood for near airport.
Yeah, really nice clean dive right there. I mean, no recourse to be had. There's no crash on the way for Conviction, as Kisno, I don't think it's like his fault necessarily, but that was a very obvious dive angle to come through, and nobody was there to help Hoarder. That's a big kill to pick up on Hoarder's counter pick.
And it's a kill on Mbessa. Mbessa move around a lot. Mbessa pick your carries a lot. So it's a good start for TF Blade and Near Airport in the early stages of this game. And, you know, simple game plan set. Hey, let's dive the top side. Executed perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, super easy stuff. I feel like any time in which the jungler is able to full clear into getting an uncontested play means your early game plan wasn't that good. Well played by Spica to go for the instant flash stun into Hoarder, not allow the Gnar to outplay. I think Hoarder was trying to rely on the Mega Gnar to potentially save him, but was just too far away from getting that bar to zoom in on the little dead body. That's disrespect.
Oh, our producers, bro. Oh, you gotta feel bad for poor Hoarder right there after getting slain. Just the prolonged frame of his misery. Now as he is back in the lane, will be at a deficit this time. He still has the Gnar, which does afford him the ability to trade in lane when he is going into that ranged form. But it's now getting a lot trickier with TF Blade having a kill.
But Kisno, at least, you know, using that bottom side vision investment he got earlier to start up an early dragon. Credit to Chrome and Manui, who have actually been able to dictate push against the double range bottom lane. Double Lift and Bio have been trying to play for a freeze the whole game to force, I think, an overextension out of Manui. But I think the Cow is very happy to just let Jin farm up the minions from range and have pressure in the bottom side of the map. So good stuff here from Conviction to at least get something back on the side of the map that they invested in.
Doesn't seem like Near Airport even want to consider that dragon. They're happy to forfeit that one away as they call for the lane swap. Double Lift and Biofrost will be in that top lane. All of the meanwhile, Grubs do spawn and Spica is right on it.
Now Conviction is matching the swap. Chrome on his way, as is Manui. Kisno's a bit far though, so I'm not sure. It looks like they're not going to contest the Grubs. They just want to match the lane swap to make sure Hoarder's still able to get farm, I think is what's happening right here. But, I mean, Hoarder already down 10 CS. This is a tough game to beat the Gnar after the early dive.
And when you're put into positions like that, considering Gnar is supposed to be a frontline engage, you don't want him to be squishy. You don't want him to jump in and just instantly get blown up before he can do that Mega Gnar form. And catch up needs to be played here for Hoarder, but there's a lot of attention still in this bottom lane as Kisno's going to arrive to bring that catch-up. Mega Gnar form comes through. Public execution to follow through, but it's not enough to save TF Blade's life. Hoarder will get the kill.
Yeah, nice try from TF Blade right there. Unstoppable through the Gnar, but Hoarder immediately follows it with the wallop, and they're able to take him down, punishing the flash from the earlier dive as well. So Conviction ultimately able to pay their top laner back for the commitment towards bottom side earlier.
Ask and you shall receive, Hawk. We wanted things to get better for Hoarder. They got better. And it was all off of Kisno, who did...
I just think that's great identification.
Yeah.
Like, there's just no dive here from NA, right? They know their bot lane's completely safe. Hey, we need to pay our top laner back because we sacked them early, and Kisno found a window.
Kisno watching very carefully on the map where to attack. He does find his window of opportunity. This will even up the top lane matchup between TF Blade and Hoarder. Taking a look at the timers right now. We've got 3 minutes before the next dragon does come up. Might have a fight nonetheless. Flashing out from the Emperor's Divide. Now it puts Pobelter in a bad situation. Spica gonna block the grass, but it still lands onto Pobelter. He gets caught by it, and it will cost him his life in the grand scheme of things. One more laser to put him down.
That was very well played by Darkwings. I said he's good enough to match Pobelter. Look at the CS. Even before the kill comes down, the extra wave that Darkwings gets, he is winning. As we're going to get another look at this bottom play first. We talked about it. Good identification from Kisno to look for the play, and well-layered CC by Hoarder to avoid any sort of Ambessa shenanigans. Nicely done to give the Gnar the kill as well. But talking about that mid-play, I mean, Darkwings, fantastic patience under pressure. Reigning CLOL champion alongside Chrome, by the way, with St. Louis University. These two guys, you love to see it. They know a thing or two about Clutch from their run last year.
Now, there is one thing I want to point out. When the Maokai ultimate was used, usually what you do is you put your tank to eat one lane of it, and your carry will be behind that. They'll be perfectly safe. the very edge of the other lane caught Pobelter on that ultimate. That's
right.
brutal, man.
Can I ask a really honest question? When did they change Maokai's ult to be this? Because was Pobelter even playing Pro League of Legends since Maokai got this ult? I mean, that was just so well played. Again, look at Darkwings. He gets everything out of Pobelter. Fantastic patience.
Right there.
Knew his jungler was behind him. And yeah, you mentioned it. Pobelter just walking into the roots. Kizno splits his focus, maybe thinks he can have a kill on the Spica. Obviously, Darkwings able to pick that one up. Again, Kizno gives the kill to his carry. Like, it's a mistake from Pobelter, I think, to die, but it's an outplay from Darkwings in the first place to be able to set that up.
So Conviction showing that those matches they had in week number 1, it wasn't just easy mode. They do operate at this level of play, at least in this early game so far, as they are able to keep up with Near Airport. But you're still going to need more than that, because look at the passive gold. Near Airport are still managing out slight leads.
I'm not really sure how, because they're down 20 CS in mid. I guess they are marginally ahead everywhere else. Maybe a couple tower plates taking off the lane swaps as well. Ultimately, though, the gold doesn't really mean anything. It's mostly just dragging it against Grubs, and we're going to have the next spawn coming soon.
All right, here we go. Tempered Fate used onto the tower. Stun will not be found from the Cosmic Binding. It does get the flash out of Chrome, so down a Summoner Spell is the ADC of Conviction.
And so that's what we want to see, right? Oh, hang on. Okay. Porter just hops away.
Hanging on.
As that's Bio and Spica linking up to try to make a play. Chrome uses the flash, I think well used right there, but does stay alive. The more Bio and Spica can link up like that, the happier Near Airport's going to be. I think Manui on this cow hasn't really gotten involved, mostly has been posturing defensively. It's been a lot of Kizno. Wait, hang on.
Here we go. Biofrost looking to block the lane. Double Lift's going to be okay now, but the curtain call opens up, and Biofrost is sacrificed to Conviction.
I mean, Kizno is having a great game. He comes down. We already saw Bio and Double Lift use some ultimates earlier on, trying to find the pick on the Chrome. Yeah. And so they just take their turn. League of Legends is a game of turns. Kizno makes the play happen, just as I was talking about him being the main purveyor of proactive plays. Credit to Spica for cross-mapping here on the Void Grubs, but Conviction very happy to pick up the Speed of Warfare and the second Dragon.
As you had mentioned earlier, I mean, Kizno has spent so much time in the Tier 3 space since 2023. You said Supernova, Lit Esports, Tempest Gaming, Dragoon's Goons, one of the fan favorites from back in the day. And now seeing this level of growth where he's definitely performing like he belongs in Tier 2, this is exactly what we want to see out of these players.
And again, I think Kizno is just somebody for me that I feel like he didn't spend that much time in Tier 3 compared to what a lot of guys do. Because yes, he has spent multiple splits, but honestly, having already a split of NACL under his belt in now his 3rd year of his career, I think it's really impressive. And again, that last stint that he had on Dragoon's Goons, I think in particular, he really proved to me that he is a Tier 2 talent. And now on Conviction, 0-0-3, getting it started really nicely. Yes, he's down farm on Spica, but the proactivity has been awesome to see. A bounty on his mid laner Darkwing that was set up by him. Conviction, they're not really ahead in gold, but I feel like with 2 dragons, they are well poised to approach these 15 or so minute team fights.
I don't know. In a straight 5v5, I can agree with you on that one. The worry now is going to be the side lanes, man. 6 grubs were picked up by Near Airport. They got the Grubageddon, which means if they're left alone with towers, if their side laning works well for TF Blade, for example, towers are going to go down quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I also think, though, Ambessa likes to play for the grouped fights, right? And so, yes, the grubs can be really impactful, especially, say, if Near Airport gets, like, a pick, and then they're able to cross-map, the grubs will always help you push faster, but I think when we're looking at team fights, you know, you got a Blackfire, Victor, the Jhin approaching 1 item right there. It just feels like Conviction's 1 item spike is going to be a little bit stronger across the board as long as they can get those, you know, Hoarder and Chrome's items to come through before the next fight.
I mean, that's always the tricky thing with the trade. When you grab grubs, you're intending to take structures, take them pretty quick. When you grab dragons, you're getting stats. You're getting different types of buffs for it at the same time. Now here we go, play going in the bottom lane. We'll see if those stats become useful. Stunned up in the gravitational field. Darkwings not get that much chip damage on the Spica. Spica's already tanky.
Yeah, I mean, Minui, though, just spent literally nothing to get Bio's flash and Bio's ulti. Like, that's a pretty good look right there from Conviction. And they didn't even have to over-rotate multiple members. Chrome was on reset, able to catch this mid-wave, so nice look from Conviction just to get a resource out that will not be available for the Herald and Dragon spawns at 16 minutes.
Still clearing out his wave as TF played. Now, as we take a look at the gold between the players, there's lots of even wallets coming through. It's only slight leads that we're seeing from some of these lanes. The most impactful one would probably be Darkwings in the mid lane right there. There's about a 500 gold lead against his counter opponent.
Yeah, Darkwings is pretty big, and I said at the top of the game that he does need to be the carry for this team. The Victor skill's by far the best, and a fed Victor can be a really big problem because most champions, when they get fed, they one-shot that guy. Victor one-shots all the guys.
Just put a big old ultimate of magic damage there. You're seeing it being used on TF Blade.
Oh, one more tick.
Ooh, so close. If that stun lasted just a hint longer, maybe you get that tick on the Victor ultimate. Now here comes Spica going after Minui. Minui with the headbutt away will survive.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I think that's Darkwing just flexing his muscles right there. I mean, really well done. This Victor looking a little scary right now. Didn't even have to blow his flash too, which I think is the most important thing, getting another resource off of TF Blade. I will say, by the way, I have just been informed that Maokai ult was changed all the way back in 2017. Wow, time flies. So yeah, I think Pobelter was definitely playing back then. Fair to say.
It was for the me, man. Whoever messaged talk, it was for the me.
Yeah. I really thought they changed that in like 2020. I'm getting old, bro. I actually, wow, that's probably... I just offended the rest of the NACL broadcast.
Yeah, you offended me, man.
I'm sorry.
I've been doing this since season 1.
I remember.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not casting since season 1.
Okay,
I've been following the league since season 1.
I started playing League in 2016. So Maokai got changed not long after I started, I guess. But he wasn't meta until a while, I feel like, after that ult got changed. But could be misremembering. Either way. In 2025, pretty good champ.
Very good champ. I mean, you always have that flexibility of, yeah, he's a tank, but also if I build Leandries and tag you with some saplings, I kind of do some damage too, man.
True. Yeah, Kizno, he's got a Leandries. Did he go? He did not go Red Smite. Okay, so, because the really funny one is like the Red Smite Leandries. They have nerfed that over the course of time, but still, these saplings going to be annoying. I love just seeing Kizno stand in the river. He's playing goaltender. Dragon is going to be the continued focus for Conviction because, yes, they give you stats, but more importantly, they give you the promise of future engagement near airport. Not going to want to let the soul go over, soul point rather. Multiple flashes not available as TF Blade is spotted.
First setup by Conviction, but interesting path coming out of near airport right now as they find the Cosmic Binding. TF Blade is deep in there, will go in with the public execution, but Chrome takes him down. Now on the retreat as the Impale is found on to Kizno. Kizno falls, and there's the Emperor's Divine. We'll find the shuffle onto the back line as crumbling is Conviction. Chrome has to close the curtains, and Hoarder is sacrificed to near airport. Chrome walks away while near airport have their heads held up high.
That's a really big fight near airport. 4 for 1 as Bio was able to buy time for TF Blade, and Pobelter on his Azir finds the shuffle on the Darkwings to sign, seal, and deliver this fight, and a soul denied. Near airport in the lead.
Biofrost on Bard. The dude debuted in Tier 1 playing Bard and dropping Tempered Fates on people in the same exact way. He's so good with this champion, buys an incredible amount of time for TF Blade, and here we are near airport, 2.3k in the lead.
Yeah, and again, the scaling on their side, I think is just a bit better than that of Conviction, as it looks like TF Blade is completely caught out. But the ultimate from Biofrost just buys so much time. TF Blade, yes, he dies, but they're able to yoink Kizno, and POV just has an incredible position right here, able to wall them off completely. This time had the flash to still catch Darkwings even after the flash of his own. Order dies on the backside. Chrome the only one alive, but this Jhin is a pea shooter into the Skarner.
Yeah, the notorious POB with that Shurima shuffle. Again, all actuated by Biofrost, who bought the time for that play. Near airport, with the 6 grubs, Infernal Drake on top of that, they have a lot on the map to really pick up here. They only have 1 turret picked up, so a lot of standing gold that they can start to capitalize on.
Yeah, there absolutely is, and I mean, I mentioned the scaling. Yes, Dark Wings is gonna be so strong, but like this is a collector Jhin who I don't know how Conviction really matches these team fights, especially with the amount of playmaking and mobility that Near Airport has. Rift Herald now on the map, Near Airport. They're the ones focusing on towards it, approaching second item spikes all across the board. Now, still some critical flashes down, but Dark Wings not having that one makes him a clear target. We'll see if Conviction can wrestle their way into the river. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
It's going to be the big risk, man. If you do go for that fight, you mentioned it, Dark Wings no flash. They can jump on that. They are keeping track of these flash timers. The other thing is, if you let them get this Rift Herald, they are going to get quite a bit out of it. 6 scrubs. Once it crashes, that's a lot acquired, but here comes the team fight. It does get secured over to Near Airport, but here comes the follow-up now coming through as the curtain calls open up, looking for Spica. Spica's taking the damage, and it will now go right over the wall as Hoarder will find the Meganar ultimate. Kizno follows through. He targets Spica. Spica's burning down, and Hoarder will be able to hold the line as a shutdown is found by Dark Wings.
Near Airport gets out with 4 members. How did they only drop Spica? And with the Herald getting taken as well, it's fine. Okay, it looks like they didn't get the eye. So at the very least, I guess it's a 1 for 0. Oh, Kizno.
Oh, Kizno, he overstayed. He overstayed big time. TF Blade does burn his flash, but will secure the kill and second kill of the game onto the Zambesa.
Honestly, dying to get TF Blade's flash I think is like fine right there, but it is going to give Near Airport setup over this Otacon. So Near Airport first into the river, but a great TP from Hoarder to try to corral them in, and this fight setup actually looks pretty good. Dark Wings untouched in the backside with Hoarder to corral, but they just can't kill this damn Skarner even after a 3-man Gnar. The rest of Conviction too far to follow up through the choke point. Pobelter drawing the line with the Sand Soldiers, dissuading any sort of chase. Ends up just being a 1 for 0. Herald is denied at the very least, but with Kizno dying, it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory.
I mean, that's the big thing we're going to mention right there is just the Herald, going to waste. It does burn when you've spent all that time and investment to try and grab that objective, only to lose a guy and not even collect the eye. So it's still going to be an okay win for Conviction, even if they weren't able to clean up the rest of the fight like they wanted to. But look at this from Biofrost. Comes in, finds the Cosmic Binding on Kizno. Not going to steal away the blue buff, though.
With Near Airport still just continuing to try to advance their vision line forward, they know they're ahead, and they know they want to keep opening up the map. I would expect top lane tier 1 to be the focus, but with Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, they say, hey, let's just fight him again. We got a 2-item Azir and a 2-item on hit Varus. The conditions are decent. Now, Doublelift does not have Flash. Dark Wings and Chrome both have theirs back up, and it looks like TF Blade's gonna be able to take this turret anyway, so. I think Conviction does have the ability to approach this one. They also have 2 items on their carry. They're now trying to clear out the vision in the river. We'll see.
20 seconds before Dragon, but it's Otacon that's going to get pulled now by Near Airport. There's no one in the vicinity right now, so Conviction will dedicate
they know now
to the Dragon stacking because they will not get here in time for the Otacon.
Yeah, wow, that's just going to be gone. Near Airport. They've done this a few times, actually. Well played around Otacon. I think you told me, Eric, that they have the highest Otacon rate of any team in the NACL so far. Just Conviction kind of falling asleep at the wheel, saying, hey, we can give Soul Point. Let's get gold right now. We don't have Flash on our 80 carry. We don't need to coin flip a fight. So they're going to be able to take a tier 2 tower, more than likely, maybe even a kill.
Yeah, going for the dive. And right there with the Tempered Fate, dead to rights is Hoarder.
Oh no, Dark Wings!
Dark Wings, what are you doing? He is dead in the blink of an eye, and the tempo belongs to Near Airport.
I mean, Conviction just completely fell apart in their rotation. Hoarder just needs to sack the top lane, knowing that Near Airport is on an extended cross map. Dark Wings ends up throwing himself to the wolves, and now it's not only going to be a tier 2 tower, it's going to be an inhibitor dropping 24 minutes into the game.
There's those grubs. There they go. The little Twitch chatters running all to the Nexus towers. What a blunder coming out here. I mean, it was already a misstep for Hoarder to go down, but this teleport hawk.
Yeah. I mean, the teleport came in after the Tempered Fate. Like, Darkwings had to have known that this is completely cooked before you even press the Summoner spell. That is a really big mistake from the mid laner of CNV. And in general, well identified near airport. They continue to be, in my opinion, the best cross-mapping team in the NACL. Identifying that they could go for Otacon and then leverage their 6 grubs to go from what was barely a 1.5k gold lead to now 5,000, approaching 3 items on all their carries. Yeah, they give over Soul Point, but it's not going to mean a damn thing if they can slap Conviction with their wallets at the next fight.
I don't think this is going to stop anytime soon. The pain train is here. Well, plane, near airport. Right, we got to stick with that. Here comes Darkwings and Minui looking to focus on TF Blade. Minui's not going to get close enough, and there is a ward in the tri-bush, so even if he took an angle, he'd be spotted out. Near airport, getting control of this map firmly in their hands.
At the very least, Conviction didn't use any flashes or, you know, they have everything up. They have their major ultimates for the next fight. It looks like NA, they have the ability to rip a Baron with on-hit Varus and Azir should they choose to, but I do think, you know, flipping the game around a Baron is one of the only ways they lose from this position, so I don't expect to see them do it. Just taking full control of CNV's bottom side jungle.
We'll step up with the upheaval. Blast Plant pulls Kisno into the wrong direction, or maybe the right one here as the current call opens up. Not a single shot gonna land, though.
Yeah, but I mean, they get the flash off of Spica. Now, they're on the Baron. CNV on the way. It's gone. Yeah, they can just burn this down so fast.
No. Stay away from Biofrost. That Tempered Fate means so much. It gets burnt down near airport. We'll be able to secure the Baron, and they find the backline. Chrome gonna get locked down, but the counter engage now being pulled by Conviction. Minui goes forward. Here comes Hoarder. Is able to get one on the Meganar, but gets chipped down by Pobelter.
Minui?
The follow through though, as Chrome is able to pop 1. Chrome is able to pop 2, but his health bar is running low. It's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade between Conviction and the airport.
Oh, but a Nexus tower died in the base. Look at the base. The super minions took a turret. And near airport, they know that CNV has to get back and defend.
Oh, they
teleport into mid lane from TF Blade. I think it's just going to be a mid lane tier 2 after it all. Conviction, a nice fight to try to stabilize, but it wasn't good enough. Near airport, fantastic poise under pressure.
They can chase him down. You got the pinch coming out from TF Blade. So they can go ahead and go after Kisno, but Kisno is just going to take the recall right there. Pobelter, mid lane tower, does fall. Darkwings might look for the chase here, but Azir passive gets his protection with that turret in the mid lane.
And they're going to be able to walk away. Near airport loses 2 members for the Baron, but obviously it's extremely worth it. Their gold lead goes up by another 2,500. Conviction loses even more of their base as they do find Chrome, but he is far enough away, and it's a difficult choke point to walk through. Watch this, Pobelter and DL. It's very difficult for them to walk in here, and Hoarder just absolutely mogs doublelift in this fight, forcing him up. Minui then, great flash combo, stops TF Blade's entrance, ends up being a 2-for-2. But Pobelter with these Sand Soldiers, yet again, dissuading any sort of extended chase from Conviction, means that they cannot win the fight in earnest.
Now, one of the bright sides for Conviction is Chrome. You know, Aaron Lee, right there, 4-0-1 on this Jhin. If you saw his positioning in that last fight, he's playing this front to back. He's staying behind his tanks and picking up kill after kill after kill. It's gotten him to 3 items. It's a pretty good strong point for the Jhin. So keeping him alive for some of these fights, I mean, it might sound like hope, but that's the biggest hope that we really have for Conviction right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Chrome is great on this Jhin, too. He had a fantastic game 1 on it against Apex Mission Impossible in week 1, but I just... It's Jhin, you know? Like, you can't 1v9 this game. You need Darkwings, you need Hoarder, you need the rest of the team to be strong, and I just think it's not going to be enough. Darkwings does still have the flash to keep himself alive in the next fight. I do not think Conviction is going to be able to approach their Soul Dragon, though, that just spawned, so... Like, I'm still just worried for Conviction that their carries, despite, yes, Chrome being strong, I don't think it's enough on its own.
Pobelter keeping this wave shoved in. With the Dragon now acquired, the rest of Near Airport can show up in the mid lane, take this inhibitor. That's going to be the second inhibitor now falling. The first inhibitor did respawn over on the top side, but now Near Airport can just transition over there and take that too.
CNV is posturing for a fight. Here comes Kizno.
Here we go, Kizno. Use the ultimate. Only gets the root onto one. They're still holding down Kizno as the curtain call opens up, but pushed against the wall. You can see Spica trying to fight this one now, but Hoarder has his number. Now TF Blade on the back line as the Cosmic Binding does come out. Tempered Fate gets the back line. Here's Chrome as he finds one onto the Ambessa. Conviction are starting to fight back. Low health bars for Near Airport. They'll find the defense and keep Near Airport out of their base.
Conviction is doing a great job this game of fighting on choke points. They don't overchase into the Azir, and they simply section everybody outside of the base except for TF Blade and Spica, who become the targets. And this force of nature, Skarner, he dies pretty quickly to the Jhin. Maybe I was a hater a bit too much for Chrome here, as he has another great fight. Look, I get it, Near Airport, they want to walk in, but TF Blade is a bit sectioned off. Spica blocks for the team, but again, he just takes so much damage. And look at this. NA wants to draw the line, but Conviction does not assault the trench. They simply kite back and hit front. Chrome able to find TF Blade on the side off of a nice Deadly Flourish as well, and it ends up being 2 unanswered kills to help close the gold gap by just that little bit.
And again, look at Chrome's HP bar at the end of that. That is protecting your AD carry, who can bring you back into this game. I said there's a chance. I said it's going to be through Chrome. And now he's showing that if he's unchecked on this Jhin, he will start getting kills onto Near Airport. But still, this doesn't change the situation that Conviction are in. Backs are against the wall as your inhibitor is down. And we still have a lot of objectives coming up quite soon. Baron in a minute. 2 minutes, 40 seconds before we get another Drake. Uplift going forward right here. This is very ambitious from Minui. The rest of the team has to collapse in onto him as Pobelter fights off Hoarder. Now looking to jump deeper into the fight is Minui as he'll get the headbutt, but look at his team. They're getting destroyed, and Minui is on the wrong side of this river. The cow's gonna go grazing on the side that he should not be, and he will be chased down to his demise and be made into burgers by Near Airport.
I mean, that was just not the look for Conviction. I just praised how well they fought around spaces on Summoner's Rift. Why are we engaging over a wall into Near Airport's line of control? Sure, Hoarder was distracting Pobelter, but what are Victor and Jhin gonna do? Walk through that tiny choke point and try to hit? Absolutely not. I cannot endorse this play. Great punish from Near Airport to be able to pick up a couple kills. Obviously, the rest of Conviction able to survive.
It was incredibly ambitious because you're sending Minui there by himself.
Just what was the point? Like, what were they going for there? That's sort of what I question. And we've seen a few of these moments. Minui, it feels like he has one per game where he just kind of gets ahead of his team.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's the worst play to do. The thing that stopped it was Biofrost, man. He's got the Tempered Fate, and that's always gonna be the big factor that prolongs these engages and allows for the rest of Near Airport to get in there. That's what's making Conviction crumble in some of these skirmishes.
Regardless, Near Airport does pick up the Baron off of the backside of the play. Spica now having a Randuin's Omen completed as well. Going to make Chrome's damage a bit less impressive. He has 4 items on this Jhin, but couple of inhibitors right for the taking. Should Near Airport choose to grab them, make it a third. That tower bottom dies.
Ooh. Yeah, Minui couldn't get his combo right there. He's looking for an engage. He's looking for a route in. Near Airport aren't gonna give it. They're gonna get the triple inhib very soon if Conviction don't do anything about this as TF Blade splits off on the bottom. Minui's looking for his angle. He's the big engage alongside Kizno. Here comes Kizno using the ultimate curtain call. Gonna open up TF Blade, looking to get over towards the side. They'll hide behind the tank. Spica will hold the line. Pobelter over on the flank.
Can they get him?
He gets knocked up by Minui. Pobelter still putting some distance there. Here comes Spica. He's running low. Emperor's Divide comes out. Gets Minui out of the equation. Ooh. Following through is Pobelter. He wants to find Darkwings. Darkwings critically low. Public execution doesn't find the mark, but the follow through from TF Blade will claim 2. And now with this Baron buff and the super minions crashing into the base, it is critical for Conviction.
I mean, Pobelter is just on a heater right now. Hoarder jumping forward, wants to find Bio maybe, but look at them just kite on the edge of their range.
They're stuck in their base. Pobelter can kite back and bring that DPS with the Azir. Minions now crowding in the rest of Near Airport, breaking off to just go pick themselves a quick souvenir Drake as they continue the push.
I mean, with the Baron, triple inhibitor death, you're going to be able to pick up this mid tower. It's also sole point now for Near Airport. I think this is the end. Darkwing still down for 14 here. Here comes the Near Airport.
See, Minui just coming off the respawn, but Near Airport leading these minions in. What kind of engage can you get with Hoarder and Minui? It is going to be your last stand as Nexus Tower number 1 collapses. Here comes the respawn now. Hoarder misses the Gnar ultimate, and that is the last gasp. Conviction watching the minions come into their base. They get caught by the Cosmic Binding Tempered Fate, and the rest follows through as Minui is slain. The current call gets closed. The Nexus is exposed, and Near Airport will take game number 1 against Conviction.
Yeah, it may not be clean as many Near Airport games are, but it is relatively one-sided. NA able to take down Conviction, handing them their first loss of the NACL season. Conviction, they showed us some fight here and there. Chrome in particular, want to give a shout out, continues to look good here in 2025. But yeah, I mean, just some big blunders, some ill-advised engages from Conviction, and some massive outplays looking at Bio and Pobelter in particular that allowed NA to take the win.
Yeah, you know, credit where credit is due. They played decently enough with some of the early game plays that we did see from Kisno in particular. Yeah. He was constantly in the bottom lane, man, and it was getting Chrome quite a few kills. The thing was, it just didn't translate to the mid game. It didn't translate to the late game, where we just saw Near Airport completely take over. And off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over to short break and return. We'll get into game number 2 between Near Airport and Conviction.
Most handsome player. I don't even know. I mean, if I have to say one, you know, that comes to my mind, like, oh, it's probably gonna be, you know, Scary Jerry. That guy's kind of handsome, you know. He was my teammate last year, and he goes like 6-pack and stuff. So I guess Scary Jerry.
That's a good question. I don't know if I had to think. We can say Vulcan to represent because he's Quebec. He's from QC like me, so I'll say Vulcan. Throw a little yeah.
I think Sven Skaren in 2018 and 2019 was probably close to them. I think 2019 summer especially, he was very handsome, so I think I'd have to give it to him in those years.
Ooh, who's been the most handsome pro player? That's tough. I mean, the first one that comes to mind is honestly Reckless. He has so many fans. I mean, he's actually like so good looking. Who's the most handsome pro player? Oh, dude, it's tough. I don't know. For me, it's like probably some sort of tie between like Reckless, Bjergsen. We've had some really good looking players. I know I'm missing a bunch. It's not something I think about regularly. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with Reckless and Bjergsen for now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Conviction versus Near Airport. We wanted to see some of that veterancy shine from Near Airport, and boy, did it, Hawk.
Oh, yeah, it did. Near Airport, I mean, just quality team fighting, it felt like was the name of the game in this one, despite Conviction showing some flashes of proactivity and ability to find picks and fights of their own. I, again, look at players like Poe Belter that just had a massive performance to go up 1-0.
Yeah, it was, the matchup wasn't just an outright stomp. I think that's one thing we do need to clear up, because I want to commend what Kizno was able to do in that game number one very early on. He kept visiting that bot lane and kept finding kills for Conviction in the bot lane, and it gave a good breath of life to Conviction for the start of this game.
This fight, though, I mean, look at this. Poe Belter, oh, he finds the most beautiful angle I've ever seen after already free hitting from a good position. I do agree with you, though. It is important to emphasize it took NA, what, like 35 minutes, I think it was, to end this game. Conviction definitely had good fights of their own that we'll see over the course of the highlight reel. I thought Kizno and Chrome in particular had good games, and I would like to see that continue. I think the bigger thing is that Near Airport never allowed Conviction to find a decidedly winning fight. It was always just one or two kills here or there that did not allow NA, or rather Conviction, to build a real lead.
Now, I did give a lot of props to Kizno. I think even loss, you know, you still have to commend some of these teams for what they were able to do well. It's not just Kizno. Chrome had good positioning for some of these fights where he was just able to pick heads left and right and get a pretty strong lead on top of that. I also look over towards Hoarder, who had some solid Meganar ultimates if it wasn't for at least the timing and gold deficit that Near Airport were able to acquire over the course of the game. That being said, though, like, these are the veterans. This is sort of for them living up to the expectations that this league has on them.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, we talked about kind of Luminosity wanting to have a confidence win earlier today. I think Near Airport in a similar boat. They have gone to 3 games, and both of their series so far, you know, they were supposed to take out CCG. How about this time around? Let's just take out Conviction. And I do want to go over some of the mistakes I've been seeing Near Airport make in their games, and because I think a lot of them were better in this previous game. Namely, you know, Double Lift never really got caught out over contesting a mid wave without his jungler and his mid. That's been something we've seen. I think Near Airport did a better job of playing proactively as opposed to simply waiting around for their opponents to make a mistake, as I think we've sometimes seen from them recently. Things I would still like to see them clean up. I do think TF Blade sometimes a little disconnected from his team, which is a bit of an issue. I did like to see that Near Airport could have Spica on a tank and still win a game, because that's been something we've not really seen. So things I just want to continue to track over NA season, but generally improvements made across the board.
And I definitely really like that you bring that up. especially going into this game number 2, because some of those mistakes that we saw from near airport, they were remedied by how much time Biofrost was able to buy with his Tempered Fate. You're not going to be allowed to play Bard again. This is Fearless. Once you play a champion in a series, it is gone for the rest of that series. So if they do make some of these mistakes and they don't have tools that can prolong the situation so they can meet the requirements to take the team fight, then things might go awry in the next game. That's something I'm definitely going to be watching out for. More notably, what does Biofrost play?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I really like how you bring up that the Bard actually did get them out of a lot of tricky situations, because I do think Conviction found good pick angles that were remedied. So now we'll see. It's like, well, was Near Airport playing that way because they had the Bard, or did the Bard bail them out? I'm more inclined to believe the latter, but we'll have to see. Conviction does opt to go onto the blue side. I was not particularly inspired by the Gnar counter pick into the Mbessa by Hoarder. I thought he was cooking something more interesting, considering that's been one of TF Blade's best champions, and also just one of the best champions in the game in general. So now looking up line picks, I know Chrome just had a great game. I would like to see him something more, I feel like, spicy, more carry oriented than the Jhin.
See, as it does continue to go through the draft right now, Ryze and Nefiri going to get taken away. Nefiri, even with the nerfs, still a very strong champion, and the most frustrating W that you ever have to deal with in that whole Call of the Pack. So respect to that one. Rumble has been definitely bumping up in a lot of presence as of lately. So a lot of these big champions, it makes sense why they're not going to be on the Rift. Kalista getting banned away. We'll see what that first pick is going to be as we go forward here. What we've been seeing as we get towards game 2s and 3s, that's when we start to see champions like Corki, for example, start to shine through.
And critically as well, the other champion with an annoying W, not just Nefiri, Gwen, still available. And Hoarder, I think, would be one that if it's available. Now, Jax is open though, and it was banned by Conviction in game 1, and it's one of TF Blade's favorites. So I think TF Blade would be pretty happy to take that matchup. So I'm actually wondering if we see Gwen go unbanned. Okay, no, they do still ban it. That's interesting.
It does leave the Jace up, which is going to instantly get taken away over on the side of Conviction. You were talking about that Jax, that's still on the table. And sometimes, you know, regardless of the context of the comp, having these comfort champions means a little bit more into that regard, but first pick will be that Jace.
I would go Jax here if I'm near airport. It's not the best matchup, but like I just think TF Blade is so good on the pick. It's like why I like his Mbessa as well. We'll see if that ends up being the option. The Tristana is really interesting. This is a much more aggressive pick than what we've seen Doublelift play at all throughout this year. It's been a lot of Varus, Jhin, Corki. We did have one Kai'Sa game. Tristana, a very, very different look, very hyper carry oriented. It could be for Pro Belter. We have still seen it mid from time to time, but definitely a bit of a shakeup here from near airport.
But it does give you that playmaking potential that we saw from Tactical in the last game, which can be very, very exciting in the right hands. It can be an accidental Malphite ult, as Tactical called it in other situations.
I like how we acknowledge the fan service aspect of that too.
All right, with the Xin Zhao locked in, it does give a lot of presence for this early to mid game if they want to take some skirmishes. So what's the response out of Conviction? They're going to go straight for the Monkey as they lock into Wukong.
I like the Wukong pick here. Good early skirmish option, has a nice matchup into the Xin Zhao. Also good into Tristana because you can dive on top of her and you can hold your ult to interrupt the rocket jump, and it forces the Tristana player to usually be very patient. Also just ability to win a lot of 1v1s around the map. Taliyah gonna be something stable for Darkwings. This was the champion that Darkwings went absolutely nutso on in CLOL 2024, where him and Slew made the lower bracket run all the way to a national championship. So I really like this pick for him. Obviously, it's fallen out of favor a bit more as of late. It's just not as strong as it was, but I've seen how good this player can be on this champion.
Yeah, and it gives solid front line to have that Scion locked in for near airport. So you're building a pretty solid identity out of this composition so far. You have the playmaking ADC potential of Doublelift being on that Tristana, you know, the mid-game skirmishing that you're going to get from the Xin Zhao, as well as that late-game stone wall of the Scion to really start off this draft for near airport. That being said, though, I do like what we have on Conviction's side. The Wukong gives that playmaking potential that you were talking about earlier about interrupting that rocket jump, which is going to be pretty crucial in stifling double lift. You follow that up with a good flick from the seismic shove, and that's where you can start finding these picks on the more premier carries. But interesting lock-in right here to see the Lissandra for what I'm assuming is Pobelter.
It's got to be for Pobe. I mean, we have seen it as an answer to like Rakan. Rakan's obviously banned right now. I think it's going mid. This is an interesting one. Outranged by the Taliyah, doesn't really have the same ability to make plays around the map either, but has an incredible amount of lockdown. And if we're looking at double lift to be the main carry, again, it's not really something we've seen for Near Airport until about last week in games 1 and 3 against CCG, where he really has been given the keys to pop off on his own right. So a different style, one that I think people would have expected more seeing the names on this team for Near Airport when the roster was announced. It is going to be a Tristana carry show.
Very interested in the direction we're going right now for Conviction. We're getting the Aphelios, which could...
It's a pick with more sauce. I did ask for that.
Yeah, you do scale a lot more into the late game. I'm not sure if it's the answer with the complete composition so far. I do like the fact that you pair it with the Rel, because it does give you some form of peel, and you always need peel for Aphelios' early game to actually thrive. Final lock-in feels like a more concrete composition over on the side of the airport as they round it out with Braum.
I think Braum always a good pick as long as you have other hard engage in your composition, especially into the pseudo dive that we have coming out from Conviction. Chrome on the Aphelios. I wanted a pick that could do more damage. I will say Immobile against Lissandra, Zinzhao, Sion. It's going to be a difficult game to approach fights, but it will do incredible amounts of damage if given the opportunity to. Honestly, looking at this game, battle of the 80 carries, as it feels to me. Double lift on the Triss, Chrome on the Aphelios. They are going to be the guys to watch for their respective teams in the late game. Earlier on, though, Zinzhao, Lissandra against Wukong Taliyah. Explosive mid-jungle 2v2s. Kizno had a great game 1. Let's see if he can do it again.
That's where I'm going to be looking once again in the jungle role for Kizno. You get some good playmaking with that clone that you use from the Wukong to disguise that Cyclone that can ruin team fights. Kizno's going to have to press that gas pedal all the way to the floor to take this back for Conviction. We're in game number 2, Near Airport versus Conviction. Near Airport at match point. Let us know in Twitch chat who you think is going to take the dub.
I think Near Airport, a lot of tools in their composition to be able to play this game, but the mid-jungle going to be so important. Darkwings on the Taliyah, I believe, should be able to dictate this lane, but you know pressure's going to get sent towards him, and you can already see Near Airport with their strong level 1 Braum. They want to see if they can make something happen.
A little bit of shenanigans, nothing too deadly. Now, that's what we haven't really got. I feel like we don't have our team in the NACL who just does the 5-man invade. We used to see some teams who would like do it
Pulse
on a whim.
Pulse has gone for quite a few.
Have they?
Yeah, Pulse has been pretty goofy with it, I feel like.
Catch them off guard, man. You never know.
Yeah.
Get that free win.
I mean, hey, they took a game last week against Winthrop. Big win for them. Good to see from the rookies.
So again, this is a match point for Near Airport at the given moment. I do really like their composition into this one. Conviction, they had such a boost of momentum from that week 1, but the level of talent they were going against wasn't at the highest tier just yet. I do think we're seeing how good Conviction can be when they're put up against pressure, as we saw in that last early game number 1. I want to see that repeated in this game number 2.
Both junglers starting on the top side of the map this time around. I think, unsurprisingly, going to leave the Scion to his own devices. Hoarder, though, love to see it. Taking control of the lane. This player has been touted for his individual talent. I think on the Gnar last game just kind of wasn't really a focal point of the game. Got dove early, but as you did mention, had some nice Gnars here and there. I think on the Jace in a winning matchup, I would really like to see Hoarder continue to have those big carry performances that we saw in week 1.
Because for a very, very long time, I mean, Sion's just going to be pushed up against this tower. It should be the Hoarder show. The thing is, you blink, you miss it, and Tank is now just unkillable. It's a big Sion boy.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to see an accelerated start in the top side before the Sion gets towards that state where it's just like so frustrating to take him down.
Now, I will say, Conviction's comp actually does have pretty good shred. You have the Wukong Aphelios that can really burn through that Scion, as well as Talia. I think once she gets to her items, can definitely work on those tanks as well. So Conviction has the consistent DPS. I will say as well, for TF Blade, this is one of the first games, if not the first game, we are seeing on stage with him playing a tank. So it is a different look for Near Airport here in Game 2. Perhaps trying different things, you know, during the regular season would make a lot of sense as the time to do it. We kind of have mentioned that it feels like their identity early on was very much Spica carry, double lift utility, TF Blade side lane. I think it's good to see Near Airport trying to branch out and do different things, especially in this Fearless format. I know in their match against Luminosity, champion pools were definitely a consideration, so
yeah,
limit testing this different stuff, always good to see.
You talk about tanks, I kind of wanted to argue Garen for a second, but I know he doesn't build them like full tank whatsoever. You'll have that like Lord Doms in his build and everything.
Like, I'm talking like Ornn, Scion,
I know,
those kind of tanks, right?
I just want to talk about his Garen, man.
Sure. Yeah, he does have a Garen. I feel like every top laner in North America has a Garen because Garen is, you know, press Q, E, and R, the champion. Have I told you that I really hate Garen, Eric?
I love Garen.
It's fun. It's funny to watch. It's very not funny to be against.
Moose Hater, come back to me, man. Bring Garen back to this league.
His team got eliminated in no Qs. They were actually the team that was against Near Airport in their promotion series.
Oh, wow.
A fairly dominant 3-0, actually, from Near Airport to be able to qualify.
Look at you, Hawk. You brought this whole narrative back to the game. Dang.
I got you. Oh, Darkwing's -1, by the way.
I missed it.
You gotta call it out when you see it, right? Like it's.
All right, jungles are going to be cleared now for both sides. Kind of a full clear jungle camp situation. Spica onto his Raptors at the same time that Kizno's moving up here. There is a ward there, so Kizno is aware of what's going on. Gonna look to counter jungle and steal away at the same time that Pobelter is moving out. Kizno has to burn his flash to get away. You're not gonna fool him twice. You already used the clone earlier. And now this is gonna be the long escape. He does get the smite onto the Raptor camp. That will give him some health back. But Darkwings is low on mana, so this is gonna be tricky to have to navigate. And Spica will take him down for first blood. Pobelter, the recipient of that kill. And a long journey for Darkwings. Might have to burn his flash to get himself back to safety. Here comes the Claw, able to root him down. He doesn't burn his flash, so it cost him his life in the grand scheme. And Near Airport are off to the races.
Yeah, that's a really big mistake from Conviction right there. I mean, Kizno, you just can't go for that invade against Lissandra like that. These are the fights that Lissandra Zinzhao loves to take, locking somebody down and being able to take them out. Kizno, credit to him for living as long as he did, but still ends up baiting Darkwing to give over a second kill as Manui, GOAT support right there, holds the way for 8 million years for Chrome.
Find yourself a support like that. Treat you like the way Minui treats Chrome, man. That dude took so much damage just to make sure that Chrome still makes bank.
Dude, that's how you got to do it. I mean, you need the Aphelios to be strong as well, especially with plays like that. You know, you kind of look up at the top side of the map and it's like, what the hell are they doing over there? And, all right, I guess I need more gold to carry this game.
Well, with Pobelter getting some of those early kills, one of the playstyles that we used to see out of Lissandra is the clear the wave and then go impact the side lanes. She can clear the wave quite fast, and this will make Chrome worry and sweat quite a bit. We're going to be watching that cleanse timer because the moment that gets burnt, I expect plays to make bot.
And again, I just can't endorse this one from Kizno. He didn't have full push from his mid. I think mid was in neutral, so he feels that Darkwings will still be able to arrive in some timeliness, but it just, I don't know. Lissandra, good upfront burst, good lockdown. Kizno, absolutely no way out. The fact that Darkwings dies for it as well and loses his flash is very bad for the side of Conviction. And we talked about how important this mid-jungle 2v2 would be. This is a fantastic start for Near Airport.
We needed that flash a little bit earlier. Even then,
you just have to flash when you see the claw.
Yeah, even then it's still a little bit tricky because then you can extend the claw a little bit further and maybe still end up getting caught out. Nonetheless, Darkwing's losing his flash is going to be a painful reminder right there for Conviction. Now Spica starting up the Dragon over on the bot side where you still have a lot of priority for near airport.
Does look like Kizno was able to take all the 3 grubs as well. So again, as I think we've seen multiple times throughout the day today, it's early kills in mid-jungle action, but the game state staying relatively even, at least for the time being. The question is really going to be about how do Spica and Pobelter spread their lead as Chrome.
Yeah, here we go, an attack. Ooh, you got to be careful right there. Concussive blows could find that stun. Chrome is not going to be that strong on the Aphelios early. I know he's got the BF sword early, but so does the Tristana, so does Doublelift.
Kizno knows that something could be up. Darkwings has to take the reset though, no teleport.
Here we go again. Doublelift eating a lot of damage. Chrome looking to bring it right back, but there's a lot of attention that near airport can bring to the bot lane.
Manui's going to find Spica. No flash on this Xin Zhao. Who's finding who?
Oh, Chrome, be careful. He's by himself right now. If they crash that wave, they can get a dive off immediately, but they need to be quick about it. And now Crescent Guard goes out. They're going to focus on the Minui. Never mind the dive. We'll just get the outright kill as the claw comes over from Pobelter, and the kill secured by Spica.
Unlucky, honestly, for Manui. Conviction had an idea of what the play was, but they had imperfect information, and near airport is able to punish. Spica punts Manui back towards his mid laner. Alley-oop for the kill. This mid-jungle continuing. We wanted to see how they would take their lead and affect the map. Well, they've done it.
You can see the bounties on both Spica and Pobelter. Sandra getting out onto the map and getting those kills. Kizno gonna watch that recall. Tell Doublelift, nah, it's not safe here, man. Doublelift will take the long way around.
We'll say quietly, as far as positives for Conviction, Hoarder up about 20 CS. That is what you want to see in the isolated Sion versus Chase matchup, as Doublelift has been left alone. Here comes the Talia. The rest of the cavalry arriving, though.
Yeah, and there it goes. That blocks the rocket jump with the Cyclone. Easy pick coming out from Conviction. Kizno playing the long game.
Really well done. Conviction needed to get something back, but don't stick around too long. The overstay could be costly.
Oh, they might find Pobelter right now. He does have his ultimate. He can use it on himself if he needs protection. The rest of Conviction are now following after him. Uses the claw to create some distance, but still Minui and Kizno are on the chase. Pobelter will get underneath this tower to safety.
Okay, Conviction try to look for the extension, but ultimately it's just a one pick on a Doublelift. Still, they need to get those plays back because they cannot fall too far behind the pace of this game. We got to look at the initial play. Again, Manui caught out, trying to find Spica, but just not quite having the necessary information. As near airport, a great play from them. Getting active, getting Doublelift some gold, even though he doesn't get the kill, gets the tower plates, gets to crash the wave. And then in this long extension, the rest of NA bases, seeing Kizno on that ward could be argued as a mistake. And then this is exactly the interaction I was talking about between Wukong and Tristana. You cannot rocket jump out if the Wukong player knows what they're doing. Kizno obviously does. Finds the interrupt. Darkwings helps him clean up the kill.
You have to rocket jump before the Wukong gets the E off and dashes to you. That's your real chance to get away from a scenario like that. That being said, it shows that Conviction still have some bite back as they're able to utilize this Wukong and Talia combo quite well to find a pick. That money going over to Kizno. Kizno got the first spawn of grubs. We'll have some time with the second Grubageddon, second chance to go after Grubageddon.
I mean, getting 6 grubs, it's definitely something. Generally, 6 grubs is favored over 2 dragons in the early game. Obviously, 2 dragons does give you the ability to force fights later on, as we've highlighted earlier. But still, Conviction, we talk about fighting back. Destructs, the gold is even. They're doing fine.
Oh, evening it up. I'm looking at Hoarder. That's where
Hoarder
a lot of that's coming from. Look at
be-
that CS lead that he's picked up against TF Blade. Now Spica in the bottom lane going after Hoarder. Will not find the 3-talon strike to get the knockup onto Hoarder. It does burn Hoarder's flash though.
Does look like Hoarder was at least able to clear the previous wave, so it kind of loses his flash to still get some golden experience for himself, but now near airport can deny. Looks like Manui here to cover the TP. So solid stuff. Conviction able to pick up their waves for their top laner. You talk about it. He has been the one that's sort of been left to his own devices to quietly generate a lead, and so securing that advantage for Hoarder, not letting near airport put him down in the mid game. A really good macro right there from the squad.
25 seconds before our next Drake comes up. Conviction had forfeited on the first strike in favor of the Grubs. They did get that grub again. Now here comes Chrome wailing away onto TF Blade. Need to bring a lot of damage and a lot more people to the fight, but too quick is TF Blade. Will burn his ultimate to get past the Weaver's wall.
Nice try right there from Conviction, but now Hoarder, no flash. He's going to be the target.
Oh, here we go. Hoarder getting focused on 3-talent strike, looking for that knock-up. Again, you said no flash, and here it comes. Able to buffer it off of the ward that he picked up earlier, and like that, Spica goes on a killing spree.
That, I think, feels like a rookie mistake for Hoarder to me. Face checking into the jungle when his team has just made a play topside and you have no flash. It just like, yes, that tri-brush feels safe, but you know that Near Airport wants to try to find a cross map, so a bit of a mistake coming out from Hoarder. It does give Near Airport the dragon and a kill for basically nothing. And
Chrome now just finishing his first item. A little bit behind the curve right now. You kind of saw that with his damage that he did to the Scion earlier, TF Blade. A big point of that is the fact that it's the Frozen Heart. The very first thing, you're just stacking all that armor.
Yeah. Talia will do damage to the Scion, but I definitely agree, not as much as a Wukong, Jason, Aphelios, so it's gonna be difficult as we get another replay of Hoarder. Like, it's just, yes, you have a control ward, yes, your vision says no one's there right now, but your team has just showed themselves you have to play defensively on that timer. And Hoarder ends up missing, I think, 2 waves in bottom lane for his trouble. That is a costly mistake, and it catapults Near Airport back up to a 1K gold lead.
Here we go, Biofrost meeting up with Kizno. We'll just give a high five before they walk away from each other. This has been a greater look coming out of Near Airport so far. I mean, they definitely had tough opponents to really start off. But holding their own against Conviction as the cycling goes off, it's on to Biofrost. Biofrost will burn his flash to create some distance. Glacial Fissure goes out as well, and Conviction bounced back with another kill.
Yeah, Bio, again, we're seeing multiple people on both sides getting picked contesting Vision that they just don't really need to. This time it's not Doublelift contesting a mid-wave without a support and dying, but it's Bio contesting Vision with his Doublelift contesting a mid-wave without a support, right? And so they're disconnected. Bio gets picked off. It's a solid pick for Kizno. Now 2-1 on the Wukong, continuing to stay strong. I feel like Doublelift was positioning potentially Bio. I think Bio thought that Doublelift is supposed to be there for a jump, but Doublelift left him, and Bio dies for it.
Abandoned by your own lane mate. It happens, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't mean too much, right? I guess Bio did burn the flash, which I feel is a mistake in that situation.
I mean, he is going to be a frontline tank nonetheless, though, so at least it's not Doublelift's flash that was burnt away. It would be...
That would be worse.
Significantly more impactful there. And now the setup for Conviction. They see a turret by itself. 4 members up top with Grubageddon will mean a fast brick taken in the name of Conviction.
Yeah, nice first brick pickup right there for Conviction. It does mean that feats of strength will also come down to this Rift Herald spawn more than likely as Conviction has first access to it. It's Near Airport with control over mid. Reset comes out from Chrome and Hoarder as NA had taken a more recent base. That grub difference actually making a pretty big one. Like, Pobelter needing to spend another wave bottom here to take this tower. It's really sapping the tempo out of Near Airport. Because, again, Conviction had to take a reset. They waited until NA's reset to take the top tower, but they're not able to actually punish that window because they don't have the same pushing power as Conviction.
And having a lot of your first items done for Conviction can mean a great deal for the way they set up right here. I mean, you got Trinity Force for Kizno, who got those first 2 kills. Seraphs for Darkwings. Now, Herald going to be pulled. You can see Conviction setting up over on the northern side right there. Teleport going to be channeled out of Pobelter to arrive to the fight. A nice seismic shove. Chunks out Near Airport, but doesn't stop them from the Rift Herald.
Yeah, nice TP right there. Conviction just disconnected, not able to find a contest in towards the objective. I think Pobelter basically just taking advantage of that, saying, look, if you want to try to connect in the river, I'm going to be between you. And we know how much time Lissandra can buy, how much lockdown she has. At the very least, Hoarder will, with the extension of the play, have free time in bottom to take this tier 1. Also, Conviction taking the Scuttle Crab, laying down Vision before Dragon in a minute 15. So it's just trading from both teams so far. A much slower game than what we saw in game 1. But honestly, I'm impressed with the control we're seeing from both sides.
Yeah. And to go back on a point I was making earlier, I am happy, a little bit more happy with what we've been seeing from Near Airport. They are looking much more cohesive as a unit, and that's very important for the way that this season is going to play out. We had the interview with Doublelift last week where he said he's taking this very seriously. He wants to make a big impact with Tier 2 and have that be the way he promotes back into the LTA.
You can feel however you want to feel about Doublelift, but there is no denying that this man is a true competitor. And I also would not believe for a second that he is not trying to win this league, because I don't think a man wired like Doublelift would let that happen, right? And so it's so cool to see out of Near Airport. I also do really respect that they're trying different things. Like, this is a different draft than what we've seen out of them, and they're keeping the game obviously very competitive with a slight lead. So I completely agree with you. Awesome stuff from Near Airport so far in Week 3, and we do expect them to continue scaling into this entire split. But with the Dragon spawning, it's Conviction bearing down on mid. Remember, 6 Grubs.
Unbreakable goes up by Biofrost. He's absorbing a lot of damage, and the rest of the members are closing in on Near Airport. Biofrost falls down a member, will be NA.
That was fantastic macro from Conviction. They push up on mid-wave. They have the 6 Grubs so they can barrel it down, and Near Airport was disconnected, so they're able to find a clap. Now here comes more.
Yeah, here comes the Cyclone. Spica's going to need to use the Crescent Guard to find a disengage here, or the flash from TF Blade will be enough. Conviction pressing the gas pedal right there, and back to the Drake.
I don't know if they can do the Dragon, though. So many ultimates still up for Near Airport, and Biofrost has just respawned. I think they took too long. They needed to do the Dragon instead of pressing for more. Conviction, they could get punished for this.
They still got an angle into it right now. Focusing it down, 4K health remains. Now the team are going to break out. Hoarder is caught out, and Doublelift gets the kill. Now focusing on Minui, who's trying to escape, but there's Pobelter deep in the middle of it all, and down go Conviction as Near Airport slaughter the new kids.
Oh, Near Airport, what a punish, as Doublelift is able to find the double kill. An ace comes out. Near Airport punish the overreach from Conviction big time.
And right there, you called it out, Hawk. You know, once we get to the replay, we can talk about it a little bit better, but the ultimates that were burnt prior to that fight, not having them, especially Kisno Cyclone, cost Conviction big.
Yeah, League of Legends is a turn-based game. Conviction, they took their turn by taking the mid tower and getting the pick on Bio, but instead of just doing the Dragon, they tried to extend the fight. So here's the initial pick. It's really nice macro from Conviction to take a tower and a kill, and at this point, if they just go Dragon, they'll have all their ultimates and they'll be in a 5v4. And I get it, you want to get more, but after this play doesn't work, you've invested too much, you've used your window of control on the map, and now it's Near Airport's turn to find a fight. Conviction tries to double dip, and they are going to get destroyed for it. Hoarder, you're playing Jace, man. You can't just frontline like this. Pobelter finds the massive pick onto the top laner. It becomes a 4 versus 4, and Pobelter, yet again, going to get into the midst of everybody for Doublelift to clean up the fight.
And it's just so good out of Near Airport, especially the follow-up to the pick that they had earlier, getting picked off earlier, and still having the composure to understand what resources were burnt out of Conviction. This is giving them a huge lead and a huge swing of gold, now 4K in the lead.
And to me, Pobelter, the overwhelming MVP of this series. He has had a great couple of games here. First on the Azir, now the Lissandra.
He's a team fighter, man.
4,000 gold. Yeah, he is a team fighter. As Near Airport, complete control, they're going to try to advance their vision line into Conviction's jungle with Otacon on the map and Baron spawning in 3.
Complete control. Doublelift rocket jumps over the wall.
But he can do that.
Yeah,
because he knows.
It's Malphite time, baby.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
I mean, he knows there's no pressure. Conviction right now is so over-indexed on the bottom side of the map, but I think Near Airport can just do Otacon right here. Conviction on reset, I don't know what they were even looking for on the bottom side. They were never going to die to Lissandra. They're still there. I mean, I guess maybe they didn't think they could contest the Otacon because they don't have their 2-item spikes on Chrome or Darkwings yet, but I don't know. Feels, feels bad.
I mean, that's that veteran experience showing. It really does add up to the team play, which is much different from a solo queue player coming into NACL. You're learning a lot about what the team game means. These players have had a lot of experience in Tier 1 5v5s. They understand how to meld together and when to play the map, what objectives to go around. This is why they've been one of the best teams at acquiring Otacon, because when you're in the wrong position on the map, they grab it. When you're trying to grab it, they're going to punish you for it and grab it anyway.
And now with Otacon in hand, I mean, they have the tools that they need to continue to punish very forcefully, should they so choose. Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. I would expect near airport to try to flip some sort of fight in the next 30 seconds or so and trade in those Otacon GAs for kills to solidify their control over the river. It's yet another Cloud Soul. It's going to even enhance near airport's ability to just extend the game.
Here we go.
Comes TF Blade.
Yeah, TF Blade coming in with the engage will drop the hammer and find the knockup on a Minui. Minui is down and dead to rights, but the fight will continue with the seismic shove flick. It's Double Lift who goes on a rampage, and Spica on the opposite end who will grab another kill onto Chrome. He's hunting down Hoarder. Double Lift will hop in. A triple kill for Double Lift as near airport look to close this out.
I mean, you don't even need to trade in the withdrawals. Apparently, it's a 4-for-0 with Kisno on the run. He's not probably going to get away. Butch Cassidy lost the Sundance Kid, and the police are closing in. Doublelift can just push the base. Dragon Soul spawning at 30 as well that near airport can drop back to and take at any time. What a nice look right there. Great confidence from the veterans to go forward. Kisno, that is a very tanky Scion. He does not have the Black Cleaver to get through him. And you have to think that's going to be the end of this series.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's a 7.5k lead, and no fights are going right. When you can throw your face at your enemy like this, you know you're pretty secured in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice engage from TF Blade on a Minui, right? That's a free kill, but look at Spica finding Chrome on the backside with Flash. No longer available. Long chase onto Hoarder. Waits on the Audacious Charge until after the knockback from the Jace. That is just quality stuff. Double is able to pick up a triple as well. Conviction, at the very least, has respawned to fight for the Soul Drake, but they have 2 items on everybody to the 3 of Doublelift. Seeker's Arm Guard in the pocket of Pobelter as well. This fight feels impossible.
This is going to be firmly secured. It's going to take a miracle for Conviction to find the way back in it. As they go after Biofrost, that's one pick, but the Dragon doesn't get cured by near airport. Still firing in, free firing in is Doublelift. Will get the jump over the wall. He grabs another kill. It's secured by TF Blade. It's still more for Spica as they will slaughter them one by one, and done. Near airport get the ace.
And they're gonna go to the Baron. They don't have the wave to end the game, but it just feels like a wrap as Doublelift 9-1-3. This is what the fans wanted when this team entered the league.
Are you not entertained? Near airport, tremendous team fight potential coming from this squad. And it's every single member who are taking these angles and eviscerating Conviction before they can react.
And I'm gonna be honest, this fight is just wallet tip, as the engage from Conviction is not bad. Good flick from Darkwings onto Bio. They one-shot the Braum, and they force Pobelter to Zonia's defensively. But from this point, the Moonlight Vigil goes wide from Chrome, which is critical, and then Doublelift is just way too strong. I think this could have been a Penta if they wanted to give it to him, but TF Blade takes the kill. The Buster Shot following the Talia on the wall was pretty comical, as Darkwings eventually does meet his end. And this is a really impressive game. Near airport, they are having a great series. We're sort of back to earth here, I feel, from a great week 1 from Conviction. Getting they're getting the smackdown.
Hawk, tell me you saw that seismic shove.
Wait, which one?
Doublelift failed the rocket jump over the wall, and the seismic shove flicked him over.
I did see that.
Oh, you know, unfortunate situation for Darkwings. I think in any other scenario, that's a good flick, but hey, when Doublelift's this far ahead. Look at
Something
this
tells me it didn't change too much.
attempted engage coming out, but you're getting caught by the Frozen Tomb. Kizno will still find his bail. Here comes the engage from Minui. Last stand, but they can stand no longer. Look at those health bars crumble as they fall into the grave. Near Airport will slay Conviction and take a 2-0 on the series.
Just a quality series, another triple for DL, because why the hell not? Near Airport. It started with the mid jungle in this game. They brought their lead to the bottom lane, and a great fight around the Soul Drake is what gives them this game.
The veterans of the LCS fighting to get back into it, now in prime position once more as they take down the 2-0 Conviction.
Just clinical stuff. Conviction, I mean, they were feeling hot. We thought some of their rookies were looking good. They might be able to come in and contest, and I think they did in game one. We saw nice stuff out of Chrome. We saw nice stuff out of Kizno, but in game two, it just feels like Kizno and Dark Wings made a huge blunder, and then Spica and Pobelter were able to use that to just crush the game.
Pobelter, man, the notorious POB. His teamfight plays, I mean, the Azir was one thing.
He was so good.
He was making incredible ones over there, but now on the Lissandra on top of it, and even when they tried to pick him off in that last fight, did you see how long he was invulnerable for by just using the Frozen Tomb on himself and then following it up with the Hourglass? Pobelter is the clutch team fighter and really does show it with a lot of these mage picks.
Yeah, without a doubt, the MVP of the series. I know Doublelift got the flashy rocket jump resets and all the kills in that last game, but the Lissandra, I wasn't really sure what to make of it. I just don't see much Lissandra, much less into Talia, but
yeah,
it was damn good, and the Azir was also fantastic. Near Airport, a very deserved 2-0. I feel like they had the series that we wanted to see out of Luminosity at the top of the day, kind of separating themselves perhaps from the pack just that little bit.
And a cleaner set of games coming out from Near Airport, because what we saw from week one against Luminosity Gaming, these long drawn out games back and forth, CCG, they almost got 2-0'd by CCG despite winning that series. They had to do a monstrous comeback last Friday. Now, this is the Near Airport we were expecting, Hawk.
It most certainly is. It all got started from this play. Kizno got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, frozen into the hole, perhaps, as Pobelter was able to lock him down. And yeah, I don't know. I don't have much else to say. I just feel like this is what the fans wanted. And I'll be really curious as well to review this game and go back and look at the Near Airport comms, because I know there's a lot of discussion about, you know, not a falling out, but you know, Near Airport, they knew they had some issues at the end of, you know, their last series. And so to see that, you know, on their limited scrim time, they at least on tape looked a lot better. I'll be so curious to see how they actually feel about this series in hindsight.
Now, credit where credit is due. Conviction had some pretty good highlight moments. I mean, Kizno, I think, is the one I'm going to be looking over for quite some time. You hyped me up on him, especially prior to this day, and it really does show, man. He's making plays like this that we see with the Wukong interrupting the rocket jump. His Maokai from game number one was absolutely tremendous. There are a lot of high points and a lot of areas where you can hold your head up high for Conviction, but at the end of the day, this was Near Airport's game.
Yeah, I know I kind of asked the question, how is Kizno going to do against a player of Spica's caliber, right? Because by and large, Kizno has played against good players so far, but no one like this. And he was able to keep up in some aspects. I do think Spica got the better of him in this series, though. I am going to be eager to continue to watch the growth of Kizno, because, I mean, at least being competitive against Spica, especially in game one, is a huge achievement in my mind. Just based on how good Spica has been in 2025 so far. So I do agree. I think there are some bright spots. I think this Conviction team does still have a lot of room to grow, especially with Hoarder in his rookie split, Minui in his debut support split in the NACL. But you want to talk about rookies, TF Blade, he had a Scion game. He did pretty well, you know, he was big.
Yeah, he definitely was an important part of this Near Airport victory. I felt like the whole team definitely carried their weight throughout that series. You know, just some of the more highlight players more than others, like Pobelter, for example. That being said, though, you know, a lot of people are going to look at seeing Near Airport here and just say, like, you know, what a bunch of veterans doing within the Tier 2 space. This is a place to reestablish yourself, man. This is a place to promote back into the LTA, promote back into Tier 1 play, like we've seen from players in the past before. I mentioned Dokla was the first recipient of the new MVP trophy, and he got back into the Tier 1 space. We might see, you know, a very similar thing with this caliber of play that we're getting from Near Airport and all these players that are popping off.
Well, and Eric, something I want to talk about that Near Airport's doing, and like, you know, they have all their selfish goals and stuff like that, and those are all awesome to see. I mean, I hope they promote back, and I hope they're competitive throughout the season, but I think not only that, Near Airport is inadvertently, or maybe intentionally, I don't know, they're bringing eyes to also the next generation of players that we have here in North America. Every time someone goes toe-to-toe with Doublelift or Spica or Bio or Pobelter or whoever and looks good while doing it, even if Near Airport maybe is destined to win in the end because we just know how good these players are, it's showing that there are so many people in this region that have the ability to go toe-to-toe. It's not going to be a cakewalk for Near Airport through the season, at least as we've seen so far. And I think that is, at least for me, as someone that's followed NA Dev for the better part of 5 years now, that's an incredibly valuable goal as well. And so it's really cool to see that Near Airport continues to do that.
Yeah, and it's also cool seeing, you know, a lot of the respect that's being put on some of these this new talent. You know, Pobelter, he had his interview last week where he was hyping up Array, he hyped up Breezy, he hyped up Shogo. There's, you know, the future of the LTA definitely does look bright when a player of the caliber of Doublelift is able to say that about some of these players that are in here. It makes it pretty exciting, especially considering that we're seeing these competitive games between these teams. It's not just going to be a straight sweep. It means you have to fight to get to the end of the road and, you know, find that promotion.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I will say, I said this, I think on Salty Runback, I did not give Doublelift enough credit for how much of a ball knower this guy is. He's been talking like a lot about the players he's playing against. He actually knows a lot about them. Like, it's so cool. And again, I think it goes to show, like, Doublelift, I mean, this guy's just a true competitor. All these guys, like, there's a reason they're doing this. You know, people can say, oh, it's just for the clout or the viewership or they want to be Los for Tones. Like, now throw that all out the window, man. Like, maybe that's why they started, because they saw what Los for Tones is doing. But I guarantee you that they're still here right now because these guys, like, damn it, they just want to win and play League of Legends, and they just love it that damn much. Yeah. And I think that's so valuable.
I mean, Doublelift did say it's hard. You know, you do have to commit a lot of time with your team, commit a lot of time to scrimming in order to get better from day to day. So, you know, it is a growing phase, but now we got Pobelter on standby to be joining us for an interview. Pobelter, how's it going, brother? Notorious POB.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, man. I'm very excited after watching that last match, especially considering some of the picks you guys have been pulling out. I want to start off with that. Lissandra, seeing that back into the meta. What kind of egg that pick on?
Well, they banned out a lot of mid lane champs, and usually Talia is pretty good versus dash champs, but Lissandra E isn't really a dash. It's like kind of a blink, so just seemed like a good pick against Sin Sao as well. And yeah, I think the draft went pretty well.
I would agree. The mid jungle definitely working out in your guys' favor. Something I want to ask about, though, kind of zooming out from this series specifically, something that so many people have been talking about is, you know, the fact that you guys are committing a lot of time to this, trying really hard, but, you know, you have limited time, 2 scrims per week, stuff like that. How do you feel that the team, your guys' growth is affected by, you know, how much time you're able to put towards this season and your scrimming and stuff like that?
I think it just frames it in a way where even though our practice time can be a bit more limited, it just means we have to make the most out of the time that we do have. And I know that each stage match we have, each series we play, it feels like we're leveling up and catching our mistakes. Like, wow, like today we were warming up and Biofrost, our support, said he has to do homework, so he can't like warm up and play arena with us. So yeah, we're just trying to make the most of the days that we're scrimming, the matches that we're playing, and identify the mistakes and fix them.
off of that note, what were some of your expectations coming into Tier 2? Because I know you had a very tremendous qualification through the Tier 3 system to get into the NACL. With that, it seems like it's a bump up in competition as a lot of these teams are taking you to series. So what is your impressions with the Tier 2 landscape so far?
I had a feeling it would be pretty challenging. You know, I play against all these players a lot in solo queue, even though I haven't been active competitively. A lot of the players can be tough to play against. In terms of expectations, I honestly had no clue coming in if I would do okay, if I was going to be like really rusty, need time to catch up, or perform okay right off the bat. But you know, I'm here for the ride. I'm having a good time playing again, playing with my teammates. So yeah, I guess I didn't really have too many great expectations.
Yeah, and talking about, you know, playing with your teammates and being here for the ride. We did just get word, by the way, that you are MVP of the series, which is absolutely awesome and deserved. The Azir game was nuts. The Lissandra also nuts. But I wanted to ask a little bit, you know, I know after the CCG series, there was a lot of conversations about stuff that you guys as a team needed to work on. How do you feel that over the course of this season, the team has continued to gel in your guys' identity?
You know, I think a lot of games, there's like some sort of tragic incident that's occurring around Grub. So every game we're watching, or like every game we're having a hiccup around Grub. So I think that's like kind of the main focus for our team right now. Like, why couldn't we have Grubs? Did we get something good in exchange for it? Did someone mess up? So yeah, I think that's the main point we're trying to fix right now.
I love it.
I have a personal question I want to ask you, because we haven't been doing as many fun questions as of lately.
Yeah.
And I got to get one out there, man. Say you make it through this entire thing and we're in playoffs, it's the finals. You need to get pumped up, man. What song are you going to put on to get the mood ready and get your headspace locked in?
What song am I gonna play? Honestly, I usually try to listen to calming music, or like try and calm down before a big match. But if I wanted to get absolutely just amped, I would have to say my go-to song would be yeah, I don't know actually.
Oh, you're thinking hard on this one. Okay.
Yeah.
You can name a few if you want.
Yeah, hang on, let me look through my Spotify really quick.
This is really important. The people need to know.
Oh, you know, I listen to a lot of hype music when I like work out. I guess what was the one Linkin Park did for League? Heavy is the Crown.
Heavy is the
listen
Crown,
to
yeah.
Heavy is the Crown.
Oh, okay.
That's good. That's good.
I feel like, I'm not gonna lie, I mean, I know it's using the world song, maybe descriptive of your guys' team here in NACL. I know a lot of people want to take you guys down, but the last question I have for you is just anything else that you want to say at all? Any shout outs? Anything else you want to say to the fans?
It's been fun playing, you know, thanks to all the fans that tune in and cheer us on. Hopefully it's fun to watch our team practice and improve and get better and play stage matches. Shout out to my girlfriend, because I was supposed to hover like Tom Kench for her today, because I told her I would hover Tom Kench for her, and then I forgot. So my bad. I'll do it next time. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, man. Well, you know, it happens. At least you gave the shout out in the post interview. Good enough there, man. Off of that note, we want to thank you so much for joining us, man. It's been tremendous, especially seeing you guys in the Tier 2 space again and making the most of it. I want to wish you the best of luck on the rest of your season, Pobelter.
Hey, thank you, you too.
All right, and off of that note, we are going to part ways with Pobelter as we start to begin to wrap up for the day. A big thank you to Pobelter for that interview, Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm geeked out a little bit about getting to talk to one of the GOATs of NA. I know a lot of people love to see them playing here. I'm gonna say too, I'm very glad that Near Airport won the series so Pobelter could shout out his girlfriend. Otherwise, my brother would have been cooked.
I know, right? Boy would have been sleeping on the couch,
Yeah,
to say the least.
he would have gotten put in the doghouse.
Well, let's pull up the standings as we wrap up the day right now to see how things have changed up. You know, Conviction, they were undefeated coming into today. Unfortunately, that's going to be their first defeat, which will secure Dark Zero that first place spot. And now looking at Near Airport, the climb begins as they make their way into the top 3.
Yep, at that number 3 spot that a lot of people had them rated at coming into the season. Funnily enough, Conviction still above them despite the loss due to, at least at the moment, having a better game score. Obviously, this is going to continue to shift as different teams are playing different number of games every week. And, you know, Conviction, for example, didn't play at all in week 2. But
hey, they played 2 games in week 1, though.
Yeah, they did play 2 in week 1. So as things continue to shake out, it'll probably normalize itself a bit. But I think at the very least, Eric, we can look at the middle of the standings and see a nice, thick soup, just as we expected.
So let's go ahead and pull up the schedule for tomorrow, because this is the start of the week. We got 2 more days of league action. Tomorrow, April 10th, you will have Dark Zero Dragonsteel taking on CCG. And we'll end it off with Polestar and AMI. Always excited to see that first match, man. Every time we get Dark Zero, it's nothing but bangers, and CCG has been a pretty banger team on top of that, so we might have some competition here, Hawk.
Yeah, CCG, they've had a great start to their season, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel, man, what a pleasure they are to watch. Definitely the favorite to take home the NACL trophy, at least so far. Don't sleep on Polestar against AMI, though. 2 teams that a lot of people had towards the bottom of the standings, but with AMI taking a big-time series win off of Winthrop University last week, either them taking down Pulse all of a sudden makes the relegation conversation extremely interesting for those bottom 2, or if Pulse is able to take a win, I mean, that would be a big first one to get on the board.
It'd be a big climb, too, because remember, it's a single round robin, so every game counts. Off of that, we're going to wrap it up right now. I want to give a thanks to our production, players who make this possible, the coaches and staff that help them. Of course, you, the audience, for tuning in to our ugly mugs. For the broadcast desk, my name is Eric Desrexveltran. Joining me was Ben Hawkins. And, you know, be sure to tune in tomorrow, 2 p.m., April 10th. We will have more action lined up for you. But for now, I must go. My goblins need my darts. So we'll see you tomorrow, man. More NACL coming up then. Wasn't picked up immediately after. There's gonna be no way on this one as Quacker goes forward with the public execution. He's looking to take down Insanity. Can't quite lock him down just yet. Music looking to join the fray. Insanity's able to get 1 pick onto Quacker. Insanity critically low, will be able to bail out as the curtain call opens. The target is Music. Levitate will body block for it, but Samikin will be fed to Luminosity. Game be in the driver's seat. It's been huge. Now Blue Water looking for an engage. Here comes the bullet time. Zazel going on to the back line, looking for more. Already a shutdown gonna be found. Tactical gets 1 on the Music. That's your big carry down, man. I cursed him. Luminosity going for the long chase. Big God wants to get Rovex. Rovex falls. He tries to sacrifice himself for Levitate. Coming out of Tactical to get out of the Sejuani ultimate. Both towers are now down. Tactical behind so many different tanks. The last stand comes out from Blue Waters. Rovex will die 1 more time. Zazel stays alive because he will thrive, and so will Luminosity Gaming as they wail away at the Nexus, jump onto the respawn to pad the stats, and of course, a brilliant display in this game. Number 3 will lead them to 1 more play, 1 more set of kills, and a Nexus dead to... He's looking for his angle. He's the big engage alongside Kizno. Here comes Kizno using the ultimate curtain call. Gonna open up TF Blade, looking to get over towards the side. They'll hide behind the tank. Spica will hold the line. Hobelter over on the flank. Can I get him? He gets knocked up by Minui. Hobelter still putting some distance there. Here comes Spica. He's running low. Emperor's Divide comes out. Gets Minui out of the equation. Following through is Hobelter. He wants to find Darkwings. Darkwings critically low. Public execution doesn't find the mark, but the follow through from TF Blade will claim 2. And now with this Baron buff and the super minions crashing into the base, this is going to be firmly secured. It's going to take a miracle for Conviction to find a way back in it. As they go after Bioprocess, 1 pick, but the Dragon doesn't get cured by Near Airport. Still firing it, free firing it is Double Lift. Will get the jump over the wall. He grabs another kill. It's secured by TF Blade. It's still more for Spica as they will slaughter them 1 by 1.
Hell, not Near Airport. It started with the mid-jungle in this game. They brought their lead to the bottom lane, and a great fight around the Soul Drake is what gives them this game.
The veterans of the LCS fighting to get back into it. Now in prime position once more as they take down the